excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. Hollywood isn't history. Hollywood isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history.
And we are going free, at least I think we are. Let's see here. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning. We have some changes going on at YouTube, and looks like maybe D Live might not be running yet. Hello to every single one of you. Let me see if I can pull up D Live and see if we're having an issue over there or not. See if it's running. It does appear that it's not running. So let me make an adjustment over here, and we will see if we can get the platform working properly. Issues with one platform after the other. I see the Great Sloths is here. Can everybody hear me okay? The Last Good Girl is here. Well, great to see you, The Last Good. So is DF. Lucid is here. Wonderful to see you, DF and Lucid. Andre Boston says the sound is good. Is it coming in through the right microphone? It appears that D Live is working now, or it's all pixelated. Maybe some folks would like me better like this. This is the psychedelic version of going free. You have to get some of that PCP from that guy up in New York, and you can be, what was he again? A nude prude? You can be nude prude as well. Let me see. Maybe if I just refresh, it'll be running. Now, over on the Discipline channel, it does appear to be working now. Or you all can let me know. Let me know over here. I'm going to close that screen for right now. Let me know over here. Thank you. The great Brant Danger is here. School of the West. Hero extraordinaire is with us and also moderating. Thank you so much, good brother. And good to know that the audio is coming through the proper mic this time. Now we have on the Discipline channel, I don't know if you tag me over there. I don't even know if it's up over there yet. Let's see. I wasn't able to post a, okay, it does appear now that the show is up on the Discipline channel. Tag me as Discipline with NWG over there. You will appear on the monitors to my left, your right, when you do. Now, there wasn't a placeholder over there because YouTube has made a change over on that channel that they are going to be making on the No White Guilt channel when it comes to live streaming. And I don't know how exactly that's going to end up impacting the way we stream, but we'll continue to reach you all as best we can. So it does appear D Live is now growing. Good to see that. Please, everybody, share the URL in your circles of influence. Everybody that you can reach on your Facebook or Minds or Canard or Tumblr, VK, Twitter, any of these DTube, Steemit. There's so many platforms that we're on, and many more that I haven't even named. And if you could share the URL with all of your circles of influence, the kind of things we're going to be talking about here today for the next, I think maybe we'll try to keep it around 4 hours today. I've got so many things to do. In fact, I've been so busy that all I could do is every now and again, like peek under the hood and how is everybody else doing? And discovering that, oh my God, people are rocking the world for White Wellbeing while I'm busily working for White Wellbeing, hunched over in a corner somewhere. I turn around to see you all making enormous strides, and Yiz the Eunuch being one of them, John, and we'll be talking about that. Thank you all so much. And I see Yiz is here tonight, and we'll be talking with Yiz in just a little bit about her real world activism, her white positive activism. This is the kind of thing that will make the changes in the world, that will recapture our destiny. This is the kind of thing that true heroes will be remembered for. And of course, we had the father and son team at Leaderless resistance. I didn't know who they were until he reached out to me and he said, wow, we've been spreading we believe so deeply in the work of going free that we have been distributing. I think he gave a number. Maybe I'll share a little bit later. You all will be astonished on how many leaflets that he and his teams have, he claims to have shared and spread. And he's got a wonderful video of him with his son and out making the world, making changes in the world. Eternalism is here. Streaky Bacon is here. Elaine Sabatino. Zero Talent is here moderating as well. Great to see you, dear brother. The wonderful, magnificent Reptile is here. Like Comedies as well. Monty, Rooster, 41 BMC, one of Heroes Extraordinaire. Vokish Warrior with one of the coolest names. And Evidence Violates Community Guidelines. A guy who's doing great work in service to white well-being. And of course, we see, oh, and there's Pants Monster, somebody who is also always contributing, and For Null as well. We're the folks that are going to make a difference. How many people who are creating content for the white positive sphere can actually sit down and do a stream or write an article, write something on a blog post, and then have the comments or the people in the live chat have it be so many activists, not just folks who are, oh, I'm just here to imbibe your material. I'm just here to just see what's going on, to feel smart so that I can then go back to this wretched world, or to show up and listen to the doom documenting, or to show up and listen to the doom dissecting, which we got from First Last. Brilliant. How many folks show up to those places, show up to those content producers, and that's all they want out of it. We have folks who show up here and they are participants. You all are participants. Your names are going to be going into the Hall of Heroes. You all know that very well. And you are the ones who are making a difference in the world. You are the ones who are writing into those blank pages the story of your life in our story, and how you are going to be a hero in that story. So it's magnificent to be with you all. What a difference it is than to show up and be crankish, or to show up and play the villain in the anti-white narrative, to really be something for the first time in the white positive sphere that isn't what one of the other things that I just named. Something truly revolutionary, something truly different, something that is making a difference. And I can tell you, all the way down to, I can, you know, and openly we'll talk about it often, we'll brag about it often, all the way down to the folks who have found themselves at the ends of our brothers and sisters who have found themselves at the ends of their ropes. And to you all, I tell you, tie a knot in that rope and hold on tight, because we have going free for you, and you'll be able to change your life. You'll be able to turn around your life and those around you, as so many others have already done, by just practicing going free on a daily basis. Excuse me. And it is, talk about a daily basis. It is a beautiful day here in the once great state of Virginia, right outside Mordor on the Potomac, Washington, D.C., capital of the United States of America, where an orange man lives in a White House, and all things are what is this, Alice in Wonderland, or the wardrobe, Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe-ish. But it's great to be with you all. We got a lot of things to talk about tonight. There's a lot of news going on. A lot of people want to try to understand, make sense of what's going on with this T-Rex fellow, what's going on in the federal government. And we are here to talk about those things and to talk about how you can then share them in your lives. But we can say from all the way from the bottom, where people have reached what they think is just their last hope in this world, all the way up through society to a point where I cannot tell you, because it's real, the kind of things that the kind of people we have reached, and the kind of things that we are making happen. Guaranteed. It has never happened before. Guaranteed, this is brand new. Guaranteed, we are putting our shoulder into the societal context and making a difference. We are not cranks. We are not the rest of what we see, regrettably, you see in the white positive sphere. We are not these people playing the villain. We're none of that. And we're making a real difference in the world, because it's a story that we are writing. And it's a story that whose writing time has come. There will be heroes in that story. There will be villains in that story. And we are going to be the authors deciding who will play which role. We're going to bring all of our brothers and sisters over. This is the epoch to do it, the epoch when heroes are made. Now, you can comment, as I said, over there, and I see some folks are. I see the Reverend George over there on the Discipline channel, and so is Rob Sycamore as well. And great to see you both. You can, as I said, tag me over there as Discipline with NWG. Tag me over here as No White Guilt on the No White Guilt channel. You can also hop on over to Entropy, where you can write your comments or questions in the question widget. And Entropy does appear to be working already. You can financially gift on Cash App. You can also financially gift on Entropy as well. And those who are financially gifting their comments or questions do get priority, and that makes perfect sense. But we do get to everybody's questions and comments. When we fail to, we follow up the next week with those questions or comments, whether they were accompanied by a financial gift or not. Now, let me just have a quick look over here and make sure this is working. Oh, okay. It does appear that it is working. And we'll keep an eye on these different platforms. I have to check occasionally Cash App on the mobile device because it does seem to be having some hiccups on the desktop. So it takes me a while to see any financial gift you give on Cash App. Just be patient, and I will get to it nonetheless. El Ronder says hello, great to see you. Alex, Dean Wood is here. Not a piano key, hello to you. One-Eyed is here, great to see you. Magic Man is here, great to see you as well. Gen X, hello. Shauna Shaw, great participant, longtime participant in service to White Wellbeing, wonderful to see you. And don't forget, folks, that over the course of the show, Althea is here, great to see you, and thank you very much for the compliment on my shirt. Sterling Price, hello to you. Great to see you. White Student Transmission, another player in the world, not just an observer of things going on, but a participant making changes. Lewis is here. Infinitely Bell, hello to you. And again, yes, so many wonderful people. Thank you all for your service to White Wellbeing. Watch Rider, great to see you. Donning Armor, hello to you. We're going to have calls a little bit later on. We're going to be talking about, of course, the things we put in the title for the show, the items we put in the title for the show today, which I briefly mentioned a moment ago, and that is, of course, Trump coming out against the 1619 Project, which anti-whites threatened to spread to every corner of the Western world to tell us all about how evil the United States is and all about how evil the country you're in, if it's a Western country, as well as, of course, ordering, I guess, it's an investigation into the 1619 Project, and is it also an investigation into the teaching of anti-whiteism in every federal institution, or is that something that is already ordered to be terminated? I think it might be ordered to be terminated, but then at the same time we have the verbiage coming out of, which is not finalized, out of the Department of Homeland Security. That is claiming and it's stating that the way we will frame it, white heretics are the most lethal and persistent threat, according to DHS. And of course, again, we'll have calls. So everything you all want to talk about, we'll try to get to over the course of these hours. Let me turn back around. I see Ursa Major is here. Wonderful to see you. John is here. Great. First Lady of the American Theater. Wonderful to see you. Daneki's Ghost. Great to see you as well. Fantastic being surrounded by all the heroes. We come together in an age that storm clouds are on the horizon all around us. But when we look westward, ladies and gentlemen, we see a sunrise, the first ever, beginning to break that limb of the horizon. And that is our Western sunrise, the one that we are responsible for. We are the ones who are hoisting that sunrise into the sky. No one else will do it. No one is going to come to save us. No political party is going to save us. No political party will be allowed to exist. It is going to be us who make a change in this world. And it's going to be a change that is revolutionary, metaphorically speaking. It's going to be a change that prior to us accomplishing it, people are going to say, what is this? It can't be done. It's something unusual looking. And then afterward, once we've recaptured our destiny, they're going to say, obviously, that was the only way. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how a jackass operates. You've probably known quite a few yourself over the years, and be ready for them to be operating in the same way once we recapture our destiny. Well, you guys didn't actually do anything. You just, it was obvious that that was the route to go. All right. So let me take a look here really quickly. We have some announcement. Oh, you can also financially gift by way of cryptocurrency, and please do. We will acknowledge the month during which you have financially gifted with cryptocurrency. And you can find those links over on knowwhiteguilt.org. You look up in the heading, and I think it is with the link that has the P.O. box on it. So look there if you want to financially gift with cryptocurrency. And thank you very much if you do. And we will, it won't be the same day that we thank you for your gift, but it'll be on a subsequent show nonetheless. We've been very busy here in our work for White Wellbeing, where we are building the entity that will take us to the next level. But I want to thank, as we are, well, first, I guess I'll just say happy Labor Day to everyone across the United States, and how apropos now, and I will thank everyone who got out over these past few days and were engaged in activism, white positive activism, leafleting across numerous states, leafleting in areas where the white population would be particularly open to hearing another message. Who could think of something so intelligent to do? I mean, why would you ever go to leaflet where the anti-whites have burned the city down, and all of those surrounding communities, all those white people who are scared, crapless because of what's happening in their world, in their environment, right down the road, right down the block, just the city over where they work, or whatever it might be. Who would ever think that those people might be open to a new message? Of course, we should be leafleting those people in those areas every opportunity we get. Wherever there is a city on fire, wherever there is people outside of a restaurant, dining on the patio or what have you, and the anti-whites of various names come up and they scream at them and they shout in their faces and they turn their tables over and they yank their chairs out from underneath of them. And then when those people dare, especially the white women, older women, younger women, they start to run away in fear. Then these anti-white pig bastards jump in their faces and scream, "We're not hurting you. Stop acting like you're being hurt." When they do that sort of thing, we should be there in those neighborhoods, in the surrounding communities, leafleting all of those places that look like where it's white people live, because nothing we do here should be intimidating to a non-white person, because we welcome everyone of every background, of every demeanor, of like and dislike, all things that are, of course, all legal and moral, to support white well-being, to participate in white well-being. But of course, we don't want to deliver leaflets to people who might, especially non-white people, who might see it as intimidation, who might be actually genuinely frightened by it, because they're not going to read what's on the leaflet. They're just going to see something that isn't anti-white and then immediately think Hollywood, and we all know the MC Hollywood isn't history, and they're going to think Hollywood, well, they're coming after us. So we want to go to those areas, and that, of course, there are plenty of wise asses who like to play the villain, who like to do such a thing. They like to go scare people. But that's not what we do. We go to those neighborhoods where we know we're going to find our brothers and sisters, and we get leaflets to them. We get this information to them so they can start going free, so they can understand what's going on in the world, so that they start seeing themselves as a member of a people, and they can work for the well-being of that people and therefore the well-being of themselves, so that they don't continue to conclude these just eminently selfish notions of radicalized individualism. How can we get away? How can villainy signal how anti-white I am so that they won't? Can I wear something so that when I'm at a theater, when I'm at a dinner, when I'm wherever, and the anti-white mob shows up, they'll know to leave me alone even though I'm a white person? No, you're not going to get away from it. And that's why we need these people to go free into their hands. That's why they need to have these leaflets. That's why brilliant people like Giz, John, and this leaderless movement folks, that's why they are getting out to these areas intelligently. And we're going to be working on, by the way, I just want to say, and this is something I want to say later on as well, we're going to be working on some very specific designs for leaflets, which of course are only permissible to be placed in legal areas. As far as we're concerned, if they end up someplace that's illegal, that's because anti-whites have collected them and put them in someplace that it is not legal for them to be in order to make us look bad. We do not break the law. We absolutely obey the law because we are a movement of love and redemption. But we're going to be building some leaflets that'll be even more effective, that will magnify the work that these great heroes are doing, these white positive activists are doing when they get out into the field and they spend their time, they spend their dollars printing leaflets out, they spend their time putting leaflets in baggies and putting a couple of very lightweight stones in the bag as a paperweight. That's what they are, paperweights, nothing more, nothing that could be thrown through somebody's window or something like this. I've made tens of thousands myself over the years. So I know exactly what this is. And I'm going to be doing more as well. I'm shoulder to shoulder with every one of you. And so I will be, as I am regularly out in the field, as I am with those stickers and the like that we got from 100-handers, putting them up in places where folks will see them, where it's perfectly legal to do so. And then they too will be able to have that moment that they will be able to remember in life, that when they think about this, ladies and gentlemen, the mother, the father, whatever it is, they come out in the morning, they are absolutely, they're fraught with fear. They're fraught with dismay over what's going on in their city, or the city over, or the town over, or the anti-white militia march through the town that they're in. And they've reached this point of nervous exhaustion. This is a real phenomenon. They've reached this point of nervous exhaustion, and they're ready to just give in to the tyrants, whatever you want. If you want us to vote for Biden, then will that make it go away? Then they'll do that. They're reaching this point of nervous exhaustion, and it is intended by the anti-white regime. They've reached this point of nervous exhaustion. They feel like they're at their breaking point. They're fearful for the lives, the lives of their loved ones, the children, their parents who are elderly and can't get away. They see the video footage, like when the 70-year-old beautiful little old lady and her husband, 70-some-year-old husband or more, maybe like late 70s, beautiful little older lady, senior citizen, and she's trying to walk across the crosswalk in the district here outside where I live, and after Trump's speech, and these animals, these anti-white animals of all races, of all backgrounds, you can see in the video, in fact, it's what appears to be a lighter-skinned guy, could be a white guy. He gets up with two middle fingers in this little old woman's face, flicking her off and saying F you and calling her these different heretical terms right in her face. He had to bend almost 90 degrees over at his waist to be able to get in her face to do that. These people are suffering. And think about this. They walk out of their house in the morning, and normally they don't look left and right for fear of what might be going on their street or in their neighborhood, what they might see from the night before. Normally they look left and right to see if they can see a bluebird, to see if they can hear a bird singing in a tree, to see if they can see a raccoon scuttling down the road or whatever it might be. And instead they're out there looking for violence. And then they see, well, there's the morning paper, and there's this bag over here, and it looks like there's some kind of leaflet inside. And they're at the point of nervous exhaustion. They open this up and they look at it, and they see verbiage that takes them immediately right out of the anti-white narrative. And they can enter a world where they can heal, where they can be safe, where they can be the good guys. What do you think they're going to choose? We have the route to safety, the route to self-love. We have the path to all things good, noble, and wonderful. The anti-whites offer the exact opposite. What do you think they're going to choose? Now is the time to strike. Now is the time to get out there and wrap your arms around our brothers and sisters and say, you're not evil. You're one of the good guys. Let me tell you how. Let me tell you why. Now is not the time, because people are upset people are, they've reached nervous exhaustion. Now is not the time to get to them looking like the villain in the anti-white narrative. Now is absolutely not the time to do that. So we'll talk about that in a moment too. So thank you all so much. Happy Labor Day to everyone in the U.S. And as I say, apropos to have all of this activism going on, this white positive activism. And a big thank you to Andreas from Nordic Frontier, who was responsible for that remix of Final Blossom. And I think Final Blossom might even be here. I thought I saw, if he is, a big hello to you, Final Blossom. And yes, he remixed, he added the music to it, and they're using it on their show. And then, of course, he offered it to me to play here. So a big thank you to Andreas and the good work that they're doing. A salute to the work that they're doing in where it comports with white well-being and my morality. I 100% support that. Thank you so much to you and your team, brother. It's a great clip, isn't it? I love just, it sets like this real mood to get the conversation going. Let's see. Oh, did you all notice this? Let's see if I can share this with you. And maybe we'll see if it can work here. All right. Did you all see any of this?
Cool. It's like you shortened it, you know.
Boys and girls, we do have a special guest joining us here today in the studio, Jason Köhne, aka No White Guilt. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Well, it was very easy for me. As some know, I have a bit of a portal, a wormhole inside my closet, and so every now and again I reach in there, and I found myself right in here in your magical studio. Yeah,
amazing.
And I looked out the window. The clouds were actually beneath me. And so I figured, but this is magnificent.
You're in heaven.
I might as well participate. So yeah, thank you both so much. This is magnificent to be able to be here. And folks, I just have to tell you, these people are every bit as lovable, as real, as human, as kind and caring as
you make me blush.
As anybody you could. Your favorite family members. I'm absolutely serious here. Your favorite family members. That is what these folks are like. And I couldn't be happier to be here. And Lana's aesthetics for decor, magnificent.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely stupendous. Quite a talent. These people are really amazing, and we need to. This is why, I mean, I've said for so long, you two are the king and queen of the white positive sphere, and they absolutely are. I see diamonds popping up on screens and everything already.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Jason. You're always so kind.
Yes.
All right, that was, as you all know, the wonderful Henrik and Lana, the real king and queen of the white positive sphere. And I was in studio, so if you missed that, you want to make sure you catch it. Become a member of the work that they're doing. They absolutely need our support. They need for you to be a member, a paying member on their channel, so that you can see, not only because they deserve your support for the good work that they're doing for white well-being. I mean, beyond amazing. I mean, let's be serious. If you're going to put your money somewhere, then put it into the things that are demonstrating positive effect in the world. Don't put your money in something that is to, pull someone's titty out of the ringer because they were a dumbass. Don't put your money into something because in some other period in history, something that like this thing today was successful. So maybe this thing will be successful today. We have success right now with Henrik and Lana over at Red Ice. Let's keep it going. And they are under relentless attack. So you should do it because it is the right thing to do. And within our sphere, become a member of their channel. But you should also do it because they have a fantastic content over there. And they explore very interesting questions that in a way that is mature and approachable to the total of our community, brothers and sisters all around the world. Very professional. I loved my time with them, and I talk about what a great testimony right now we're gonna speak to, the effect that something that has demonstrated proof of concept has. We have let's see, baby making machine. Let's get your raucous emojis together. Wild raucous emojis together for baby making machine, who just financially gifted over on Cash App $100. A testimony to the success that we have here in service to white well-being. $100. And not only that, but you have to remember, I mean, I had somebody write a comment, and I've got to speak to this comment. Thank you so very much, Baby Making Machine. I don't know, and perhaps you've changed your name there. I'm not sure I read that name before over here on Cash App, but I really appreciate that. That's very meaningful. And the testimony that you are giving to all of our brothers and sisters who are watching, the vagues out there who end up seeing this live run replay, that testimony is worth far more. Tack a couple zeros on there, worth far more than that $100. So you have done a tremendous good. Thank you so very much for that. And of course, you can watch a couple shows back where we talk about the kind of things that we do with the financial gifts, and there wasn't a single complaint. In fact, I've received a great many messages of, wow, I can't believe that you so thoroughly cover the bases. People wrote, so thoroughly cover the basis of the things that need to be done in a professional way. But I was just going to say that when you're also financially gifting, and you're choosing someone that you think, oh, this is a content creator I want to learn from, a content creator that I'd like to follow, a content creator that I would like to see reach the public, reach our brothers and sisters. Think to yourself, what would you want that person to look like? What would you have liked to have seen? What would you like your mother to see? What would you like your sister, your most sensitive member of your family? What kind of a person, what kind of a character do you want that person to have, that your mother, your sister, your whatever sensitive, you have a sensitive brother perhaps, or cousin, what kind of person would you like them to see? And I asked this because I received a comment about somebody writing that only psychopath or something is going to be only somebody with a broken character, with only a wretched individual is going to take us from where we are to someplace good. And that is, I've heard this, I've talked about it before here, this idea that for somebody to be touted, for somebody to be supported, and you see this by the way an audience accumulates around the basest characters, the people with the worst pasts, the people with the worst presence, the people that you would not want to leave your pet with. That these people need to stop getting our attention. We need to stop saying their names. We need to dissuade others from watching and following them as well. But there's a general trend I've seen in the white positive sphere over the years, that there's this trend, this idea, well, if the guy is a wretched human being, he beats up women or something, well, then he should have my attention, because that's the kind of person who's going to take us all the way to recovering our destiny. Hogwash. That person will fleece you. That person will take you somewhere, but it's going to be somewhere that benefits him or her, not going to benefit our community as a whole, not going to benefit our people. And it's going to be the kind of person and the kind of character that the anti-whites find it just immensely easy to go out to the public and say, look at how wretched this individual is that they have all accumulated around. But this is another one of these beliefs that we need to extirpate out of the white positive sphere. People are our greatest heroes throughout the history of Western kind have been noble and heroic people. They haven't been the basest criminals and the most disreputable wretches, rakes, monsters that people could find. You think of the greatest names. Those are the people who have taken us to the stars, literally and metaphorically. It's not been the worst of our folk. So we really need to pull this out. We need to rip it out by the roots and be done with it. So yeah, I really enjoyed my time over there with Henrik and Lana. We had a great rapport. Their family is wonderful. Their children are wonderful. And I hope that we'll be able to just step back into the closet and appear in their studio at some point again in the near future. Okay, this is something I'm going to say. I'm going to get on to these couple of community comments. Like I said, we'll be talking to Yiz shortly about the great success that she's having. We'll talk more about the news. We'll take your questions, and some of these other folks who are out there, we'll mention them and the great work that they're doing as well in service to white well-being. A big hearty thank you to every single one of you. This is something I'm not going to tolerate anymore, because we've gone by September 1st. And I don't recall who this person was. I wish I did. I've done this too many times now over the past couple of decades. I have listened to people who have predicted economic hellscapes thousands of times over the past couple of decades in the white positive sphere. I have listened to people predict economic hellscapes worse than the Great Depression, worse than any. There won't be a dollar, won't be able to buy $10,000 for a loaf of bread in just 16 months from now, in just 11 months from now, in just 8 months from now, whatever it is. I've heard these predictions, and never once have any of these people circled back and said, wow, that person was such a dumbass. Just own how much of a dumbass they are, and then say, you know what, I'm not going to make another prediction like that. Well, what's happened? We've gone by September 1st. This is the second prediction that was made by someone of prominence, and then that was restated throughout the white positive sphere, restated by conservatives, restated everywhere. I don't remember what the first date was, but the second one was September 1st. It would be economic hellscape. Guess what? Whoever that guy is, he hasn't come forward and said what a dumbass he is. You know what he'll do? What they always do, which is they're going to move that goalpost. So there was another guy, I don't remember who he is, but he's being cited. If any of you remember who these individuals are, content creators, writers, whatever they are, of fairly decent size. And I think the September 1st one was a person who's just like focused on economic stuff. There's another one that said second week of October, economic hellscape, buy all your gold and silver today, because if you don't, economic hellscape, you're not going to be able to survive. Buy up, $10,000 worth of ammunition, economic hellscape by second week of October. You know what's not going to happen on the second week of October? An economic hellscape. You know what else is as guaranteed as that not going to happen? The asshole who made that prediction coming forward and saying what an asshole he is. So unless there is some just wildly extraordinary, out of the ordinary situation that's never happened before, something absolutely brand new, unless something absolutely brand new happens, I'm not tolerating ever again another comment about economic hellscapes. I'm going to tell the person, look, here's your opportunity. Don't talk anymore about it, because it's absolutely not going to happen. And if you do talk more about it, I'm going to write it down, and then I'm going to tape it up on the wall, and then we'll revisit it, and we'll tell everybody what an idiot you are when it doesn't happen. I am sick and tired of the doom and gloom predictions that end up binding our people up so that they can't do things like Yiz and John were doing, and whoever else they were with, and that father and son team. They can't get out there and get active and save our people because they're thinking in 10 months, it's going to be economic hellscape. In 16 months, economic hellscape. Not going to be able to buy food, $10,000 for a loaf of bread, on and on. And then when it comes, they've forgotten it. It's always just out of reach. These jerks are no different than the people who claim that the world is going to melt 10 months out from now. They're no different than those. There's the same kind of doomsdayers. It's always 10 months out. It's always 16 months out. So you always have to be, you're always in this state of stress. And they are robbing us. They are robbing you. They're robbing your children. Both the economic doomsdayers and the environmental doomsdayers. They're robbing you of the life you should be living. They're robbing you of the heroism you could be achieving, because you're stuck reading these and watching these stupid videos about the end of the world because of this intricate thing here and that intricate thing there. And then it never materializes, and these people never, ever circle back. September 1st, it's the 6th. Where is that jackass? My guess is he's got another goalpost move. So I don't want to hear it anymore. I absolutely don't want to hear it anymore unless you have something really extraordinary. You were in the meeting at the Global Economic Forum. You are an invited person, and you're present, and you are on the inside. You are one of the families behind the Fed Reserve. You are in that family, and you have video of yourself there with them talking about it. You're all sitting there privately, and you pick up your cell phone and you act like you're just sending a text message to somebody else who is a infinite there in the planet Earth and sitting astride the earth, and you're actually videotaping everybody in the room. If you're one of those people, I'll listen. But from now on, never again. No more economic disaster bullshit. 2 decades is long enough of you idiots. Jesus. Yeah, and any economic comments on the threads on my videos anywhere, you're getting deleted. And if you put them regularly, you'll get banned. No more binding our activists up, our white positive activists, with these ideas that the end of the world economically is upon us. And now talking about that, some of the community comments. I see some comments. Well, look, let me actually mention this. The great Lady DF has financially gifted $10. $10. Thank you so very much. A splendid participant. She's always here. A wonderful lady. And she writes with those $10, still going free. God bless you. Thank you so much. And we have Bloofer with 5 pounds. Thank you so very much. Heaving that 5 pounds all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. And writing here, amen on the false predictions. They are particularly prominent among our religious brethren. They keep saying end of the world soon. Tiresome. Seems to promote apathy and inaction. Precisely. That is precisely what it does. Apathy and inaction. Beautifully written. And thank you so much for those 5 pounds. That's why none of you should tolerate it anymore. Think back about how many times you have heard end of the world economically predicted, and it never happened. Think about that. And then make sure that you get pissed off at those people, especially if you repeated their garbage, that you get pissed off at them. And then the next time they start talking about, hey, it's going to be end of the world, 6 months from now, you're not going to be able to buy a loaf of bread for $10,000. You can say, you know what? You're a dumbass. And I'm going to be active. I'm going to continue to engage in white positive action. And when 6 months come from now, I'm going to set maybe an alarm on my cell phone, because all of our smartphones can do this now. And the alarm is going to say, call up thus and such, tell them they're a dumbass. That's what we'll do from now on. Not going to tolerate it anymore. This is every bit as bad as the cravens who say, oh, go build your mausoleum and just hide because it's going to be so bad. Society's going to crash. And of course, the economic predictions of economic hellscape, they go along with what the cravens have to say as well. So not a surprise that those people are very often, or those comments are very often coming out of the same mouths, or asses, whatever you prefer. So here we have one, and right to my prediction, I said when it came to the National Justice Party, which we had Mike on PWR, and this past week, you can watch that on Mark Collett's BitChute channel. Just type in Mark Collett BitChute on any search engine, and it will bring up his channel. Don't use their search engine because it's garbage, and I hope they fix it soon. And you can see that, you can hear directly from Mike that and I've been receiving a lot of questions about this, so maybe I'll have to state it like maybe this week, maybe next week, I don't know. We have so many people writing me about this. The National Justice Party is not a political party. Mike clearly said that in the interview. It is not a political party. He clearly stated in the interview that a third party cannot work in the United States. He clearly stated that in the interview. This is not a party. Please stop writing me saying, why would you be opposed to representation for our people? What are you, some kind of puppy? I'm sick of that. You're idiots. This is not a party and not a political party. It's, they have pool parties, and now it used to be called Pool Party. Maybe it's National Justice Party now. It's not a political party. He clearly said that it's just for getting together. I was just thinking for a second, a positive is that you don't have to worry about, since it's not a political party, you don't have to worry about giving up your anonymity to the government when you give them money. But this is, he said that third parties can't work in the United States. They absolutely cannot. Voting and violence will not recapture our destiny. So stop writing me and asking Why don't I want a representation for our people, that I must be an international puppy? Exactly as I predicted. And I wanted to point out, I'm seeing in my comments sections, and I've seen elsewhere, and I've had reported to me as well, the exact thing I said would happen. Every single person who says that they don't like this or they don't like that about the National Justice Party, they're being attacked as puppies. Every single one. So I'm going to ask Mike, if anybody knows Mike, to make a statement, some kind of a public statement, maybe on they have this National Justice Party .org or .com or whatever it is website. Make a statement and tell people to stop doing this. Say, if you're doing this to the rest of the white positive sphere, we want nothing to do with you. We want nothing to do. And I understand that Mike is really against the infighting. So he's got to put an end to this garbage swiftly. That these people, and by the way, a couple of these folks who are doing this have the NJP logo. So I think as their avatar. So I think the best thing for Mike to do would be to say, look, anybody doing this is not part of what they're doing. And so then we'll know that those who continue doing it are anti-whites who are just undercover, who are just pretending to be white positive, or people with 60 IQs and they just want to play the villain no matter what, whatever that might be. But they need to draw a line over there to say that, look, none of these kinds of comments are going to be tolerated, and they're not from NJP, and these are not people that are going to be permitted to participate, who are attacking everyone as puppies because they don't want to destroy capitalism. They don't want to target everybody who happens to be a puppy or whatever it might be. That is despicable, and it needs to stop right away. So I wanted to make sure that we knew that. Now, we did have a financial gift from the great Lady Heidi last week that we didn't get to. She is adept, I must say, at sending in that financial gift at the last moment, so that I'm already closed the stream and the financial gift rides right on in. But I thank you so much, dear lady, and an absolutely splendid woman. Had a great conversation with her and her husband. They're a wonderful family. And last week, she financially gifted $25. Thank you so very much for that. And she was talking about my conversation with Angharad Celtic, another wonderful lady in the white positive sphere. Heidi writes, that was an amazing debate/conversation. Thank you, everyone, for all your thoughts and comments. And Jason, thank you for bringing us all together. And then she writes, and you're most welcome. Thank you for being with us. And she writes, also, Ray, I love you. You're the best. I couldn't do what I do without you. What a wonderful woman, and what a wonderful union they have there. And we're really lucky to bring the best, to what we're doing here for White Wellbeing. Dragon Lord, with a cool name, writes, this was the very first video I watched of yours. The moment you gave the rebuttal to the charge of racist. Lightning struck through the cloudiness of my mind, lighting up the otherwise murky problem as clear as day. What a time it has been since then. Thank you so very much, Dragon Lord, for that compliment and that testimony to the clarity that we bring here, and that you're able then to repeat to your brothers and sisters, friends and family, etc., and not need somebody who has studied in the white positive sphere for decades to be able to make the arguments for you. We have the great Reptile who is here today, looking forward to the School of the West graduates of 2035. All AP students, what a bright future. And he's got that the shades on the smile face. And it reminds me of that song. Was it from the 80s? The future's so bright, I got to wear shades. Wish we could play those sorts of things on YouTube. Austin, Free 16, writing here. These going free streams are so long, yet they go by so fast. That's how awesome your show is. Thank you so very much. And of course, the show is awesome because the material is changing his life for the better. Changing his life for the better. So thank you so very much for sharing that testimony. Sakis here, another great participant, writing food for thought. If 4.1 thousand people, if the 4.1 thousand people who on average view these going free streams, either live or in replay, were able to financially gift just $5 a week, That would give Jason around $80,000 a month to work with. Think about this next time you want that coffee from Starbucks, that 6-pack of cheap beer, or that chocolate bar. Well, Segas, thank you so very much for mentioning that. I haven't done that kind of math before, to think about just this sort of summing the the total of people giving smaller donations. And because my focus is for white well-being. So I know that, I feel that, well, let's back up a step. In business, if you provide a quality product or service, the money will take care of itself. The sales will take care of itself. So you need to do that. You need to then tout what you do. So you need to have quality. Then you need to tout what you do. You need to promulgate it so that folks know it exists. And then when they benefit from it, they see others benefit from it, then they'll come and buy the product or service. You don't have to focus. And I know that what you've seen in the white positive sphere, and this is a great indication of an egotist or egoist or merchant right, where they immediately are talking about how much money, if we had how much money here, how much money there. And they're actually doing, it's not like a general statement like we've said here, like if Mr. Pi were to decide to drop a few $100,000 or $1 million or something like that in untraceable bills or whatever they say in the movies, whatever it might be, so that we could really bring these ideas to fruition, so that we could have people hired, so that we could have people working on this, and a staff, etc. It would be far more effective, and we're still working in that direction. But Sekas has done for us, and what we have not done before, which is actually break down that if we just had $5 a week from each person, which is, unless you live in a cardboard box, is pretty doable. And I have been that poor, so I know exactly what it's like, and I'm still not by any means out of that out of that possibility. But if we had that from the people who were profiting, whose lives were benefiting from white well-being, from everyone whose lives were benefiting, and the people's lives around them that they were changing, $80,000 a month, we would have, like this, the organizational entity, we would have staff, we would have events, we would have distributions, we would have billboards, we would have commercials, we would be everywhere. And that is just from the people who watch this stream either live or in replay. Just from them, we could be as well, relatively speaking, because I know this is hyperbole, but we could be omnipresent compared to where we are today. It would be, we could have offices, we could have everything that we could possibly need if people, just the people who are watching these streams live or in replay, gave $5 a week to white well-being. And I can only imagine how quickly we could take what we have done, iteration 2, that I am just working. I'll say this for HB's, his satisfaction. I know he enjoys it. I don't know if he's here yet or not, but he'll see him replay. I'm lucubrating all through the night and on iteration 2, because it's far more powerful. There are things that you all have contributed, and I'm trying to remember the names of people who have contributed. So if I have forgotten somebody's name and somebody remembers and says, oh yeah, didn't thus and such say this originally or something, I'll include that. But then there are some other things that now, since the community is larger, it's more legitimized, that we can share in iteration 2, second edition of Go Free. And working on that, it's going to be far more powerful than second edition, iteration 1. And this is the direction we're going. We are going to continue. It's like having a still out in the woods, and talk about going back sort of to the heritage of many in the Midwest and in the South, and even in the Northeast in the United States, where you had they had the still in the South. Alcohol was banned. It was made illegal. And they were out there in the woods, and they had the rum runners, and you had to have those cars that looked like they were just a beat up wreck, but really had some 500 horsepower under the hood, so they could outrun the law enforcement that would chase them when they were bringing the alcohol from one place to the next. It's sort of like, and that's romantically looked back upon, and by many Americans and by folks around the world. And I think in a way, I mean, we'll be able to look back on the work that we're doing and romanticize and currently look at it and romanticize it for the good that it is, the good that it does. Back then, all they were doing was in some ways destroying people's lives with alcohol. In other ways, the best that they did there was they provided people a reprieve from the lives that these laissez-faire capitalists who just want to just rapacious, take everything out of you and work you to the blood and bone till there's nothing left. And they were just escaping that a little bit with a little bit of alcohol, perfectly understandable, all things in moderation. It's sort of like that. We're distilling going free, and with each new iteration and addition of the work that we're doing here, it is going to be more distilled, more potent, more of a cure for our brothers and sisters. And there'll be no stopping it. There'll be no stopping it. This is the kind of wave. We need the people to be healed, and then that's how we have the change. I think we might even have a comment about that, but let's keep rolling. Catherine writes here, she says, here is a caution against the time that Brant Danger goes brick and mortar. So this is a caution, Brant, listen up. And to all of us who are very excited about School of the West, that we are going to be, let me just have a quick look, make sure that, okay, everything looks good here. A cautionary tale we should keep our eyes on, but for the time that we do go brick and mortar with the absolutely beautiful institutions that we'll be able to put together. I mean, think about it. If we had if we had everybody giving $5 a week, $80,000 a month, we would be able to build the first of one of these institutions in short order. Think about that. Just think about it. And is there any place more deserving? Would you want to put your faith, your money, your time, your effort anywhere else? Anywhere from the Republican Party itself all the way down to the content creators that we see at various levels in the white positive sphere? Excuse me. Are there any of the rest of them that you feel confident that their character is good enough, that their history is clean enough, that you can predict where they would go in the future sharply enough that they would deserve that sort of empowerment to make things happen for white well-being? I think not. That's why part of the reason that we've had, and it's well known in the white positive sphere, excuse me, it's well known that, or well said, I should say, that there's very little money. And the conclusion that many people make from this, the deduction, and I always hated it, is that, well, they're just all stingy. They want change, but they don't want to do it. They don't want to pay for it. They don't want to do anything for it. Well, in part, yes. Some of these individuals are like that. But also, at least as big a part, at least 50%, is that you are the person they don't want to give the money to. You are the person that they don't want to get behind. You are the person that they don't want to participate with. If you are not the person that's right to do these things, then the people aren't going to be behind you, the good people, the people that have value, the people that will add value with their presence. So back to this, what Catherine writes here, what I think is really worth listening to. Beware of cities, she writes. An anti-white city will use permitting and regulations to undermine your mission. I saw my church's school persuaded to accept Muslims. So let's just say, because we know that Muslims are wonderful people, like every other group of people, they have good and bad people. And so what Catherine is saying here, though, is that the school was persuaded to take these people on scholarship and then tout their diversity to get various permits to require it to function. So the school was not, this Christian school was not going to be allowed to function. It wasn't going to be able to get its permits. It wasn't, and I'm sure there's a host of other things, regs that can be tied up in red tape, if they did not give scholarships, their own dollars, to the individuals that these anti-whites in the city government wanted them to do. So this is why I mentioned to Catherine that we need to get to our people. We need to heal our people with a curative contagion, because I guarantee you, many of the people in these city governments are white anti-whites. And they're sick with anti-whiteism. They're white or they're white and they're vagues and they're afraid. They think that it's immoral. They believe, and in the anti-white narrative, it is immoral to not tie up a church's illegally, unethically, tie up their permits for an anti-white outcome. You are not going to be able to get enough people elected in all time to change this. You are not going to be able to resist this violently. You have to get to these white people and heal them. That is how we recover our destiny. Again, we finally have something that will do that in Going Free. It's demonstrated proof of concept. So many times it's beyond count at this point. And we'll continue to enumerate them though. But if we can get this to these people in the city government, the example that Catherine gives here, some of them are going to say, do I choose this path of hope and light where I'm the good guy and I can feel good about myself and I don't have to be stressed all the time? Or do I choose this other path where I'm the villain and I have to be stressed all the time and I'm the immoral one? They choose the former. They never choose the latter. Or let me say, rarely will choose the latter. They have to have the presentation of Go Free. That is how we change the world. Big writes here, I feel smarter, stronger, and more free every time I listen to you, Jason. Thank you. Thank you, Big, for that testimony. And that is, of course, a testimony for Going Free. B. Promethean writes here, it is also an honor to be a part of a movement with such dedicated people who value all the beauty and value our children has brought into this world. My father told me when I was younger that a father sacrifices everything to give his children a better life. I think about this often, how nearly every white father has given so much throughout the centuries to the next generation. They've starved in famine, died of disease, fought in wars, labored endlessly for menial wage or no wage at all to give the young a chance at something better. And for some reason, we've allowed hundreds of years of sacrifice for us to go to waste, to actually revert the cycle. We deserve a better life. We deserve our cultural inheritance, but only if we're willing to fight for it and sustain it. I know I am. Thank you so very much for those very wise words, B. Promethean, and passed down from a very wise father. Epstein's plastic surgeon writes here, I listen to Jason when I want to feel better. Something about his passion and delivery. He's just so captivating and makes you feel optimistic about the future. Brother, thank you so much for writing that. And I take the compliment, but then I'm also going to pass it on to a decision that we can all make in our lives. We can choose to be the kind of person who imbibes and practices the practice of going free and share that with our brothers and sisters out there. We can be excited about it. We can make a difference in the world. This is a choice you make. Or you can choose to be one of those other versions of a much unhealthier you. You can be a doom documenter. You can watch that all day long. You can be a doom dissector. You can watch that all day long. Or you can do what we're doing here. So let's see what we have here. And I think we had a few more financial gifts come in. Where are we on time? Okay, I'll be getting over to our wonderful champion, Yiz, in just a moment. We'll be sending her a link. 5T3VO says, no white guilt. And the great Ezra St. White is here. Great to see you, dear brother. A wonderful participant, and sent me some art. I've got to look at it still. I've been so busy, but I'm going to be getting to that because we're going to be getting things up on the collectibles store so that we can have things to go, signs to go in people's yards. You can have other shirts available, bumper stickers, a bunch of things are going to be going up, and we're going to be working on so that as we come in, the election heats up and people are wondering what's going on, we'll be there with a message that will reclaim them from the perdition that they have found themselves in. Let's see. This is from Art Acrobats, a great participant in the white positive sphere. $5. Oh, writing here. Planet Nibiru never arrived. Yes, I know. What a shock. But you know what? It's on its way still. They just had a little bit of the math wrong. You know, it's going to be like another 6 months. So keep packing up your beans and toilet paper, because Nibiru, 6 more months. It's in the shadow of the constellation thus and such, and that's why it's invisible. It also has something in its atmosphere that makes it invisible. So you won't be able to see it even right before it collides. So planet Nibiru, it's on the way. Such despicable folks. And that's another that's a craven. And really the economic doomsday, that's another form of being a craven. It's the don't do anything. You just be afraid and just prepare for the doomsday that's coming 6 months, 16 months from now. Has anybody heard, or did anybody say in the live chat? I didn't see who the person was that said the September 1st. He was somebody that's like at the level of that health ranger guy as far as popularity. And he focuses on economic things the most of the time. I don't think he says anything white positive, but I don't think he's also very anti-white. I see Misty's here. Great to see you, dear lady. All right. Well, let's get the round of applause going in a big way. I don't understand, Slots. Help me out. What you're saying the financial gift is for. Just unless it's a secret. Right, you can write it in the live chat or put it in the question widget. I'd like to speak to what your financial gift is for. Ah, okay. Slots has the $5 for 52 weeks. Just financially gifted $260. $260. $5 for the 52 weeks. Thank you so much, brother. A big salute to you. My gosh, hats off. Hats off to this guy doing quadruple duty, everything that he's out in the field. He's having the discussions. Others are seeing the discussions. He's financially gifting. He's improving himself. He's improving others. And who knows how far that reach will end up going. My God, what a testimony to, and a testimony again with that financial gift. Tack on like 3 more zeros for the effect that it's going to have on everyone who hears that and sees this, that you just financially gifted $260 for $5 for 52 weeks out of the year. God bless you. My God. This is the sort of enthusiasm and dedication that I have prided myself on, that I have said to myself, the reason I'm sitting in this so many times, the reason I'm sitting in this room at the library or this room at the community center after advertising that we were going to have a meeting by myself and no one shows up is because the thing that I'm doing this for is of immense value, more valuable than everything else in the world. It doesn't matter that nobody could see me sitting there. It doesn't matter that I put up the signs for the meeting and nobody showed up and I just had to take them all down and go home again, because what I was doing was the most valuable thing I could do with my life and what any human could do with any human life. And this is the kind of thing that we are attracting. You just saw right now with Slots, $260 on top of everything else that he's doing. God bless you, brother. Magnificent. $260. All right, let's keep rolling. Let me jump around to here, because I think we had a few come in on, and then we're going to be getting to Yiz and everything going on in the world. I don't know if we'll talk about the nude prude versus the dressed prude in New York, or Kay here in Washington, D.C. You know what? I'll just say this. I can sum it up really quickly. I can breathe, and I'm alive because I don't break the law, and when police order me to do things, I obey. You might have to have at least 80 IQ points and be not just prone to violence every second of the day to be able to do that. I don't know. Maybe it's the exact opposite. I don't know. Maybe these people were all maybe died even though they did the right thing. I don't know. You can look up for yourself and discover whether it's the case. And of course, consult with anybody that calls themselves a progressive and consult with them. I'm sure they have an interesting take that you will be able to anticipate. But I can breathe, and I'm not in jail because I don't break the law, and I obey the police when they order me to do things. And that's coming from a guy who even was beat up by a police officer when there was no order to not do something. I know that police officers can be absolute dirtbags because I had a cop beat the hell out of me when I was a teenager. Well, it could have been worse. I don't want to overstate. I mean, I wasn't like, you know, dripping with blood, but I was. He gave me he let me know. He let me know. He let me know. All right, let's see what else we have here. Hansa, financially gifting $5 over here on Entropy. Thank you so very much, brother. I'm not wealthy, but here's my $5 for this coming week. Thank you so much. But this just happened because Sakis pointed this out, and then we acknowledged that what good could we do if we could contribute everybody who watches these streams just $5 a week? How easy would that be? Especially, and you know what? You know what else is interesting? I'm just going to say Hansa before, and Hansa's a great participant. Asks great questions that help to elucidate things for people who watch, the kind of things they need to know. Oh, and Ambrielle is here. Great to see you, dear lady. I put your photograph that you sent me up on my Instagram. I don't know if you have Instagram or you can see that, but you holding up Born Guilty. I put that up on my Instagram. And anyhow, so what happens when somebody like this guy, September 1st, and the other date, if anybody can remember the other date, it was like a month and a half ago or 2 months ago, because they said of all the shutdowns. And you remember me arguing that the economy would rebound? Do you remember me saying, well, they're going to shut things down. Of course, it's going to sink, and then they'll open things. It'll rebound, and there'll probably be this opening and closing. Do you all remember me saying that? I mean, you can go all the way back to my speech at the Patriotic Alternative at the very beginning of this. It's about just being sensible. It's about being reasonable. It's about seeing the world as it actually is. But what happens when folks, instead of being able to part with that $5, what happens when they end up believing one of these idiots that say economic hellscape in just 6 more months? Look, Streaky Bacon is saying he remembered me say those things. Thank you for that. What happens is they hoard their money. They hoard. I'm going to know that $5 that I could have given, and in conjunction with all of those other people giving their $5 would be $80,000 a month for an endeavor that think about it, commercials, radio commercials, certainly public access TV commercials. It wouldn't be the big channels, radio commercials, billboards, commercials in magazines and newspapers, leafleting all over the country. Think about it. Organized effort. And remember when I talked to you all during one stream when we spoke about how the organizational entity will function, and we talked about the different makeups and how this is very different from what has gone before, that would be able to be instantiated with $80,000 a month. I mean, let's be real. But it doesn't end up happening because instead of the person saying, well, this $5, well, you know, I could with this $5 buy, as Sakis said, you know, put it into a pack of beer, cheap beer, put it into cigarettes, put it into chocolate bars, whatever it might be. Instead of that, they say, oh, I can't do it because in 6 months from now, it's going to be $10,000 for a loaf of bread. So think about the damage that has done to our effort to resist what the anti-whites are doing. And then ask yourself, do these other groups of people, other races of people, do they suffer from the same thing? No. They don't suffer from the same thing at all. I mean, you look at the kind of numbers of cash that SPLC, ADL, and these sort of groups get. They're getting their $5, the equivalent of the $5 from their donors. They have much more wealthy, obviously, financial gifters. And so their equivalent of $5 might be $10,000. It might be $50,000. But they're getting their $5 from each of their financial gifters because they're dumb enough to fall for this, oh, hellscape in another 6 months. Hellscape in another 6 months. Hansa, $5. Thank you so much, brother. I'm not wealthy, but here's my $5 for the coming week. Hail, brother. Hopes for a waterfall of funding coming to you for present and future white well-being. Well, thank you so very much for that, Hansa. Maybe we should sort of crowdsource an idea here about do we set up something? I've never wanted to do that. I like people financially gifting just of their own volition when they feel so moved, when I provide. And it's also that impetus to continue healing, to continue bringing people so that more folks see it and they want to come. So I've never had this paywall sort of idea. But if anybody has some ideas, speak up at some point and direct message me or write me by way of the collectibles store. Nathaniel writes here with $10. Thank you so very much. This is for that sweet NWG billboard. White well-being should be absolutely ubiquitous. Amen. And thank you so very much for that. And we'll see. We got some surprises for you all. We've been working on some things. So when they materialize, we're going to share them. But thank you so very much for that, brother. Let's hop on up. Heathen Reckoning. Great name. Financially gifting $10. $5 for me and $5 for one of the anti-whites that will watch the stream. Oh, that is badass. Promethean hails to you. That is seriously badass. Anti-whites always costing us money. He finishes with very badass. $5 for me and $5 for one of the anti-whites. So listen, anti-white, it might be you. He just donated in favor of. How do you like that? That's a sweet burn. Sound Killer over here. Great to see you, brother. $5 over on Entropy. Weekly donation of $5 is a great idea, Sound Killer writes. Here's my weekly donation, and I'll do it from here on out. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that commitment. I really appreciate everybody who's stepping up. I really deeply appreciate you. It's very meaningful, and it shows that you have that integrity of spirit that when you have dedicated yourself to something, especially something as important as this, something that deserves your life because it gave you life, when you dedicate yourself to something like this, you bring it. It's you. It's all of you. That's the kind of people that become heroes. Those are the kind of people we hear about when you know, in America, we talk about people like, and although we hate brothers' wars, we still laud our heroes in those wars on both sides. We laud them. But we talk about people like Audie Murphy or Sergeant York or Desmond Doss or in the United States. We talk about heroes of all stripes. We talk about the doctor, what's his name? The German, what was it, the German doctor? Maybe somebody could look him up, or I almost just had his name, that invented the procedure for dilating the arteries around the heart. What is that guy's name? I almost just had it again. If somebody has it, tag me and we'll speak to that. We laud all of these people, and you all have that same sort of guiding light, that same sort of integrity that says, stand up and do the right thing. Now's the time to do it. And this is the right place to do it. So thank you so very much. Thank you to all of you who have stepped up and done the right thing when you were called upon to do the right thing from your hearts. Question widget really quickly, and then we're going to get over to, in fact, let me go ahead and get our dear Yiz the invite so that we can get her backstage. Okay, and I will send that over to her, and we'll get her backstage and get her ready to come on to talk about some of the great success. Oh, I want to say, though, and right before we bring her on, I want to play this video that she made. I think is pretty great, so that you all can see it. Really, maybe I'll put it on like double speed. We'll get through it quickly. She'll sound a bit higher pitched, but we'll understand. Over on the question widget, we have Donning Armor. No questions, brother. Just wanted to say that I'm going into detox in 4 days. I want you to know it was you and people like you, as well as the white positive community, that have helped me. Thank you. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. And we wish you the absolute very best. 4 days in, right back out, and get back to going free. Body is your temple, man. And God, I love you. Thank you for writing in and sharing that with us. We wish the best for you. We know you're going to come out stronger than ever before. And thank you so much for sharing that. It's the love that we're doing, the love for our people, that has helped to motivate you. Let's get a round of applause and encouragement for donning armor and the step that he is taking. That is really heroic. Thank you so much, brother. And it looks like Elaine is wondering about the doctor. And no, that doesn't ring a bell. But thank you for looking. Let's see here. El Ronder says, Jason, have you checked out the trailer? Oops. What happened? Where did it go? Have you checked out the trailer of the Contra Culture game that will be released this month, the 15th? A great way to tell our story. I have not seen it. And maybe don't delete it. Don't delete your link there in the question widget. Leave that up, and I'll hopefully get to it in just a bit. Vogish Warrior, how did your father react to you going free? I know your mother objected to it at first due to receiving repeated calls from anti-white school teachers. My father was, thank you for the question, Vogish Warrior. My father was, had some really basic rules. He taught mostly by example. And he said, you don't, it was kind of simple in some of these situations. He was like, you don't get yourself locked up. You got to always do the moral thing. You got to always do the right thing. And you'll know that in your heart. What is the moral and the right thing? Do right by people and they'll do right by you, but you don't allow anybody to take advantage of you. You never allow anybody to walk over you. And always keep an eye out for, the ne'er-do-well you'll know the ne'er-do-well. You'll know the bad guy, the bad girl as well when they present themselves. He also said, don't have any babies out of wedlock. So he had some stern and very simple and very straight rules. And so when stuff was going on back in junior high school, as long as I was obeying, not breaking any of those rules, he was pretty much okay with it. If he saw, marks on my face, from fights, he would just say, how'd the other guy turn out? And it would be a brief conversation about that. But let's see, what else do we have here? Ross says, I created an NWG pamphlet. Do you have an email so you can idiot-proof it? Yeah, well, you can write me on my NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com website. There's a way to contact me there, and you can attach documents there. So please do that, NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. And we'll talk. Thank you for doing that. Also, is it illegal to put these pamphlets in people's mailboxes? Yes, at least in the United States. I don't, you can put them on, like in the United States, and might be the same elsewhere, but they have the little flag. By the way, just as a tip, since things have changed so much in the United States, don't put this flag up. If you're going to pay a bill and you have a check in the envelope, do not put the flag up unless you live in, the most pristine environment. Because what happens is criminals of all races now, since the morality has so changed in the United States, they see that flag up and they know, there's going to be a bill payment most likely in there. They grab your check and out of the mailbox, and then they go try to wash it or copy whatever it is that they can do to then go get your information and cash your check, all that kind of stuff. If you just put the envelope, if you regularly get mail and you put the envelope in your mailbox, when the mailman or woman opens up the mailbox, they'll see there's an envelope in there, and they'll see that there's a deliver to address, and they'll take it. They won't leave it. If you don't receive mail often, then I would suggest probably going to the post office to drop off a letter. But you can If you're going to put a leaflet at the mailbox, you can put it where that flag is. Just wedge it in there really good so that it doesn't get blown away. And you see business advertisements there all the time. It's perfectly legal to do so. But check with your city and your county regulations. This is a federally, as far as I know. That was one of the things I looked into years ago when I produced less content, many years ago when I produced less content, and I pushed more and made recommendations for other people's content. And then he looks like it maybe even wrote, can I just stick them between the, yes. So already Ross was ahead of me. Beautiful. Glad we're on the same track there. Yes, that's exactly what you do. It's much easier to do anyhow. Never open their mailbox up. That's actually a federal crime. Bluefer writes here, or I'm probably mispronouncing. Let's see, what did you write before? He says, love the sarcasm about Nibiru predictions. Too many of them, I notice, seem to chant the mantra of end of the world to the point where it is obviously the majority of them that believe the end of the world is nigh nonsense. Yeah, it is a persistent, talk about a persistent problem. The persistent problem are these people claiming that the end of the world is near. There used to be much more in religion, many more claims. There used to be much more widespread about like Jesus is about to come back. That has, thankfully, that has diminished. Pardon me, from where it used to be. It's still prominent, but diminished from where it used to be. And in its place now is the end of the world economically. Bravo Sierra, almost screwed up there. And then as a consequence, we see what happens in our communities. We see people saying, boy, everybody here is just so darn stingy. First Lady of American Theater just financially gifted $25. Thank you so very much for that kind financial gift to the cause of white well-being. And she writes, thank you, with a beautiful little tulip emoji. Thank you so much. It's funny how when I first started seeing emojis, I thought, this is the dumbest Sierra I've ever seen. Why would anybody ever use an emoji? And now I realize they've grown on me. They're quite fun. And it's actually nice to receive a little flower emoji from a lovely lady and the $25 financial gift. So thank you so much. Who would have guessed it, that the emojis would grow on me? Those who have known me for a long time knew that I was really resistant. Vogish Warrior, guessing the doctor's name, that doesn't look familiar either. Look up the doctor who created catheterization. He did it actually in Germany. He did it to himself the first time. As I recall the story, he came up with this idea. He said, we can go in, we can inflate this, we can push the plaque back, dilate the artery. And I want to try this on somebody. And the doctors voted absolutely no. It's going to kill somebody. You get that thing near somebody's heart. And so he conspired with another doctor or with like a tech to stay late at the hospital one night. And he went down in the middle of the night with this like tech or whatever to help him. And when he got to the OR, he was confronted by one of the doctors who objected. And he had a fist fight with that doctor. That's how bad he wanted to do this. And he won the fist fight. And then he sat down after winning a fist fight, and he picked up a scalpel and he opened the artery on his wrist and then fed the catheter all the way up to his heart and did the catheterization process, brought it back out, sewed himself up, and proved that it could be done without immediately killing the patient. Lord Groiper says hello. That's one badass. I don't care what. I wouldn't care if he wasn't white, if he was somebody else. That is one serious badass. He would get a salute from me. Let's see. Pib Thought Criminal. No, that name doesn't ring a bell either for him. Hansa says, if it's a rural route or even a home, which doesn't often get mail, the carrier may not pick it up. for a long time. I used to carry U.S. mail. Well, there you have it, right from the mail carrier's mouth. So make sure, if you live in a really rural area and you've never had an issue with the mail being stolen out of the mailbox, then please do not put your bills in the mail and keep the flag down. The mailman will drive right on by, or mailwoman drive right on by, and your bills won't get paid on time. So obviously use some discernment. If you have to put the flag up and you're having no issues in your area, put the flag up. Vogish Warrior, no, that name doesn't look right either. No, the reason I looked it up is because both my parents had to have the procedure done, and I thoroughly studied the procedure, exactly how a surgeon would perform it and what to expect and the verbiage associated, so that I could speak intelligently with the surgeons and doctors who would be working on my parents. And thankfully, it always went well. Elaine Sabatino says, I've been planting Jason's flyers around my town. God bless you, dear lady. That is white positive activism. Vogish Warrior says, emoji shaming is anti-white. Well, we don't do it. So then we're good. All right. I might have to look his name up again. All right, let's see. I think that is, I just saw another come in. Here we go. One of the best names out there. Goodness, greatness. Financially gifting $20 over here on Cash App. Thank you so very much. Goodness, greatness. Supporting your positivity. $20. A great testimony. And again, for those anti-whites who are watching, you were just gifted in your name, and now you just witnessed somebody else who gave a financial gift of $20, because here we're positive for white well-being, and you're not going to make us feel shame about being positive and caring for our people and our people's well-being. Moy writes over here with $15 on Entropy. Cheers, brother, and hail the folk. Amen to that. Promethean hails to you. Thank you so very much for those $15 on top of what we're doing here for white well-being. It's going to make a big difference. And did we get, I thought we had another one come in. Donning Armor came back with a no question, brother. Just wanted to say, okay, that we read. Was there another one? Looks like it disappeared. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Nathaniel writes over here, since you've been discussing end of the world doomers frequently in the stream, I'm curious, have you found any effective ways of dispelling apocalyptic delusions in people you talk to? Mockery, believe it or not, but you in a lighthearted way, in a lighthearted way. So I've come upon, as you might imagine, regrettably, a great many doomsdayers in the white positive sphere, because I have no doubt that some of these big organizations, anti-white organizations, they pay people to get into these communities, and in the past it was write articles. Now it's so much easier on the internet, and to encourage these sorts of ideas, these scare tactics, so that people, they turtle up instead of getting active for white well-being. Of course, I have no doubt that if the government, anti-whites in the government wanted to, felt so inclined, they would be doing it as well. But I'm sure they're not, or that they're doing it, but in World of Warcraft. So they would do the same thing as well. So I've come across them. So what I do is I just say, I put a big smile on my face. So this is obviously a face-to-face scenario. I put a big smile on my face. By the way, thank you for the question, because that's Nathaniel, so that we all can change these folks' minds and get them doing something productive. So I put a big smile on my face, and you can use your discernment. You could do this without being in person too. And I just say, oh, come on. Yeah, I've heard that so many times. It's just silly. It's just childish stuff. It's just to keep you from doing something that's actually productive for the cause, for our people, for white well-being. And tell me you're not. Just tell me that you're not foregoing activities that are going to work for us, that are going to accomplish something for us, because you believe that Nibiru is about to hit. It's been about to hit for 100 years or whatever when they first came up with the idea. It was always about to hit. You know, Jesus was always about to come back. I mean, and then I say, this is going to happen whether you worry about it or not, right? And then they say, well, yeah. And you're not going to really survive the apocalyptic hell of a planet collision or Jesus coming back or economic disaster of $10,000 for a loaf of bread. You're not going to have enough money to survive that. So why not just get active for white well-being and then just find out whether or not this is going to happen at that given date. And I say to these people, I can guarantee you when that date arrives, everything's going to be just fine. It always is. Nothing happens. I mean, honestly, socially as a people, how many times do we have to hear about the apocalyptic end of the world? It seems like for most people get it, that every time somebody predicts the end of the world in some fashion, it always fails. It doesn't come to fruition. And this is something I've also shared to sort of make it a little less tense. And that is that there was a British comedian by the name of Benny Hill, who's now long dead. And he said in one of his jokes, I can't remember the verbatim, but he essentially said, we'll just say John Smith, that John Smith predicted that in the year 1972, the world would end. And for him, it did. So that's a way to kind of break the ice up a little bit and get moving on to and then encourage them. Come on, man, let's do something that's legitimate. Let's do something real. So this is what I'm going to do really quickly. I want to play this video from Yiz, and before I do that, and we'll talk to Yiz for about 30 or so minutes, and very excited about that. I want to salute Yiz before we bring her on. I want to salute John, anybody else that she'll say participated by whatever name they want to go under, whatever it is, or if they don't want to even be known, we'll just salute the ether. And I also want to salute the father and son that we saw in the video on Twitter from the leaderless resistance team, or the whole leaderless resistance team, wherever and everywhere that they are, because apparently there are a great many places. They claim, ladies and gentlemen, to have distributed over the past couple years easily over 100,000 flyers. 100,000. And United States, Canada, and the UK, maybe elsewhere. We'll talk with that individual, not today, but in the future. We'll talk with him. And what a absolutely heartening video that was of him and his little boy. Think about the kind of things that a father and son can do. I mean, we go fishing, we could play sports, we could go camping, we can go to the racetrack, we can go shooting. So many cool things. We can study astronomy, right? We can go out and even learn the names of like all of the birds, all of the flowers, and then record all of that. All things that could be useful to you. The phases of the moon, ways to find your self through and navigate through the forest when you don't have a compass, and all of these different things that a father and son can do. Mother and daughter, father and daughter, mother and son. Think about those sorts of things. And now we're at such a state that we can add something just as wholesome to it. And that is working together to bring well-being to our people and therefore to the lives of the participants engaged in that activity, most poignantly and importantly, those babies, those children that are going to be participating. In what ways can you as a parent, as an uncle, as an aunt, as a grandparent, as a step-parent, as a godparent, in what ways more can you do more good than to get out into the world and help to change it from an anti-white environment to a white positive environment? I dare say there's very little that you can do. You can sit down, we can have the conversation about sex. You can have the conversation about drugs and drink and that sort of thing. You can sit down, you can have the conversations about different kinds of environments and where you don't want to be and signs to look out for, things not to overlook, even though the anti-whites want you to overlook them. You can talk about all of those things, and certainly that's going to have a major impact on their lives. But getting out there and getting a message of love, hope, and redemption to our brothers and sisters, that is at the very top of something you can do with those young ones to help change their world so that when you're gone, they're not fighting in a literal hellscape. That's not because of some bizarre economic disaster that happens 2 seconds before Nibiru hits and the sun explodes. I mean, what else? And Jesus comes back all at once. That's going to be something that is actually going to prevent their hellscape, their anti-white hellscape, becoming increasingly real by the day from happening. There's just nothing more worthy. So a big salute to them. A big salute to the little boy. If you all are listening and you don't have my books, I would love to send you Go Free and Prometheus Rising as well. I'll sign them to both Father and, most importantly, to Son, because I know he's going to end up doing magnificent things, being a big hero in service to white well-being. So let's jump over to this video real quick. We will watch Yiz, and then we'll bring her on live. How does that sound? All right, do this. And it should be, let's see, right there.
The last 3 days have been fantastic. I am almost completely dead of voice, but I need to keep making content, so forgive the scratchy voice and how exhausted I am. What I want to show you is just how successful that the flyering and the interviews and the talking to people went, especially around that liberal campus that we went to. So I direct you to Twitter. ETSU is East Tennessee State University. This is the place that we targeted. So in the 5 to 6 mile area around this big liberal arts campus, we put out around 2,000 flyers, shook a lot of hands, flyered about 1,200, 1,300 cars, put flyers down in a lot of parking garages, apartment buildings, places that were open to the public, street side where you could walk by and just put flyers under people's doormats, that kind of thing. Put out about 2,000 flyers. And the flyers, which look like this, as you can see, are absolutely white positive and say nothing negative or denigrating against any group or person. And they even invite people of all types to participate in white well-being. Now, going back to Twitter here, let's look and see what is trending when you look at ETSU. ETSU. Oh my goodness. Ball Hall administrator and art curator caught on video pushing anti-white Marxist lies about history, current events, and the good white people of this country. Will ETSU address this? In the lies. No white guilt. And here's the spicy interview that I did with those two women at the art building. And then down here, oh, what do we have? Oh, we have local news, local real news, ETSU campus, stepping up security patrols. Oh, well, let's take a look at this. What on earth could this be?
ETSU campus security stepping up patrols after racially toned flyers were distributed without permission. That's the word from ETSU spokesperson Joe Smith. It follows an email to all students about the flyers that were placed on cars and parking lots. Smith says it isn't known how widespread the distribution was. Students were told the message does not align with the mission and values of ETSU, and that placing them is a violation of university policy.
All right, so we hear that right there. They even said on the local news, the content of these flyers does not meet with the mission or values of ETSU. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? If we scroll down, we find that the ETSU campus paper has no white guilt in the headline. Campus flyers read no white guilt, and yet they will not show you what the flyers are, will they? No, they won't. But in a statement released Thursday afternoon, which is the day that we hit the campus, we hit Wednesday night and Thursday all during the day, officials said that the content of the flyers does not align with the mission and values of the university. All right, now, so we have that. So let's go back to Twitter. University has no white guilt in the headline now. And then we scroll down under the top. Speaking of in-your-face stuff, here's the juicy interview that we got. Now, keep in mind, this is all under searching for ETSU. We see, oh, what about this? What about Keith Johnson, the Vice President of Equity and Inclusion? What we're seeing here is the results of activism.
I don't know if that's the end of the video or not, but here she is.
Hey.
Yes.
How's my audio today?
Oh, it just it was about 3/4 of the way through and then was loading. But we'll have you jump in right there, and we'll have you tell us the rest. Your audio is fantastic.
Okay. All right. I don't really recall what is in the last part of the video. It's only about 5 or 6 minutes long, so there's not much left there, I don't think.
All right.
But I'm pretty sure what the video leaves off is just saying that this is only the beginning of the awareness campaign against the university, because with all the awareness I've kicked up and with the local news and with the school newspaper talking about this and making 2 edits and updates already, when people are back after Labor Day weekend, a bunch of different voices with a few different phone numbers I can control are going to start calling and demanding answers and demanding people to say, hey, how come this non-white, anti-white gentleman is saying that no white guilt disagrees with the campus mission and values? I thought white well-being would be a good thing. How come the person that is speaking for your campus says that that's not in tune with your values? This is a perfect example of why this lexicon is so excellent when you use it right. So hopefully in the next few weeks to come, I'm going to be able to force some of those people to maybe talk to me, but probably not. Probably the best we can hope for this is maybe get a local journalist from one of the local papers to do a piece on it, or maybe force somebody to make a public apology or a redaction, something like that. That's realistically, that's probably all that will happen. But I'm going to push and hope for the best with this. So,
I gotta just say really quickly. First of all, deep thank you for your activism and service to white well-being. It's absolutely splendid getting out and doing something real. And I want to have you talk to in just a moment first I think in just a moment how it makes you feel to be able to do that, and then second just an overview of the activities that you all did, and you kind of spoke to your expectations there already. So the overview. So first, how it made you feel being able to do this, how you feel in the couple days after, and an overview of what all you actually did. But before I say that, I just want to point out, this is for the folks. I get so frustrated. I just got to say, for the folks out there who will say, "Oh, just leafleting. That's not gonna." What you need to do is you need to have some sort of position that looks just like the bad guy in the anti-white narrative, and just hold that position and say ugly things on the internet. That's when you're doing something. No, when you get out and you take a message that works, the message of going free works. We know it. Period. There's no debate there. Like nothing else that has come before. You take this message that works and you get out into the world with it, and you begin leafleting. You're putting that curative contagion in people's hands. And then when you do things like Yiz has done here, have a very polite conversation. I watched this video of her in the museum there. I really don't even want to call it a museum for what it's just. It's like this den of white erasure. She went in there and she had this polite conversation and repivoting the conversation again and again back to, isn't this about no white people? Isn't this about erasing all the white people? And I love that first word. She scored the home run. The battle was over. The opponent was like, I don't want to say she was, but we'll put it this way. The opponent was just struck dumb with giggles because she was so horribly defeated by Yiz. In the first,
I prefer eviscerated.
She was eviscerated with giggles. Within seconds of this conversation starting, it was truly glorious. If you can do that, if you can do better, and you polite and etc., and you want to stop making these little ignorant comments on the internet and running good white people away from us, that the kind of people that we actually need, then go out and demonstrate that you can do better. But it's sort of like the challenge is down. This is fantastic. And Yiz is then saying, let's take it another step. Let's hear these people. Let's talk with these people. Let's see if they'll have a conversation with us, and let's get them to either openly say, look, white well-being is not in line with our belief system here at this university. Okay, let's make that known to the world that
Yes.
that is your position now. You are the immoral one here. It is immensely moral to serve white well-being and to want to put an end to white erasure. You want to serve white ill-being and to white erase. Let's let everybody know that. Let's let the students know that. Let's let the alumni know that. Let's let everybody know that this is your position when it comes to white people. They have to be anti-white. They have to hate themselves because if they don't, then they're evil. Then they're all of these names that they're heretics, these names that the anti-whites want to give to them. So this is, I couldn't be prouder of you. Thank you so much for everything you did and everybody who helped you, your entire team. And so first, again, I'll just restate how it made you feel to be able to do it, because I know that one thing is now, and again, ladies and gentlemen, don't, this is one caveat here. Don't be reckless. Don't think, oh, I'm going to march into some place where it is, you know, I've never had a confrontational type of discussion in my life where I've disagreed with somebody. I'm going to go into some place and I'm going to say the antithesis is moral of the day's anti-white morality. And, you know, start smaller, grow up your strength for these conversations. You know, if you're going to have a lifetime of being the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. So, and make sure you get educated, make sure you train yourself, do these conversations in private, online, etc., before you try to take it to this level. But once you can, do it in a safe way, as Yiz and her partners did there, and then make it go viral, make it go wild. And so we'll hear from Yiz on the issue of, well, did you have some nervousness? How did the victory feel, the glory feel? You know, how did that feel to you when you walked away from that? And then again, over to the overview of what you all did.
Well, first of all, I feel great, but I've been riding the high because I've barely slept since then. The people that helped me came in from out of state, one of whom who, you know, will remain unnamed and unidentified other than the name John, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He and another accomplice that came to help me, or I should say an associate who came to help me. They came from out of state and they arrived Wednesday night and we got to work. And I barely slept that night, and then I barely slept the next night. And I've barely been able to sleep this weekend because I've been hitting Twitter and email and YouTube, and I've got like 200 video clips I'm trying to edit. I've got 4 or 5 little interviews I'm trying to put together. And it's just so much raw footage. And I'm also having to stay on Twitter and hammering those retweets, hammering those hashtags, hammering those @ signs, trying to keep all of this at the very top of the university's feed all the way until Tuesday when everybody goes back to work. Because I want everybody to be talking about, hey, what the hell is this? What happened? Because that, I think, is how I'm really going to force some interviews and maybe even force a local journalist to go do something about it. So I really got to get some sleep tonight. But anyway, I feel great. It feels wonderful. I like knowing that what I do matters in a positive way, and I think is really going to help wake people up, because you and I both know if you back one side of the dog and pony show in politics, or you throw in your hat with one of these, you know, we're going to fix everything genius plans, it's not going to wake up the millions of people we need to unify and be aware of this stuff and all start acting together towards white well-being. So I feel like I've really contributed to our people in a major way doing this. And a lot of it might just be positive thinking, but I really do feel like that I made a tremendous difference. And I think that already, I didn't put this in the short video, but I've already taken 30 or 40 screenshots just in case the people involved start to delete the tweets of people from the university, part of the Democratic Socialists Union of the university, already arguing with me, taking the bait about, oh, these flyers are, quote, super racist. These flyers are white supremacists. You know the anti-white slurs that they call these things. Yes. So I bait them, just like I baited that first woman with ignorance about me not knowing what a banjo was. Can you believe she fell for that? Can you hear this accent? How does this accent not know what a banjo is?
I know.
You walk right into it, man.
You're so like, it's round, right? It's kind of round.
Yeah, it's the round thing that goes plunk or whatever I said. I don't remember. But anyway, I'm doing the same thing on Twitter with these other people, not necessarily because I want them to be humiliated. I also want that, but because I want the dozens or hundreds of people that might see it this week at the university to see them humiliated by truth, logic, and reason from my tweets and words that I use. And that is where we win. That's where we start, because most people are vagues. Only like 2 to 5% of everybody in the country is really politically motivated or even racially aware at all. And the people that are just vaguely aware of this stuff, they're the ones that all this echo effect is really going to reach. And I think that's where I can matter the most with what I'm doing. So I think that answers your first two questions. Do you want me to get into more of the particulars of what we did and the structure of it and all that?
Yes, please do.
Okay. A few weeks ago when I was on your stream like this one for the first time, I talked about not having anybody to help me and how it's unwise doing the dangerous things I want to do going solo, because it's so much easier to get pinched, to get attacked, for a cop to look into you. But when you have a guy or two with you and you're all well dressed and you carry a bag or you have a briefcase, people just look you by because you guys look like people that are, you look like professionals, or you look like people who are, you know, part of a youth ministry or something like that. And then people in this area, they're just like, oh, okay, those people deserve to be here. But if you're just one person walking around looking at stuff, you know, it's a lot easier to get the heat on you, even if you're not at any danger of being attacked, which I don't think we were. This is a very safe area. Speaking of it being a safe area, one of the reasons I chose this area is I knew this university because a person who's an associate, I won't mention because she has to stay private who she is feeding me information about this university. So I knew on the ground going in, even though this is like a 93% white area and votes relatively right, relatively Christian, relatively conservative, you see a lot of rebel flags, a lot of, you know, Gadsden flags and stuff. The university itself is particularly cancerous with the kind of thing that we're fighting. So I knew that I would find what I wanted there, and there would be tremendous blowback from parents and from people that already go there that weren't aware of this nonsense going on. So I wanted to go in there, hit it hard with people. So anyway, I got excited. The guys that came down, we knew that before we went in, we wanted there to be awareness and people waking up the day of being, what the hell is this? So people would be talking about it. So I don't remember how many. You'll have to watch the first video, which I'm going to make go. I've already got it edited and uploaded. I just have to click make it go from unlisted to public here after the stream of the raw composite videos of the first night. And we hit a whole bunch of parking lots, no parking garages the first night, but tons of apartment buildings in the nearby city and urban environs, not too far away from the university. And then I think it was maybe 700 or 800 that we did that night. And of course, it was late, so we didn't get any person-to-person stuff that late at night. But I think, well, maybe John talked to a couple of people I didn't see. But the next day, when we were doing stuff during the day, we did get to go right up to people, hand them flyers, talk to them, and say, "Hey, I love you, sister. You know, you've got community here. I think you'd be an excellent candidate to be a part of White Wellbeing. I love that smile on your face. You know, stuff like that." Like I told you privately, Jason, I was in sales and I've done a lot of this kind of stuff before, going into communities. So I've got that gift of gab, they call it in the South, you know. And so going up to people was really fun. Most of that I don't have on camera because clearly I don't just walk around recording, you know, because I don't have the kind of battery or camera strength yet with the equipment I've got. So most of those little interactions I didn't get to record, but there were a few dozen, counting all three of us that were doing it, of really positive reactions with people. This big buff guy, man, he must have been like 6'4" or something. John walked up to him, and I was within earshot, but he looked all tough and gruff when he saw John getting ready to hand him a piece of paper or something. Yeah. I couldn't really tell what he said, but I think it was an immediate change of, yeah, I can't stand that S or something like that, whenever he realized what the flyer was about. So it was an immediate change of character that was really cool. John can tell you about that. He actually asked for you to call him when you can tonight. He'd like to add some other stuff that might just be between the two of you or something. But that was with John. You can ask him about that interaction. But anyway, I'm getting off topic again. These people came to help me do this. The first day we hit the main targeted university where all this stuff I've been talking about so far happened. For about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, we walked around campus. We hit both parking garages. We hit all the faculty parking we could get to. And one of the greatest things, right, we had been doing it for about an hour. When I was going to pick up the other two just on the outskirts of campus because I didn't want, you know, my car to be recorded or anybody to see my license plate in the campus. So on the outskirts, I was picking them up, and I saw, like most universities, they have police officers that you know, patrol the area. And it was a police officer out of his vehicle picking up the flyers and taking them off some of the faculty cars, right? And when I drove by with my two guys, he looked at me, and look, Jason, he did this. He looked at me, and when we made eye contact, he goes, Like that.
Yeah.
Like he got it. He knew what was up, but he had to do his job and take all them off anyway. So that was really uplifting and made me feel good. Because he was like a 55-year-old white guy, you know, and I'm sure that he gets what the flyers are about. I'm sure he got it. And that was really uplifting and fun. So after we got all the flyers out on campus, because we went in concentric circles closer to my target. Speaking of the target, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the two ladies that I interviewed, the two anti-whites at the art exhibit.
Yes.
The reason that we targeted this is because this week there was an exhibit, a BLM anti-white art exhibit called Black Diaspora from Africa to Appalachia to Afrolachia, Changing the History.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's pretty obviously Marxist on the surface. And to anybody that's not a complete artard, it's obviously anti-white on the surface, too. Changing the name of Appalachia to Afrolachia, changing the history. Now, some of the art exhibits were actual art, but like 60 or 70% of them were very blatantly anti-white, clear ideological Marxist nonsense. Like you know, you'll see in all the BLM stuff.
Right.
So they were going to have that evening some kind of gathering and speech about the art project and what it meant. That's what we were trying to get to. But we found out once we got on campus and started walking around, it got canceled because of the COVID stuff, and they were only going to do it online. So we were like, dang it, we're going to miss that out. I don't want this to be a bust. I want to get in front of somebody. So we walked around asking where the museums were, asking where the things would be in person since the gathering at the library got canceled. And we eventually tracked down where it was 3 buildings later. And we waited for a while. And this is not on the video yet, but while we were waiting, they have a guest book, right?
Uh-huh.
And it had been there for many days. I think it had been there for 7 or 8 days already. Well, I didn't want to do anything truly offensive. So I didn't write over anyone's name that had already been in there and signed in. But I turned all the way back to the beginning of the book. And in all the blanks I could find on all the pages, I wrote "No white guilt, white lives matter" on all the pages. So whenever later, I'm sure they were angry after the interview. And whenever somebody's going to go look through those 8 or 9 days of the project's guest book, they're going to see "No white guilt, white lives matter" on the pages. And that's just, so I have a little video of that I took when nobody was looking that I'll be uploading on my channel. So we finally got a hold of, I don't know their actual faculty titles, but they are senior faculty. One is a lady, the anti-white lady I spoke with first. She is some kind of elder position in the art department, and she's the curator of the art exhibits that come to the campus. The second lady, the anti-white, non-white, she was the administrator of the building. So she clearly works in campus admin. So she's not involved with the art project. But she was the one that defended it the most. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
The administrators being the most ideologically driven. Who would have guessed, Jason?
Yes.
So I got both of them to get in front of me. They took the bait. We've already talked about that. I'm glad you agree with the tactics that I chose. You being an excellent speaker and knowing how to motivate people, you probably saw the angle I was taking from the beginning when it started, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the way that it ended up, I couldn't have asked for anything better because they asked me the perfect leading questions back and I got to take the reins. And the whole thing is only about 15 minutes long. We actually lucked out and got most of it. We only missed out on like the last 60 to 70 seconds of us being escorted out. And after I defeated the anti-white, non-white lady at the very end, who I don't know who she is. I don't know if she's a student or whatever. The one that came up and said, "You're attacking that person," and said the usual anti-white rigmarole.
Mm-hmm.
After I approached her and she turned around and I said, "Yeah, that's what I thought." After she knew my battery died, then she turned around and got hostile.
Yeah.
And she followed us out of the building and said, "Oh, I've got you. I'm going to put you on Facebook and this other stuff." And she called us an anti-white slur. And she followed us for like 30 seconds. But I told my wingmen not to engage. I said, "We can't control this media. Don't feed her anything." Yeah. We didn't say anything. We just turned our backs and left because there's no point in engaging when it's not going to mean anything. So,
right.
And I knew that if I stopped and engaged, that security would be moments away. So we walked all the way off the campus, like an entire mile to get back to my car, which wisely was not on the campus, of course.
Yeah.
And
well done.
And we got all the way back with the footage. So I definitely encourage everybody to watch that all the way to the end. And I don't want to spoil the words that I put at the end, but I had a brilliant stroke of poetic genius when editing the video. And I put some wonderful words that I think you'll approve of because of their poetic twist of narrative at the very end of my video, the last few seconds. So.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. So, well, I got really excited and kind of lost my place. Guide me and tell me what you want me to talk about next, or ask me questions about what we did, please. Oh, wait, no, I have an entire other day. I forgot we have an entire next day.
Yeah.
Okay. So we went and got dinner after that. We were riding high on adrenaline. And that night we gave out like another 1,000 flyers all around the campus at the housing buildings and everything that we missed. Then we went to another area towards a trade school and a community college about 10 miles away. Excuse me. And then we had a rest for a few hours, and then we got up early in the morning and started after it again about maybe 9 or 10 a.m.
Nice.
And my goal was to go to the community college and the trade school, and that's where I wanted to get a lot of videos. But unfortunately, it was Labor Day weekend, and a lot of the classes at a trade school don't meet on Fridays. So it was skeleton crew. Almost nobody was there, but a bunch of faculty were there. I got one interview, or no, maybe, well, I forget already. I'll have to look at the videos. I got 1 or 2 videos with a student and one with a new faculty. And let me tell you this. So we'd been walking around flyering everywhere at the community college, right? And so we go into the administration building, and there's some guys in there, all faculty getting ready to have a meeting. And I bumped into a guy, and I started talking to him about what we were doing, why we were there. And I started talking to him about the big liberal university, right? And, you know, trade schools and liberal arts universities, they always, you know, they playfully fight back and forth.
Right, yeah.
And I told him what we had done the day before. Uh-oh, I lost my feed.
No,
you still there?
You're there. Yeah, I see you.
Oh, my camera just refreshed. I'm sorry. I don't know why it did that. Anyway, whenever I told him what we did, he was already laughing. And I said, and look, the whole rig, I said, the fuss that we kicked up was over this. And I handed him a flyer. And I promise you, this was his face. Watch me. He opened it up and goes, oh. And I said, yeah, you get it? And he goes, oh, man, that's great. Because he knew exactly what it was going to do up there at that liberal university. So I built a good rapport with him. And he was in a hurry to get to that faculty meeting as well, because I think it was 1 or 2 o'clock, and they were having their last meeting of the week before the weekend. But he said, give me your email address, because I would like you to talk to the dean of the community college. I think that you would have a great interview with him, because this is the framing. I said, I'm an independent journalist, and I'm looking into the encroachment of destructive anti-white Marxism in our educational institutions. And I'm wanting to interview students and faculty to make sure we keep this cancer out of our great area. And he was very receptive to that. And he said, I think that you should come talk to the dean. And he sent me an email on Proton Mail, my new Proton Mail account. And I'll be emailing him back for Tuesday morning when school's back in session. And hopefully I can set up an interview with the dean of this trade school to talk directly to him and get a proper form interview talking to him about the endemic anti-whiteism in our universities. So that'll be great content too. That'll really hopefully kick up other stuff and get other people activated to do the same at their schools.
Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. How exciting.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's fun because I love making content and feeling like I matter and feeling like I can contribute, not just to our community, not just to get more views on YouTube, but I've been questing for meaning in my life because I want to matter. And I think I can matter on a small scale to people, but I want to matter more in a more healthy way that I think can actually fight against our real enemies, which are all the things we talk about all the time, all the anti-white stuff. And I feel like this is how I can do it. I feel like I'm a good sort of community director, getting people together to talk on my community streams. And I feel like I've really found a great calling of mine, which is just getting in front of people, telling them the truth, and seeing if they'll talk to me about it. So the more help that I get and the more funding I can get to get better equipment, because right now we're just working on my phone and one extra battery pack that's 6 years old. So I really need to get better equipment. But if I could get better equipment and get a regular helper or two, John said that he'll drive with me and go pretty much anywhere on the Eastern Seaboard. So I've got at least one helper there. But I would like to get more people involved in other cities, especially ones that know the lay of the land and can tell me places to flyer and tell me staff, faculty, or maintenance men that might be conducive to doing personal interviews, even if they have to stay anonymous, and tell me about what's going on in their local schools and universities. And I'll wrap it up by saying one more thing. Just between over the hill from the big university towards the trade school, there is a Christian-ran kids center. It's not a school. It's an after-school and preschool kids city center. And I tried to get interviews with people there, but they weren't receptive and they didn't like the cut of my jib. But on the way out, a 50-year-old white man who had been the maintenance head of that facility since it started. Him and his church started that city center. Well, he had some things to say to me.
Really?
And we had a very polite, peaceful, amicable, about 12-minute conversation, and I got all of it on video, and I'll be editing it down. And he was receptive, and when I used our lexicon at him, he understood and he got it. And it was just nice to talk to someone, to see that there are places that have he's what I'd call a good old boy, you know, like one of them kind in the South.
Yeah.
And he'd been working maintenance there at that city center, basically since it began like 30 years ago. And I asked him specifically if he'd noticed any type of this identity-based anti-white Marxism stuff in any of the people that come through there, or in the material that the little kids are bringing through.
Yeah.
And he said not that he had seen, and he particularly seemed pretty repulsed by the idea. So I have the feeling if it was going on around there, he might have caught wind of it. So it's nice to know that we can also find good evidence that not everything is bleak, that there are a lot of regular people and a lot of uninfected institutions, and we need to empower them while also empowering the people with a muzzle on at these infected institutions, and push the cancer out of there too. And I think if we can get thousands of me doing this in our country, well, then we'll be free coast to coast in no time. We just have to do it.
Yeah.
And that may be, some people may call me foolish or whatever, or just say that I'm riding emotional high, but I really think that if you go out and start talking to hundreds of people about this stuff, you will see the mass majority of people are on the side of truth and reason and love their people the way we love our people. You just got to reach them and give them the tools to do it. And I hope that I also inspire people along the way to do what I do. So, and that was the end of my activism. And I told you the rest about Twitter and all that. So I'll pass it back to you for you to talk.
No, that is so absolutely splendid. I can't even, it is ineffably glorious. It's the kind of experience that I've had when using the lexicon dialectics over the years in my personal interactions with folks. And I've seen this, what you're seeing now is that when you use the lexicon dialectics that we have in Going Free, you get a completely different response from people than you get if you use any of these old shibboleths and the rest that folks have used from the past. They've passed down, and they want those things to work that just don't. And you talk to these, and they might get 1 out of 100. He's going to be like the craziest person they talk to. That'll be like, yeah, I'm all for, you know, whatever it is. But this works. So this, taking the lexicon and dialectics of Go Free and then empowering somebody like you, empowering people like Althea and Danny, and empowering Raymond Foster, who I think is here. Big hello to him. Empowering all these folks who are talented, smart, with ability and courage, and most importantly, the phrase that you said, I want to matter. This will make you matter like nothing else in the world will make you matter. And then be able to go out into the world and spread that message is going to make all the difference in the world. And I'll circle back to the earlier in the show where we had a bunch of just magnificent heroes come through, Slots being one of them, and say, you know, here's my $5 for the entirety of the year. And what Sakis had written about, just imagine if there was $80,000 a week available. If there was $80,000 a week available, I would be able to employ Yiz to do this full time. She would be able to be going out into the world with John and others and making these sorts of things happen. And when she gets into a conversation, she's getting educated and empowered with Going Free. When she gets into a conversation with some anti-white who in the past, and folks, I know many of you are you're neophytes, even if you've been here for several years, relative to the white positive sphere's existence. And what happens generally, the norm in the white positive sphere is that because people have been given these tired, weak, defeatist, dangerous, god-awful arguments and verbiage and the like from everywhere else in the white positive sphere, it is a known thing that every time they speak to the media, that the average person who's in the white positive sphere speaks to the media, they ruin it for us. And they easily ruin it for us because of their responses, because of the positions they take, because of where they actually have put their focus, because of all of this. When we get empowered this way, you'll see the kind of results for yourself that Yiz is seeing in her conversations. That she's going, and think about this, she's not even as good as she's going to get. She's going to be getting better at this. The more she learns, the more she practices Going Free, the better she's going to get. And when these anti-white whether it's other reporters or it's somebody from a staff at a university or something, when they come up to have a conversation with her and they want to try one of those anti-white memes on her, she'll be able to just spin it right around, refield the conversation. The anti-white will look like the villain, and we'll be sit there wide-eyed like these women at this museum, at this exhibit, with their eyes like, you know, like deer in the headlights. Like, I don't know how to respond to me being the villain in this story. So where do I
gave them both barrels of truth and love, and they weren't ready for it.
Yes, precisely. This is what will change the world, and we're making it happen. I'm so proud of you. Everybody who's doing marvelous work now.
I appreciate your praise, but I don't do it for that. I don't do this for money. I don't do it for Jason to pat me on the head or pat me on the back. I do it because I want to matter, and I want to know that I'm going to contribute to something great that will come long after I'm dead because of what I've done. And I think that most people, you turn back the clock long enough, I think most regular people cared about that in America, and probably in your countries too, if you're not from America, if you're watching right now. And I think we all need to get back to that mindset, that spiritual bond, like the biospirit term you came up with. If we can all resonate in that thing, whatever that is, together, look what we can create. That's how Western civilization was created, was that. Yep. You think a bunch of scared people that thought that the world or the economy was going to collapse or the king was going to die next year, do you think those were the people getting on boats and going to explore new worlds? Or those were the people staying up all night, getting in and out of bathtubs to measure the volume of water? No, these were fanatical people that believed in something bigger than them, that wanted new and better ideas to enrich their people, to create new words, to create new math, create new engineering. Yep. That's why I say in my inspirational videos on my morning walks that we need to be the heroes of this story. Yeah. Don't wait for it. Don't wait for some jackass on YouTube or Twitter to come along. Don't wait for the perfect politician that's going to change the system. That's never going to happen.
That's right.
We have to be those heroes. We are the ones writing this story, because that narrative, that's a great word you came up with, Jason, by the way, the anti-white narrative. That narrative, it's not for us. It wasn't written for us, and we can't make it for us. We're never going to be able to do that. We have to make it for ourselves. And I feel like that if we empower enough people to start really taking control of their lives again, well, we're going to have Rembrandts and Nikola Teslas start popping up all over the place, and they're going to, and that's going to be what's going to lead us to a better future. Not a politician, not an I like to say economicist, not an economicist that tells us that, you know, they have this perfect I don't know, this the Ancapistan dream or whatever. Like I tell people all the time, it starts with people and it's going to end with people. And that's why we need to do the positive go free stuff. And speaking of positivity, I do use my own words sometimes to reach people, like with that interview with that Canadian guy and the British guy, how I used Western instead of white to really have a good success. Right. Locally, in my last 2 days of activism, getting people sort of on the hook, instead of saying anti-white at first, I would drop in anti-American. That's really big in this area. And of course, I would move it towards our lexicon, but just sort of, you know, read the room, as they say, and using words like anti-Western and anti-American. Those are okay. Those aren't bad words, as long as you end up with the result that we want, which is making it about our racial, ethnic identity here in the West being threatened. That's the end goal that will really resonate with people and get every mother, father, and people who care about the future of our people, that'll really get them on board with us. So if you need to take little language steps like that, that's given me a lot of success. And I know that you agree, because you commented on it previously. So I'm trying to think if I've left anything out. I probably have. John said when you call him, he'll fill you in on anything that I forgot or left out. Okay. But, I'm just really pumped, and I'm fired up, and I want to inspire everybody else to be a hero, because we can. We are heroes. We just got to unleash ourselves on the world.
Amen to that. Well, that's a powerful place to end this conversation, dear lady. That is wonderful. And I'll call John. And that's for a private conversation, right? Not during the show?
Yes. He said, he likes to stay anonymous, but you have him on Skype, he said.
I do.
And of course, I don't know him very well either. He's a very private person. So I don't know much more than that, even though I worked with him for 2 days. So that's all you.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so very much. That's magnificent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a big round of applause. Wild emojis for Yiz and John and the other individual, and the great work that they did over at this campus in those 2 days. Thank you so very much for your service to White Wellbeing, a tremendous service. And we're going to absolutely have you back soon. All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, how exciting was that? My gosh, what a success. This is how we actually change the world. This is how we recapture our destiny. We don't just sit around and wait for somebody's novelty take, as Lovely Porge it just ingeniously puts it, with this endless waiting for another novelty take, another bizarre way to approach the scenario, another 20D way to somehow work one's way back around. We're going to be covering some stories here when we come back. I think we're going to do a song really quick and try to get excited. I don't know. What do we have a song? Let's see. What songs do we have ready to roll? I think I might like to roll with one from one of our favorites, and so we can crank the speakers all the way up. We're going to be here for looks like about another hour and a half or so, and we'll take calls, of course. And I see a couple have already asked to participate in the conversation. We'll take a look at your, of course, financial gifts, your questions and comments, and I'll look over here over on the Discipline channel to see what's going on over there. But ladies and gentlemen, the train is leaving the station. The steam is blowing from the stack. We're making things happen. We're making a better tomorrow. You can be part of that better tomorrow, or you can be forgotten. The choice is yours. Be right back.
We walk along this ruined wall, nowhere to go, no rest at all. Crumbled shores beneath our feet, remnants of our history. And as the night is closing in, we still believe in a life better than the one we see. We travel far with watchful eyes, hope in our heart, a dreamer's mind. Not even the weight of our grief will drown us in the blackened sea. And as the rain begins to fall, we fear nothing. It is the fire in our blood that forged the key. The sky sheds our tears of pain as lightning strikes the chains we made. We are the force of thunder sound, free to shake the world around. The sky
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And I believe we are back. If you all could tell me whether or not the audio is okay. We had to make those adjustments again, as usual. What a fantastic piece that was. And what an exciting time it is to be here together, working for White Wellbeing in a way that is actually, as you just saw in these videos, you're going to see more of this sort of thing in the future. A way that you see makes a difference. A way that you can see that you look at how absolutely high on life, high on the success that Yiz was with what she was doing. How about Raymond Foster? How about the success that that hero has been having in the work that he's doing down under and the people that he's reaching? How about, what was it, Sean, the success that he's having and all the work that he's doing, getting out to the people, getting the message out to folks? Every single one of us are making a difference with something that actually works. My God, I wish I could go back in time when I was distributing tens of thousands of leaflets over the years and actually had something that worked. There was only one leaflet. I'm not even going to mention it here, but there's only one leaflet that I felt, well, this one seems like it'll actually have some effect on the people that it reaches. The rest, I thought, my God, this needs to be changed, that needs to be changed, and this needs to be changed, in my opinion. But of course, I was new, I was young, I was obeying those who knew more and were in the white positive sphere longer, and I was putting in my time, if you will. And I obviously I thought, well, even though I think this should be a different way, maybe ultimately they're right somehow. Maybe there's some 20D chess to it back then as well. And of course there wasn't. I mean, it was such a massive. I'm not going to say all of that effort was a waste. But it was not by any means. I mean, we were reaching people, but it was like trying to dig a tunnel through a mountainside with a, for the train and the other metaphor I was just using. It was like trying to dig that tunnel through the mountainside with, a pick and hammer, and you're able to make progress, but it is a slow progress versus what we have here with Going Free. Proven, not a claim, just by the actual changing of lives of folks, by the actual changing. I mean, I swear I am so sick and tired of these absolute losers coming out of the woodwork and saying, well, what have you all done? What is this going? This sounds really weird. Shouldn't you just grab something from some other period in history and just wave some other banner and just recite some other party's lingo that no longer is material, no longer has anything to do with anybody's life, except maybe in their minds coming from the mouth, the forked tongue of some devil from, Hades? Shouldn't you just be doing that? I mean, isn't the time right for that? No, dumbass. No, the time is not right for that. In fact, your ass is going to go to jail. That's what's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you what, the people who are pushing that sort of garbage on our brothers and sisters out there, if any of those people end up going to jail, those young people or naive people or whatever it is, if they end up going to jail for spreading that garbage, or they end up at some sort of event or activity that is extremely costly and is zero or very little benefit to our people, I'm holding the people who are in charge of those organizations personally responsible. And I'm going to direct all of the ire and anger and everything at those individuals. That is how we have to be from now on. The activities you engage in have to, the benefits have to, at least at a minimum, equate to the risk. No more of this garbage of going out in these extraordinarily high-risk scenarios with little to no benefit for our people, and then saying, oh, they all went to jail. Well, give us some money because we need $40,000 for attorneys for these people that we stupidly put into harm's way and then ended up in jail. Oh, one of them killed themselves. Well, and then we have none of the so-called leaders in the white positive sphere that are ultimately responsible for these individuals killing themselves. None of them coming forward saying that they were wrong. None of them taking, of course, they're not going to do that, because all that matters is their own asses. All that matters is their own popularity. All that matters is their own ego. All that matters is how far they aggrandize themselves. The lives of individuals in our cause couldn't matter less to them. And I swear on all that is holy in the world. If these people set themselves up as leaders in the white positisphere, anyone who does that, and they lead people into dangerous activities, and those individuals are harmed by those dangerous activities, and we are harmed by those dangerous activities, because that light then gets shed on us as well. That absolutely revolting criminal light gets shed on us as well. Well, we're damn well going to hold these individuals responsible. We're not just going to let it pass anymore. So if you're going to articulate a path for folks to follow, you damn well better be prepared to take ownership for what the outcomes that happen to those people. We have something that works here, period. Period. Changing whole lives. How many messages do we have to have from folks saying that whole family been using the old ways, the old lexicon, the old vernacular for a decade? Nobody in the family, the whole family hates me because of it. And then I start going free, and I share that with them, and I bring the whole family over. How many of those do we actually need to happen before people see the light, and then they start getting filled with the passion, filled with the spirit of the West? That's what happened with Yiz and the unnamed individual and John, the guy who wants to go by John. That's what happened with them. They were filled, infused with the spirit of the West when they got out there. It was love that drove them for our people. Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you this, and I want you to share this widely as you can. If you could, this is really going to put the focus, it's really going to clear the focus up for who is on the right path and who's on the wrong path. If you could, or if somebody out there, some of these individuals who are definitely on the wrong path, and a lot of these folks are just anti-whites. I know that. Undercover anti-whites, but this is a way to out them. All of these saboteurs that have built up a reputation for being somebody that's white positive, when in reality they're anti-white, maybe even getting paid for it to be anti-white online with their personas. It's a way to out them. Ask these people, if you could take the eyesight of any non-white person of your choice by snapping your fingers. If you could take the eyesight of any non-white person, who, of course, it would also be an anti-white non-white person, not just some innocent, although maybe it would be for some of these bastards, some of these pieces of filth. They would take the eyesight of some innocent non-white person. But let's just say, if you could take the eyesight of any anti-white, non-white person you wanted, but it would simultaneously take the eyesight from some random white man in the world, would you do it? And if they say that they would, then they have just demonstrated for you, for us, for all of us, that they are on the wrong path, that they're on the path of focusing on some other group, focusing their hatred on some other group rather than the love for our people. It means that they have put more value on the pain that they could inflict to an anti-white, non-white person than on the pain that they could prevent in a white person. That is all you need to know about such a person. You have to be focused on us. You have to be focused on preserving and protecting us. That is what this mission is about in White Wellbeing. That is why we attract the good non-white people who see what's happening. They know that the real enemy of the United States, of the UK, of Germany, or whatever it might be, is anti-whiteism. They know, which, by the way, I'm now totally validated. Totally validated, assholes. Who wants to say now? Who from the white positive sphere? Phone's not ringing. Nobody's saying, oh, for the past 2 decades, Jason, we said no, anti-whiteism, that word is not real. It doesn't exist. Even if it works, we shouldn't use it. Now we find out that it had been deleted by the anti-whites in 50-year-old dictionaries. You're a bunch of scum. You're a bunch of losers. You have no dignity. You have no honor. Not a single word. You continue to tout your bullshit after all this time, as though nothing happened. Don't see me out somewhere and not be ready to apologize. You'll have had better days. But when we teach our people, when they realize, when the world realizes that the enemy to the West is anti-whiteism, it's not capitalism, it's not anything else that you could name, no matter what these things are, what they can be made into, or how they could be deformed, or how they could be misused. And all of that is true in all of those cases, certainly with the economic structure, because no one dislikes the idea of individuals becoming mortal gods from their wealth more than we do in going free. No one dislikes that more than we do. Not even those who would say destroy capitalism asininely, as though their head is so far up their rectum. They have no idea what the white world is thinking. They have no idea. They're so insulated from the millions of our brothers and sisters that they think they could go out to the world and say, destroy capitalism, and they're going to be received well. Because everybody out there knows that the opposite, this is what they know, not what you know in all of your studies. Everybody knows out in the world that the opposite is communism. And you're not going to win that conversation. We bring good non-white people over to going free. We bring people over here for whoever they love in their, as long as it is legal, and it's not abusing animals or whatever they do in their bedrooms, we'll bring those good people over here. Everybody knows, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want any parades of sexuality in the street, whether it's homosexuality or heterosexuality, for God's sake. We bring good people of all backgrounds over because they have realized that what's happening to Western kind, what's happening to the West, is beyond criminal. And it is time that good people of all backgrounds come together and put their foot down and say, not another inch. And we're going to get the best here. We are getting the best here. We're going to get the best from every other community as well, as a consequence of it. And you know what? We'll have a potential, and I've told you all, since the enemy, the actual enemy to the lives of everybody that lives in the West, every single person that lives in the West, irrespective of their race, irrespective of whatever they worship or don't worship, the enemy of all of them is anti-whiteism. And it can all be made very clear to every single one of them. So if I ever run for office, that's my platform. And I guarantee you, I will bring non-white people over to the message of going free, to the service of white well-being. They will realize that it's not just about the right to self-defense. The good people of all backgrounds will realize it's not just about the First Amendment. And they're not going to be handled paternalistically and set up on a pedestal because they happen to agree with something. And for that reason alone, we will attract the best of all communities rather than the merchants from all communities who realize, wow, these people are really going to enrich me because I happen to be a non-white person who's going to share one of their views. No, you're allowed to participate because you support and realize that the enemy, not only to Western kind, but the enemy to your own ass, whatever color, whatever race it happens to be, is anti-whiteism. Because if these anti-whites have their way, you're not going to have electricity anymore. You look at what already is happening in California. So let's talk about these people right now. And these folks who still come out and want to badmouth T-Rex and badmouth the decision of getting another 4 years to spread something that works. This is all we have. We know that we know that T-Rex isn't going to do anything for us. We know, and we predicted here, and you're seeing it come to fruition, just as we predict again and again. And I don't care if I become invidious to you, it should be that way because you're going to have to face a fork in the road. You're going to say, well, look, I'm feeling that this ugly way or this positive way. Which direction am I going to go? Am I going to go a positive, productive way, or am I going to go this ugly, destructive way? This is the time to make that decision. T-Rex is not, we already know he's not going to do anything for us. We already know, as we predicted here, that he's going to be doing things before election to fire up those to vote for him that he knows will vote for him. What does that tell us? Why do so many of these so-called leaders and content creators, why do they keep forgetting? That should be the biggest boon to you ever. That when a politician is going to throw the red meat out to his base, it is things that help us either directly or indirectly. What does that tell you? That tells you that there are millions and millions of white people that are just waiting to hear about going free. They need that information. Why do you think I work as though there isn't a tomorrow? Because there might not be. If we don't recapture our destiny, if T-Rump doesn't get 4 more years of status quo to continue to bring going free, something that works to our brothers and sisters, my God, you're going to see all of those acts. You're going to see all of those bills go into law. And don't give me this Bravo Sierra, you dim-witted, shit-simple assholes that, well, if Trump gets in, it's just going to be the same thing. You are an idiot. I'm going to make you put your name down, and we're going to put a bell in the phone, an alert, so we can be reminded of you and how much of an idiot you are. He is not going to do all of the things that Biden is going to do. Period. The Republican Party opposes these things. If the Republicans themselves, even individuals who are called rhinos, even if they are opposing these things that the Democrats want to do, how could you possibly conclude out of the 65 IQ points, you midget wit running hard, blowing steam from your ears, that suddenly they're going to pull a 180 and they're going to do everything that even the rhinos are objecting to? Just get lost. Just get lost. Go hang out with the others who drool and give their time to the coloring books. Because they're absolutely not. This is not going to happen. The Republican Party isn't going to do a 180. They're opposing these things, and they've been opposing them. They will continue to oppose them. But we get a anti-white who calls himself Democrat in the presidential seat, and a vice president, and that president's going to step down, and the next person is going to step up, Kamala Harris, and Pelosi is going to step up, and they're simply not going to have the votes to prevent these things from moving forward. And then it will be illegal to do what we're doing now. We need these 4 years to spread something that works. Stop looking around and saying, well, there's nothing else out there, so we might as well imitate the devil. Midget wits, one and all. Trump says Department of Education will investigate use of 1619 project in schools. Well, Trump's just throwing some red meat to his base. Yes, dummy. Yes, there's someone that wants to eat it. But you know what they won't eat? You know what the red meat is that they won't eat? All of this other vernacular and this garbage that you're trying to bring to the table for them. Oh, but don't you know that in these very specific scenarios, if you find people right as they're in the right mood and they're also collectors of very specific things, don't you know that they'll endorse? I don't give a damn what some rare person here or there does. We need to recapture our destiny, not giggle and snigger like a bunch of buffoons half-baked on powerful drugs. CNN reports, so we know this is true. CNN. President Donald Trump is continuing to wage battle against interpretations of history, which he claims are un-American. Interpretations of history. Oh, you think that teaching children anti-white bastards, this would be the kind of thing that is forced on all of our children. And this is why we need to be homeschooling. This is why we need School of the West, Brand Danger and the work that they're doing, all the others who are participating there doing magnificent work. This is why we need to be getting going free to everyone we possibly can. Because the demographics are changing thanks to forces that are beyond our control. And so we need a healthy white race in our countries, every one of them, to be able to stand up against this. In Sunday morning tweet, the president said the U.S. Department of Education would investigate whether California schools are using the New York Times 1619 Project in public school curriculum. The Pulitzer Prize winning collection. So there it is, of course, CNN. The God or the God ordained, the God accepted, the deity sanctioned collection of history reframes American history around the date of 1619, when the first slave ship arrived on America's shores. So this will be how America will be taught to your white babies, and everywhere else you think, well, it can't happen. I remember talking to friends of mine in the UK many years ago who said, oh, they can't do to us what they can do to you all in the US, because you see, we've been here forever. How do you feel now? When are you guys going to contact me and say how wrong you were? Which of you guys, when I had the conversation, I said, oh no, they'll find an argument to say that you're not native. And now they found an argument to say that you're not native. When are you all going to come on over to something that works? Those guys from the past. I don't see any of those people in Patriotic Alternative. Where did you go? Why have you hidden? Back under your beds, I guess, with your ass sticking out so that it can be abused by the anti-whites? Department of Education is looking at this. If so, they will not be funded. He wrote on Twitter. President Donald Trump wrote on Twitter, citing a message from an unverified account saying it was being taught in schools there. The message came after the president on Friday night banned federal agencies from conducting racial sensitive, so anti-white training. Remember, we have to translate. In some cases on the show, I might read it as it is so that you hear it and then translate. Sometimes I might just leave it. Sometimes I might just translate. It depends on the moment what I feel is going to be most effective. So conducting anti-white training related. So the message came after the president on Friday night banned federal agencies from conducting anti-white training related to, and then they put it in quotes, white privilege and, quote, critical race theory. They're saying, of course, that the way he is interpreting it is not legitimate, because those are perfectly legitimate positions in the anti-white narrative. They make perfect sense because they destroy Western kind. They get everybody who's working in places like nuclear design institutes, they get everybody to drop their guard so that the anti-whites can then just inflict any amount of pain on them that they want to be able to inflict. This is what Donald Trump just did by CNN. So I don't even have to say check with CNN. This is from CNN. I'm reading from CNN.com. And I want to thank Althea for sending this particular story. So the president banned, according to CNN, the anti-white training that has been forced on every single employee in the government, the federal government. And of course, we know from people inside the military, including yours truly, that back in the day, it was and folks who are in the military, you can speak up, the watch classes. Didn't your watch class get turned into an anti-white class? You were supposed to be learning about that base, that scenario, what to look out for on that base, what kind of things are, what kind of breaches are likely to occur, etc. And instead, you were learning about how evil the white race was and how the white race needed to make amends. Well, this is now banned by Donald Trump. And then you're still going to have people, I still have people seeing messages from these people supposedly in the white positive sphere saying, oh, this doesn't mean anything. He's just going to do everything Biden would do when if Biden gets in office. Again, he's throwing red meat, and there are people who want to eat this kind of red meat. There are so many people out there, think about this, who want to eat the red meat of ban the anti-white classes, that he can get elected doing so, that he knows that he can gain the support of tens of millions by giving them that red meat. How many folks are out there that will listen to any of these other messages in the white positive sphere that want to eat that tainted meat that they want to give people? None, relatively speaking. None. People, there are tens of millions of white people saying, and I would obviously good non-white people as well, saying, put an end to this shit, this anti-whiteism, put an end to it. Those people that are willing to eat that, they're ready for the real piece of resistance of going free. They're ready to eat heartily. So let's feed them something that they want. Let's feed them something that will make them healthy. So this is the 1619 project that will redefine the United States and the UK. They'll come up with a different start point, folks over there. Those guys that are not in PA, but disagreed with me fervently that they could never do it in the UK, hiding under their beds with their asses in the air right now, loose as a spruce goose. Those folks, and in Germany, and in France, and in Italy, Estonia, they'll find new origins for your countries. Rest assured. And for the United States, it's going to be your wretched country started when the first slave, the first black slave arrived. Of course, they'll not be talking about white slaves. They'll not be talking about open white slavery, the indentured servitude, of course, slavery, but then something less than the full scale of slavery. They'll be talking nothing about that, all of the white people, but it'll be all just about non-white people. And it'll all be intended to shame, to guilt, to inflict white noir on you, on your children, on your relatives, so that we lower our defenses, and then this country and the country across the Atlantic and the countries across the Pacific, they're destroyed as a consequence of it. Tim Cotton, a Republican, has introduced legislation that would prevent schools from teaching the curriculum. The legislation titled the Saving American History Act would prohibit the use of federal funds to teach 1619 project by K through 12 schools or school districts. Schools that teach the 1619 project would also be ineligible for federal professional development grants. Now, I think it can go further than this. It can go further than this. If Trump was white positive, it would go further than this. Trump would say, you're receiving money from the federal government, therefore you will do nothing but what we say. That is what happens right now with the anti-whites in the federal government. They say, you receive money from us, therefore you will do nothing but what we say. Don't bother threatening to take the funds away. This is what they're doing now. They threaten to take the funds away. That's why Republicans are not going to be our path to the recapture of our destiny. But trust in this, ladies and gentlemen. The Republican Party today, you can call it differently in every other Western country you want. We get the curative contagion to our brothers and sisters. And as that spreads, rest assured, those parties will respond. Those parties will start, those people running for office will start saying, wait, I've got to speak to this whole new population now. Just as the anti-whites elected a new population by bringing in people who would reliably vote anti-white in elections, what will happen when we cure our population, the white population, of anti-whiteism, and then they can be reliably counted on voting on things that serve white well-being? What will the politicians do then? I mean, think a little bit deeper than this shallow midget wit nonsense. So what should be happening and what could happen in the future is heal our community, and then these Republicans, instead of saying, well, we'll pull the funding unless you stop doing that, they'll say, no, not only will you not do that, but since we're giving you funding, you will do this. That's white positive. So not only will you not do 1619 project, you're going to do something that is white positive because we're giving you money and we say so. That is exactly how the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats have their way everywhere across the United States. Trump administration bans anti-white training at federal agencies. And let's get with it. These people, who is this? This is called the Federalist. I mean, we're gonna have to create a situation where we have freed so many people that if you're going to be at the Federalist, you better speak with a lexicon that is beneficial to our people. You know how many times, ladies and gentlemen, I've had conversations, both public and private, with folks where I said, we need to be speaking with the lexicon and the dialectics that are beneficial for our people, And then to have people in the white positives here go, nah. Now we still need to call it critical race theory, and we need to talk about all of these different intersectionality and all, because it really makes me look intelligent, to use their vernacular. It really makes me look well read. So no, don't want to speak with your, well, we'll get to a point where if you don't speak with verbiage and lexicon, dialectics that benefit us, we are not going to read your trash anymore. We're not going to listen to your garbage anymore. That's where it's going to get. So you might be intractable, but we're going to pull your ass this way, or you're going to be left alone. The Trump administration announced it would prohibit federal agencies from subjecting government employees to anti-whiteism seminars moving forward, opening up a new front in the 21st century culture wars erupting in the aftermath of Floyd's death in May. It has come to the president's attention that executive branch agencies have spent millions of taxpayer dollars to date training government workers to believe divisive anti-white propaganda. They have anti-American there. I'm going to put in anti-white because anti-American is anti-white. Read a Friday memo from the Office of Budget and Management Director. So we have been paying for this. We have been paying hundreds of millions of our tax dollars for these programs, for our brothers and sisters to be brainwashed with anti-whiteism, to be told about how evil they are, how much they have to make amends. Of course, this is going to cause our women to just, most of them, not that we have heroes, so many of them who come on this show who participate in Going Free, but so many of our women just going to wring their hands. What more can we do? What more can we surrender? Can we give more up to them? No, there's never enough. The final act that will finally placate the anti-whites is you being dead, honey. You got that cupcake? It's you being dead. Your children being dead, you no longer existing. White erasure. They have openly said so, and we can also know what they want by what they plan for and what they celebrate the outcomes of. You got it? This is what has to reach the people. The news first reported by Real Clear Politics comes just 2 months before the November election, following a historic summer of civil unrest centered on race, where anti-whites, anti-whiteism, the idea that the United States is an inherently heretical country in every possible way, has begun to cement its grip on the nation's legacies, institutions, transforming from a fringe anti-white ideology to a mainstream movement. Yeah, that is what is going to be in the White House. And I was just on with the great James Edwards and Keith Alexander on his radio program. Folks, people are starting to see that we're running out of time. You got it. The great folks at Red Eyes Have Me Down, they see that we're running out of time. The great people, James Edwards, his wife, Keith Alexander, they see we're running out of time. And what's going to happen? What have I said? As things start falling apart, everybody's going to start looking around for the white guys with the tallest foreheads. And they're going to say, what's working? What is working now? What can we do? These are the people they're going to. We need to start making it happen as though it were yesterday, because this is not your Democrat Party of even 5 years ago. The most fanatical anti-whites are coming to hold increasing power throughout that party and throughout the United States and throughout the Western world, in the governments, in the corporations, everywhere you can look, in the churches, everywhere you can look, even, for all of these different groups who practice these fringe religions or whatever it might be, even them, we're seeing anti-whites come to power there and folks having to get out. We're seeing this everywhere. And it is no longer just the pretexts of days of yore. It is now, you pay up. Acknowledging that you are white guilted, acknowledging that your people are at fault is not enough. Just like Porridge was saying a couple weeks ago, it's not enough anymore, the anti-whites say, to own the guilt. It's not enough anymore to wring your hands. It's not enough anymore to say that your people are evil. It's not enough anymore to vote for more anti-white policies. Now you have to make your anti-whiteism action. You have to take it from a comment or a vote into something that's active. Open your purse, lady. Get down on your knees and kiss the shoes and wash the feet, miss. That is the anti-whiteism of today and tomorrow. So we have to work like there is no tomorrow, because for many of us, there's not going to be. Some of these bills and these acts, they're going to jail those of us who are speaking out for white well-being. They're going to jail those of us who give money to it. If we allow these things to take place, if we don't get going free out to as many people as we can, as quickly as we can. Too many nodes of power have fallen into the hands of the anti-whites. There won't be redress. And these idiots out there who want to play these games of, look at me, please, everybody put their eyes back on me, and I'll just say whatever it takes to get your eyes back on me. Those kind of games, that's going to be the first jackass that they arrest. And then all those vote down ticket, all those Democrat judges, how do you think they're going to treat those kind of people? Straight, as we say down south, straight to the hooskow. And it's not going to be lavish. Listen to this. Is this supposed to be, is this the Federalist, is this supposed to be a rabidly anti-white news organ? Because if it's not, if it's supposed to be neutral or even inside the anti-white narrative, if it's supposed to be right wing, which we don't acknowledge here in Going Free, if it's supposed to be on the right and it's a news organ, then it is suffering from some serious syphilis and sex warts, because this is dumbass writing. As woke revolutionaries, yeah, because you all are asleep. If you're on the right, you're asleep. They're woke. You're dumb and asleep. Got it? Impose the anti-white concept. They use the word Marxist here. Once isolated to the liberal, we'll use anti-white, college campuses on the nation's city streets, threatening those who dare oppose the, so taxpayer, the work peons begun to use the public resources to instill them without, no Sierra. It's what we've been saying. And you know what? The reason why it's gone from those classrooms out into business, out into governance, the reason why now these programs that we're seeing put in place, where they will punish you at universities, the biggest name universities, the biggest names, Princeton, all of them, the biggest, Yale, all of these, the biggest name universities, where they're putting in these programs where if you haven't reported a certain amount of acts of heresy on your campus, they're going to call you in and say, you must be a heretic yourself, because there's no way you could have gone the past semester or two without reporting an act of heresy that you've witnessed somewhere, a heresy to anti-whiteism. So therefore, you must be a heretic. That sort of mindset, that's going to end up in government as well. And the reason why it's going to end up in government, because you keep using these words of the anti-whites. If they call themselves cherubs, these dickless wonders would call them cherubs. They're anti-whites. I don't care if they called themselves Marxists once. That's immaterial. They're not what we don't give them the names of their taking. We give them the names that we want to give them in our story. So then you see this. So the Trump administration is moving to ban this, and has banned it, I guess, or has already moved to ban it. The CNN said it was banned. So then maybe that's true. Whatever's written on this other website, the Federalist, make sure you match it up with CNN, because if it doesn't match CNN or MSNBC or anti-whites who call themselves progressives or cherubs straight from God's lap, God's womb, because I'm sure in they're thinking God is a female instead of an all-powerful entity that can just be everything and nothing. Then make sure you're going to square this with that, because this is not true then if it doesn't square. So then we have over here, and this is everybody's having conniptions about this, Trump's DHS. And I saw these people from the anti-white sphere saying, oh my God, you should never support Trump. You shouldn't vote for him. You should vote for this or nobody at all. Shouldn't vote for anybody at all. It's the same if you have Trump or if you have Biden. Doesn't matter either way. These sorts of people just midget witting as far and as loudly as they can, because Trump's DHS to label, and I'll use the actual word they use here because it's worded this way, white supremacists as the most persistent and lethal threat to the U.S. Now, what's happening here? Many of you have, and some of you have asked in good faith, what's going on? If Trump is doing what he's doing, then why is DHS doing this? A couple reasons for it. First reason is, what might this do to Trump's base? If Trump throws some red meat out, what to his base, we know what they want to eat. What might his base think if they're going to say, wait a second, this government is going to refer to me as a white supremacist, as a heretic, because I am a Christian, because I have conservative values, because I love my country, because I celebrate Patton, because, you know, so maybe I don't like Trump as much. That's going to be one reason, not the main reason, ancillary one that anti-whites will happily rub their hands together about when they think about it. The main reason here is that anti-whites and the anti-white narrative is always stating, remember, is always stating that what they refer to as white supremacy, heresy, as we refer to it, that heresy is always on the rise. It is always a persistent and lethal threat. It is always something that they need to pass more laws for. There could be one guy left, one white guy left in the United States, and all this verbiage will still be the same. That is only slightly hyperbolic. The reason why is because the facts on the ground don't matter. And once you start going free, you'll realize that. It's a narrative. It's an anti-white narrative. It's the narrative that they foist upon us. And many of us, regrettably, the vast majority, live our lives by. But you and you have the key, and it's called going free. And you're going to give it to folks, that skeleton key that's going to open up their lives, open up the possibilities of improving themselves, improving everything in their families and communities so that we all can benefit from it. So since there is always a persistent and lethal threat of heresy, every time anti-whites get an opportunity to enact more legislation, they're going to do it. And the more radical the anti-whites, the more radical the legislation to harm Western kind and Western civilization. There's also the element that I talked about last night while I had time on James Edwards' program, Political Cesspool. Check it out if you don't already follow them on Saturdays. They've got a great program on the radio, and you can also listen to it on the internet. Is that the anti-whiteism, by labeling these sorts of things, by labeling heresy, what they would refer to as white supremacist, they don't, and white nationalist, by the way, those are interchangeable in these documents. And don't say I didn't tell you so, and others as well. But by doing so, they don't have to have the conversation about whether or not it is fair or just or lawful or legitimate or moral or ethical or anything, or philosophically legitimate or anything of the nature with you. They just get to say that your concern for white people is evil, and so therefore we're going to wrap you up in investigations and imprisonments and etc. Remember who told you about white nationalism? And now it seems the name seems to be getting pushed, even though we have document from last year. McInerney saying is that what his name was? Saying that here's the verbiage now. It's like saying you're an MS-13 member. And then suddenly there's this, everybody is a white nationalist. And then we have these documents coming out. Another thing that's a white supremacist and white nationalists are persistent and lethal threat. What do you think your life's going to be like if you identify as a white nationalist and these bodies get put into effect, like Kamala Harris's bill, which one I'll find it here in a moment, and we can thank Carlisle for that. Thank you, dear lady, for the act, for all that you're doing for white well-being in this community. But what do you think is going to end up happening when they say, "Oh, you, Josh, over there, I see what you're labeling yourself as. Now we're just going to have to look into your life. You've now satisfied the requirements of us. You just made it very easy for us anti-whites and maybe even agents in Department of Homeland Security, FBI, who otherwise would rather not investigate you. You just made them have to investigate you. It's like, don't go to your proctologist and tell him or her that you're bleeding in the toilet. They're going to want to perform. They're going to have to perform procedures that you're going to find unwelcoming. Those procedures are actually going to be far more pleasant than what you'll have to deal with from Department of Homeland Security. And remember, when you cry out in the procedure room there, you can cuss yourself for not heeding the warning that we have given you. I should have listened. Let that be that echoes through the hallways when you decided to follow somebody else. The other thing that is happening here is the anti-whites throughout the government. We don't want to anthropomorphize a party. We don't want to anthropomorphize a body, like the whole bureaucracy. We don't want to anthropomorphize. We don't want to do that because you can't understand correctly what's actually taking place. And if you say to yourself, well, I really can't understand it if I don't anthropomorphize it, then just acknowledge that you can't, and then look around. The smart thing to do is then look out there and say, who's having success that does seem to be able to understand it, and then you go with that. That's the intelligent decision there. It's like when you show up and you talk to the physician, like I educated myself about doing these procedures on the heart. I realized that I was not an expert at these procedures. So when I got to those point in those conversations where I didn't understand what the surgeons were saying, I did my best to follow their explanations, to ask questions to see where it made sense, but where there was plenty of jargon and plenty of training I didn't have, then I just had to say, well, we go with you the rest of the way. So you go with us as far as you can. If you can't go any further, look out there and see what's working. You know, if your mother and father always get up off of the operating table and they're fine, well, maybe that's the doctor that works, right? Maybe that's the surgeon that works. If they're dying all the time on the table, time and again, or they're going to the prison or whatever it might be, maybe you should turn away from them, right? Maybe you should turn their backs on them, those folks. The other thing that happens here is, so you have a bureaucracy, you have a party, you don't implement another anthropomorphized concept of the deep state. You know, that's like this, for so many folks, it's like this gremlin that is just like 5 people making a decision as one hive brain at the top of it. This is human dynamism. There are going to be people of various opinions. There are going to be people of various degrees of anti-whiteism. They're going to have positions of power. Of course, anti-whites are always hooking each other up, as you know, bringing each other in, keeping their operations hidden until they don't have to hide them any longer, and then going for the jugular when they do. These people, they specialize in doing what? Many things underhanded. The sort of chicanery that would make your common the common pickpocket blush at the sight of it. And one of those things is that in places like the Department of Homeland Security or in other bureaucracies, they will develop, or they will come to opinions. They will put together reports. They will come to opinions so that other anti-whites, those who might be dreaming up a little bit of some really anti-white legislation, can then cite those reports as the proof for the need of these bills. This is how you have a scenario where somebody like a Donald Trump says, well, we're going to put an end to taxpayer funding of this anti-white training in all federal government institutions. We're going to investigate the 1619 Project and declare that we're going to pull funding from any school who teaches that anti-white filth to white babies. What nonsense that is. And at the same time, then have the anti-whites at the Department of Homeland Security come forward with this report. And it's as I understand, it's still being drafted. And I know they're going to make it as anti-white as possible, but they need to keep in mind its use to anti-whites down the road. So if you cannot see the steps ahead that the anti-whites are going to take, you're going to remain in this like eternal loop of, one move chess, and you're going to lose every single match against these people. So, I mean, maybe some of you can see that, as the days go by, as the conversations go by, I'm getting less and less patient with the nonsense, because once we have something that has demonstrated success for long enough, time is over to continue to discuss in abstract how some other way might work, even though that way has failed every goddamn time. So I'll just take a quick look, and then we got to get to your calls, and we've covered that. And if you have any other information you would like to cover, news we want to cover, we'll talk about that. Just really quickly, I just want to run through this. Let's see. Oh yeah, Biden in his speech the other day when he was farting on air and telling people, again, the future for your children when the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats run everything, that Edison didn't invent the light bulb, and he said here that Biden said, quote, how Charlottesville, he was talking about how Charlottesville and how the, quote, curtain has been pulled back on how racist we are, and now it's time for solutions, close quote. Do you really think that you're going to get the same thing out of T-Rump? If you are, you're a midget wit. Biden goes on to say, quote, quote, he wants no more programs. He says, no more programs. I want action, close quote. He also said that in today's climate reminds him, Biden, of pre-Nazi Germany with all the anti-Semitic behavior of the, quote, Trump supporters. Now, what do you think the anti-whites like Biden, who do you think they're referring to when they say Trump supporters? Yep, white people. But of course, we don't know for sure. We can't read the mind of these people. We can only see what they plan for and what they celebrate. So we would say here that it's white people who are not anti-white. That's the Trump supporters. Which is, okay. He also said that now is the time that things can be turned around and send these Trump supporters, white people who are not anti-white enough, back under the rocks they crawled out from. So, yes, Trump did not go to bat for us with the censorship. Trump didn't do a lot of things. He's not white positive. We know that. But he's not Biden, right? He's not the lesser of two evils. This is a tool in service of white well-being. We are not inside the anti-white narrative. That's where the lesser of two evils takes place. We are outside of the anti-white narrative, writing our own story. And in this story, in this country, the United States, and I'm sure there's similar scenarios in other Western countries, there is going to be an individual who is not going to be white positive, and he or she is going to be able to be used as a tool for time so that we can spread the curative contagion. Do you see the difference? The Way Forward Act, which is going to be put into effect if Biden and Kamala get in office, brings all migrants, this is one of the many things, brings migrants back to the United States that were deported, all of them since 1996. How do you like that? Do you think Trump will be doing that, midget wits? And just also, everything I say here is false and subject to whether or not Snopes will verify it or CNN will verify it. You definitely need to get both sides. And I'm not speaking for YouTube in any way, shape, or form, or any of the others who contribute to the platform. Make sure you get all sides of the story. The Migrant Compact of the United Nations, which, by the way, I think, well, the treaties, Biden was an integral part of drafting the verbiage, may or may not have been the case. But the Migrant Pact for the United Nations would essentially allow the UN to choose how many migrants we take in. Biden plan, let's see, will, of course, bring Section 8 housing to your doorstep. And we talked about that on Red Ice being a predator to prey program. Many of those people in the Section 8 are going to be wonderful people, and they are on the verge of, taking and scoring 100% on their SATs. But some of them, nonetheless, are going to be violent people who the anti-whites will be able to rely on. The anti-whites in government will be able to rely on to walk down the street to your house to scare you, and the police won't be able to be called. This is the new shock troops of anti-whiteism. They want to have them there rather than their other plan, which I'm sure would be to parachute them in. That's fake. It would only be taking place in World of Warcraft. So, as you know, that was just a joke. Also, of course, we have the federal standards for punishment in prisons. How many people are in prisons? This is the Biden plan. You look into it for yourself, and it's all subject to verification by CNN, though, and anti-whites who call themselves liberals and the like. So too many non-white people in jail. Well, we're going to have to stop punishing them. Too many non-white people getting punished in high schools. Well, we'll have to reduce the punishment for them, the number of things and the definition of things for which they're punished, and also no high school pipeline to prison. So we're gonna have to equalize it, not only make it more difficult to punish them, but make it easier to punish white kids. Sounds like the version of what goes as fair in the anti-white mindset. We have this, the Domestic Terror Prevention Act, Kamala Harris, the big proponent and supporter of. It will set up the domestic terrorism agency, and it'll be interagency. So it will work with all of the other agencies. And we already have DHS talking about you being, because you care about white well-being, you being labeled as a white supremacist and the most lethal threat in the U.S. And then you'll have this new department, this new agency that will work with the others if Kamala Harris has her way. And of course, verify this with CNN. And this this agency is going to be the agency ultimately that would receive those phone calls that we were talking about with the anonymous hotline from the Job or Hire Act, No Hate Act, that the anti-whites are moving to implement and as law, the HEROES Act as well. And these will be the folks that will be coming after all of us for merely standing up for white well-being, not for looking like the villain, not for playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. So anybody who continues to say no difference between, they are dumb as all hell, they're midget wits, they want this outcome for us, they are traitors to Western kind, they're traitors to Western civilization, no joke about it. You have the Gun Safety Act as well, and you have the treaties that we talked about with Biden being a participant in the writing of those treaties. And of course, the key takeaway there is in one of the treaties, you have the International Compact Against Racism, the Compact Against Racism. And one of the key takeaways there is that it would make illegal discrimination in private life. We talked about this, and of course, verify whether or not that's true with CNN and Snopes and all the rest. But we talked about that weeks ago, that the way it's written, a sane interpretation of the way it's written, and if it's sane interpretation, what the anti-whites will end up interpreting it to mean, a sane interpretation is that you will not be, or that it will be illegal to discriminate in your dating life, legal to discriminate in your private life, who you marry, etc. There'll be no place where you will be able to legally practice some measure of discrimination. That is a way to interpret it. I'm not saying that we're going to make it legal, that you can't. It doesn't say that. I'm not saying that. Look at it for yourself. See both sides. I'm just saying that a sane person could look at the way it's written, and sane people have. Yours truly is one of them. You can be one of the same people that look at it and see, wow, my God, you could easily interpret that to mean that in your private life, if you discriminate, maybe somebody calls that anonymous hotline and says, you know what, I wanted a date with Kelly, the white girl, and she wouldn't give me the date. So therefore, I don't have an opportunity to have sex with her. And I've noticed that she's only dated 2 guys, and they were both white. So I think here's her name, here's her address. I think she's discriminating against me because that person is a non-white male. That is your future. And it's not like these things are 50 years off from now. There is a record number of bills moving through the federal government that specifically speak to race, the white race, and how they're going to end up with equality of outcome. And that is because of the times that we are in. That is because the other methods to rescue our people from this oblivion, from this white erasure and biological white erasure, this hell that is encroaching upon us, even while we have these lick-spittled dogs that are trying to get attention for themselves, or trying to just LARP as some entity from some other period in history. Because of them and because of those tactics that they've employed, we are now at the gates of hell, and Cerberus is looking down at us, growling both heads. And we've got to make some decisions and get active, and we got to do it fast. So let's see. I see that we have a couple people. I know I've been going on for a while. We'll take a quick look at your comments. Yep. Okay. Running out of time. Let me quickly run through these, and we're going to get to the calls and comments and financial gifts. Adrian, financially gifting 20 pounds. Thank you so much. 20 pounds. I am unusual in England in that I play the banjo. Since Yiz is from the mountains, I assume she does. Thank you so much for that, Adrian. Yes, it's actually in bluegrass. It is a wonderful instrument, and as most know, that's one of the forms of music that I really like. I really enjoy. All right, let's continue. Thank you so much for that, Adrian. financial gift. June, financially gifting $15. While conversing with other whites, I've had an opportunity to correct the R word to their language of anti-white slur. Very good. There's more here, but I just want to say, June, very well done. Thank you for that financial gift, and very well done taking the initiative and correcting these people, getting them to not use that word, getting them to say anti-white slur. I listened to the silence that results. The Go Free lexicon literally stops the other person in their tracks. And I can just imagine their efforts to process this change. I'm going to read this. Thank you so much, June, for that testimony. Thank you so much for your efforts for white well-being. Thank you so much for that financial gift. Going back to what Seika said, if everybody was given $5 a week that will watch this stream live or in replay, we would have $80,000 a month. We could have the organizational entity up and running like this. I have run multi-million-dollar operations in my past in business for others. Of course, I wasn't making the money, regrettably. I just ran the operation for them, made them very wealthy as a consequence. We know exactly how to manage money here. We have the reputation, we have the character, we have the dignity, we have also the past of not having been a weird LARPer or some kind of other weird character from the anti-white narrative. We could do the right things with that kind of money. We're doing the right things with the kind of money that we receive here in financial gifts, and we're making a big change. But if we did receive that kind of money, we could have people like Yiz and many others who are very talented, showing themselves to be champions for our people. We could have them employed and doing this sort of thing. We would be everywhere. Thank you so much, June. I'm going to read this again. Listen closely. While conversing with other whites, I have had opportunities to correct the R word to the language of anti-white slur. I listened to the silence that results. The Go Free lexicon literally stops the other person in their tracks. And I can just imagine the effort to process this change. Fantastic. Thank you so much, June. Soy allergies, right? With $10. Thank you so much. To everyone, make white positive art, books, paintings, comedy, films, music. The arts win hearts. They do indeed. And that's why we support them on Chuck Martell's Garage Party in every way that we possibly can. And if you're an artist, please make your art with the lexicon and dialectics that work from Going Free. Please do not use the other vernaculars. Please do not use the other vernaculars that fail, that make us look bad, that play the villain in the anti-white narrative. Do not use their symbols. Do not use the garbage that the anti-whites have given you. Do not use it. Do not use it. How many times did it have to be said? How many times do they have to fail? You don't suddenly take on the power. This is like childish magic thinking, to think that you somehow become as powerful or something because at some other period in history, somebody raised a certain flag and now you're going to use the same words or take the same platform. I mean, God's sakes, I've even seen idiots preach that we need what was it called again? I don't want to say the actual word. I just remembered it. I'm not going to say the actual word because the AI will pick it up. But we need territory to grow our bread. In the United States, idiots saying that. That is how dumb these people are. If you're an artist, use the lexicon and dialectics that we give you in Going Free that work in your art. Now, not every piece of art has to. You make art generally. You show different emotions, moods, etc. But if you are imbued with the spirit of the West, if you are allowing it to infuse you, you will make white positive art. That's what we want to see. That's why we support the arts, and we'll continue to do so. Jeff and everybody over there at White Art Collective, very happy with the work they've been doing. Irish Ice here, financially gifting 10 pounds, another great participant and hero. It's really infuriating when non-whites, I guess it's anti-white non-whites, use the not having enough babies excuse as to why they think stealing our countries is okay. After thinking, I realized they should be asking how they could help us get back with our birth rates. Instead they're moving in for the kill. We need to work hard. Well, we do indeed. anti-whites of all races. And yes, and I've heard anti-whites of all races, very well stated. Thank you for the financial gift. Anti-whites of all races say, well, you're not having enough babies, so it should just be really, really. So your parents only had one child. Does that mean I can take everything from them? You don't get to have it because they didn't have enough babies to really warrant passing it down to you. And of course, a country that is far more than just a giving birth to a child or children. A country is far more than that, because it's the lives lost, it's the lives wasted, it's the lives maimed, it's the lives ruined, it's the tears, it's the mothers holding dead infants, it's all of it that has gone into it, all of the love and the anger and the passion and the joy and the misery, all of those days that are impossible to call up, impossible to imagine. All of that is the reason why that is our destiny. And there is no anti-white argument, pretext otherwise, that can take us to an anti-white conclusion that is acceptable. And one of those big conclusions is this, that, oh, you don't deserve it because you haven't had enough babies. Well, the reason why your countries are full is because of our science, our medical advances, the things that we have invented, farming techniques, etc. Indeed, some of those techniques we learned from you. Indeed, some of those potential medicines we learned from non-white peoples. But our contribution is ignored, and our contribution has been colossal. And there is no way in hell that any sane or fair person could argue that anything other than what I just said, infant mortality driven down by thousands of % in these countries once white people showed up. The sort of butchery that took place immediately put to an end. No one can deny that. No one who is fair-minded whatsoever, no one who is looking at the world objectively, anyone who does who says the inverse is anti-white, and you know it to be the case. So absolutely. So their countries are full because of us. Their countries, in those countries, they're able to have medicine, they're able to have electricity, they're able to have all of these things. So we don't lose anything. And for what? We achieved the Renaissance with one of the smallest populations that our people have ever had. We don't need a massive population to achieve great things, for God's sakes. Angharad Celtic, dear lady, thank you so very much. Financially gifting $21. Greetings. This is what I can afford this week. Well, thank you so much, Swank. Sealed with a kiss. Keep up the good work. But I still hate Trump. No, you hate him all you want. We've been very critical of him. In fact, I was the first one when he was elected to call him the first Israeli president of the United States. And Angharad Celtic writes, I hate Kamala and Biden more, though. Well, good indeed. Yeah, we know we don't like Trump. He is nothing more than a tool. T-Rump is nothing more than a tool for us to have more time to spread white well-being to the world, which Biden and Harris won't give us. They would take away from us as quickly as possible. So let's see. I'm going to swivel around really quickly to see what's happening over on Cash App. We're going to keep moving. I know we're going to go a tiny bit over than what I wanted, but we'll be swift on the calls. I think we're going to talk to John and get his a little bit of his take, and then maybe have him call back next week for maybe a little bit of longer take. But he's got great brevity, doesn't he? Every time he's called. So let's see. Can this be right? This can't be right. No, okay. I thought that it wasn't working properly. So let's see. I might have to look over at the phone if this won't update, and it looks like it is not going to update. We'll give it one more chance. I'll take a look at your comments and questions, and then we'll get to the calls really quickly. I think we'll forego another song, maybe, or play it at the very end. Okay, we have will I be able to go back and forth? Zero Talent. Thank you so much. Financially gifting here, $5 and doing double duty. Brother, thank you so very much. A great participant. Writing, for the love of our people, let's go free. Amen to that. Zero Talent, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful hero. Thank you so very much. And we have I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much for that as well. Gift to White Wellbeing, and writes here, everything you do for white people. Well, thank you so very much for recognizing that with a financial gift. That is most kind of you. And I think we got goodness to greatness. And we have here Yiz herself, $5. Thank you so much, dear lady. She's doing so much for all of us. She says, for the folk tithe or Promethean tithe, I'd give more if I could. No, don't. You're doing plenty. Thank you so very much for everything that you are doing. It is very meaningful. All of that is a great testimony to the success of going free. And what was she saying? She says, I want to matter. And she is somebody who has been going through the white positive sphere, even outside of the white positive sphere, listening to different communities, looking for something that has true value, worth, and meaning, and that will give meaning to a person's life. And where does she land? She lands with going free. Let that be the testimony that everyone hears. The great 41 BMC, financially gifting $20, a great participant we know here week in and week out. And $20 to White Wellbeing. Thank you, dear brother. And right for the folk tithing. Thank you so very much for that. Indeed. And I think that is everyone on that platform. We didn't miss anybody. I'll slide through the thank you, every single one of you, for all of your financial gifts. If you've asked a question that I did not see, please paste it back into the live chat on No White Guild and tag me on Discipline. I'll be looking at both monitors, or in the question widget over on Entropy, where it won't delete. It won't ride off of the screen. We have Warrior writing over on Discipline. Have you been wearing your MAGA hat proudly lately? I know I have, since T-Rex tackled critical race theories or anti-whiteism. Well, that's awesome. I need to get one, actually. Rob from earlier says, hello. Smooth jams on the intro. It was very slick, wasn't it? Okay, and it looks like all of the comments or questions over on the Discipline channel. And so let me jump over here really quickly, and I will slide through. Machiavelli Sucks is here. Hello to you. Great to see you. How many, we have Warrior over here as well. How many of those people called you on the phone to apologize once they saw our success? No one. No one is calling and demonstrating. I mean, maybe this is like a intentional memory loss or something. But if I had argued, let's say that I had argued that absolutely telling people that Nibiru is going to hit planet Earth is asinine, and people are not going to participate. They're going to think the world is at its end, and hear all the reasons that it's bad, and there's no way to make this good. And I had vigorously defended that position with people or with an individual. And then years later, or whatever it is, that individual ends up putting together some kind of success for white well-being by talking about Nibiru destroying planet Earth. I would go back and apologize, because I have integrity. So I would go back to that person and say, whoa, I don't know how you did it, but hats off, and I apologize. I was really wrong, obviously. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, when you own your mistakes, you grow. When you hide from them, you shrivel, you shrink. So it's better to just own your mistakes and grow as a person, as a man, as a woman, than it is to hide from them. And the best place to do that is with the person that you date or are married to, because you're going to find out, especially when you're dating them, you're going to find out whether or not you want to spend a longer period of your life with them than whatever you've been with them so far. Because if you make everyone makes mistakes. If you own your mistakes and you go back and you say, I shouldn't have been whatever. I shouldn't have been quick to raise my voice or something. And that person receives that information in a mature way, and then you can tell on them that they feel the need to reciprocate that sort of intimacy, that sort of contact, that, hey, if he or she can be vulnerable with me, then I can be vulnerable with him or her. Then you're with somebody that you can really communicate with and build a life with. If you go to that person and you say, hey, you know what, I shouldn't have done X, Y, or Z, I'm take that back and apologize for that. and I'm going to control myself better. Or I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen, or whatever it might be. And they're just like, good, yes. You know, I think ultimately they receive it like, good, now I've got it up on you now you've, and then maybe at some point later, they remember when you had to apologize. Run like hell from that person. It'll never get better. That person's got a bad character, and people can improve, and you can, maybe some folks, you can help them get better at that. And it just depends on where you are with them, whether or not you want to try to bring them to a better place, a better version of themselves. And so that can also be a worthy thing, but don't waste your life. I know a lot of girls like to think that they're going to save some guy from himself. Don't waste your life doing that. I've seen that happen too many times, especially with these pretty faced guys. I'll just teach him to not cheat on her, you know, every other week or every week or whatever it might be. I'll just make him a better guy. And then you're just going to end up hating men and coming away with something you can't cure. Let's see. Who else do we have here? All right. Raymond is here. Great to see you, brother. All right, folks, we're moving along. Raymond, one of our greatest, mentioned you earlier when we read Heidi's financial gift from last week. Hansa says, yes, we are a nation. That's right. Hansa's right. We are one nation with many countries. Sakis is here. Great to see you. Is the eunuch, is this massive email campaign to top-tier content producers potentially sympathetic to our cause still on? Yeah, we are still I shared, and regrettably I shared on for the first time the cover in very blurry version of it, of Crucible standalone and a version of Crucible. It is stupendous. It is absolutely magnificent because of what others are doing, because of what Groundhog Fury is doing. This is going to be something that remember what we were talking about earlier, quality product. Then we have to get it out there, and it will make a difference. So yes, and getting it out there is the campaign to try to get it to these new these people who are new to us, mostly these MAGA content creators and conservative content creators. We need to try to get to those kind of people, get them to share Crucible with their community, and it's going to be available in the next week and a half. So it's coming, and we want to get it to these people because this is the community that is the millions that need and can be saved. We can't continue, as we shared with Lovely Porch. We can't continue in this environment where there is a body of people that they want certain things that they're all going to respond to. You know, look like the Third Reich, they're all going to show up there. You know, look like you are you got a novelty take, they're all going to show up there. We're never going to have those things for these people. So we need to go out and find people who are good, as Porch put it, lovely families, the heart and soul of what it is to be a Westman, a member of Western kind, and to build this great, all of these great countries that we have built. Now the chat just leapt on me, so let me scroll back up. I thought I saw somewhere that Raymond had maybe asked me a question but hadn't tagged me. I'm not going to be able to find that again, Raymond, if you have. So I'm not overlooking it. If I'm not tagged as No White Guilt, since it just leapt, I don't see it anymore. Let's see. Soul Fix says, what is the pick over your right shoulder? Well, of course, that is King George. And he is slaying the anti-white dragon. Thank you for asking. And let's see, what else do we have? Warrior says, no one damn. They have no shame. They have no shame. It is a real shame. Raymond says, I like the shirt. Reminds me of Metallica's Ride the Lightning cover. Yes. Now I've got Metallica in the head. I can blame you for the next 3 days while their music plays in my head. Anglo America, how's it going, brother? It's going great. How are you doing? Are you going to be calling in tonight? We'll try to get to everybody as quickly as we can. Nancy Drew is here. Sakis is back again. Are we going to email templates, or will that come off as spammy? Probably not templates, but there might be, especially if Yiz make some suggestions about what she believes and what has worked for her for reaching out to content creators. That is, what they will listen to, what they will take note of. All right, I think I'm at the bottom of that. So let's swivel back around, and this all looks good. And as I swivel back around, it looks like we have Promethean Promulgation, financially gifting $25. Thank you so much, and a big salute to you for all that you do in service for white well-being. How do people hear going free and resist the urge to adopt it immediately? How do people hear going free and resist the urge to adopt it immediately? That's a really good question. And I think and thank you for that testimony as well. I think we kind of touched upon it, and this has been the headache for the decades of being in the white positive sphere, is really what Porridge noted in one of his messages. And if you don't follow Lovely Porridge, what is his damn channel again? Ruination, so something like, if somebody could find Lovely Porridge, is Ruination Media, Ruination, something like this, his new YouTube channel. You need to follow Lovely Porridge, because this is a great example of a white man who has very intelligent things to say that nobody's following. This guy also built a massive channel originally, and then YouTube took it away from him because he was having too much success. So there's a white man who has very actual intelligent things to say, fulcrum actions, fulcrum concepts to go from here to there to say, and nobody's watching. You know, some new dilettante show up, male or female, and it's scaries over there. So one of the things he was sharing was, you have a big subset within the white positive sphere, and they end up with their inertia pulling others from the rest of the white positive. So this is by no means the majority or something of this nature, but there is a big subset of individuals in the white positive sphere that have come to believe very stupid things. And when these stupid things present themselves, like, you know, this group is going to look the most like the Third Reich, or this group is going to look the most like whatever, then they scurry all over there. You know, this person is going to have the deepest novelty takes. They immediately scurry all over, and by that, the bulk of that attention that suddenly this group or this individual has, all of the rest of the people in the white positive sphere, they wonder, well, why is that so interesting? Maybe I should check it out. And then there's this period. It's like you could graph it, this period of this great interest. And then this finally, when everybody realizes, well, this isn't going anywhere, it's garbage, it then dies off. But I've been dealing with these waxing and waning, you know, this sort of caprice of idiots for the past 2 decades. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. We need to get people who are more sound of mind. You know, we need to get people who are going to, where we don't have that subset of folks who are going to scurry after the most destructive thing that they can find, and then get everybody else's attention because they are suddenly giving it attention. We need to be someplace where when something stupid shows up, people ignore it. There's not going to be a subset that suddenly scurries over to it and gets the attention of everybody else because of all the noise they make. Tipsy McStagger, $5 from Australia. Thank you, my dear brother, down under. And writing here, just doing my part. Thank you so very much. So yeah, Promethean promulgation, I think it's just ultimately that folks are stuck in many ways and this in these old forms, these old vehicles, and they can't get out of it. And also going free is a new paradigm. And this is how we should always talk about it. It is a new paradigm. And so it's unfamiliar looking to people. When they look at it, it's kind of like they're wondering. I have so many stories of folks that, and we have read many of them here, but I have many in person where folks, they resisted. In fact, who was it? Was it Fornull, or who was it? That when it was one of the musicians, I think, that was had a story about how they resisted and they pushed back. I think, you know, who did was Groundhog Fury. Groundhog Fury, this fantastic artist, pushed back and thought, no, this is not familiar to me. I don't really understand how it can work. And then allowed himself to listen more and more, saw the successes, then used reason, logic, and evidence, saw that it would succeed, and then has now jumped in full time and is a marvelous participant. I've seen so many times where this has happened, where people say, don't understand this new paradigm. Then when they finally stick around long enough, and they start saying, whoa, this really makes sense, then they're hooked. Now, others, like yourself, Promethean promulgation, Is it intelligence? Is it courage? Is it integrity? Is it, what is it? Is it blind sight that we talk about in Going Free? That some of you, the first time hearing, it's like we talk about in Prometheus Rising, the silver trumpets. It's like when you hear the silver trumpets, you know this is it. So for some of you, a little bit more depth or whatever it is, you're maybe a little tick ahead of the rest, or a couple ticks ahead or above the rest. When you hear it, you know, and you come right over and you begin making it happen. And kudos to you all who don't need to be dragged, behind the tractor to something that will actually benefit you. And kudos to every one of you who like Groundhog Fury, who saw this and thought, I'm not very sure about this, but I'm gonna, because I have integrity, because I'm honorable, I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna see what they have to say, and then come to my own intelligent conclusion. And so kudos to all of you who had the ability to do that as well. Thank you very much. And let's see here. Yiz the Eunuch writing, this is you. So everybody who wants to call in, get ready. I'm going to be calling you in just a moment, and we're gonna try to be quick, but we'll try to let you say everything you want to say, so that I can get back to work on other work for White Wellbeing that's got to be finished soon. Yiz the Eunuch writes, this is huge. I just had a student PM me on Twitter from ETSU saying he wants to do a private interview with me to talk about the anti-whites at his school. He used the word anti-white on his own. That is absolutely magnificent. That is stupendous. So one of the students coming forward, and of course now Yiz is shrewd. Yiz is no fool. She knows that this person coming forward, this could be an anti-white person trying to just undermine, but most likely what's happening here is that this is a person who was ready to receive the message, saw the verbiage, otherwise a different type of verbiage, otherwise would have rejected it, might have said, well, you know what, I really hate what's going on, but this is ugly, this is immoral, this sort of flyer that I received. Instead saw Going Free and has reached out to Yiz. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Yiz writes here, be the heroes we need, create our story, be sure to write yourself an awesome part. Indeed, Yiz. The ETSU student said to me in private that anti-whites on campus tried to blame the flyers on him. He came to Twitter just to find me. Prometheus smiles on us this day. Fantastic. Empowering someone else who was just in time, needed to be empowered. Volkish Warrior writes here on the question widget, I'm sick and tired of Keith Woods. And he refers to Keith Woods as, he says sick and tired of Keith Woods and the low IQ he's referring to here, Spencer, tweeting to vote for Biden, as well as Poseidon during videos attacking T-Rex. I wish they were more like you. Doesn't every woman after she gets out of bed? But actually, I have a email about Keith Woods, actually, where he's saying, or he was saying, vote for T-Rex now. So maybe his latest position is to vote, or perhaps this is wrong. Perhaps that was the previous position, and now the latest position is to not. I don't know, but I would imagine that I'd be interested in hearing what the argument would be. But I have only seen the Spencer's little thing that he tweeted of Team Biden or something like this. I haven't seen anything from Woods on the issue. And we have El Ronder say, okay, that was from earlier. Thank you for leaving that there. Okay, then we have, okay, Popcorn Power. What are your thoughts on the new NJP? I haven't said a word on it yet. I can sum it up. Popcorn. I actually have covered them twice, and my thoughts are that it's what we discovered and confirmed on PWR last week, that this is not an actual political party. So everyone should know this. If you're going to financially gift them, if they were a political party, you would lose your anonymity to the government, to the state. If you're going to financially gift them as what they are, a group, then you don't have to worry about your anonymity going through the process of a political party and having to be reported to the federal government as a contribution to a political party. This is kind of like what it sounded like to me as their pool parties that they have now renamed as national justice parties. And as far as the National Justice Party as a thing or the individuals who participate, everywhere where they serve the well-being of our people in a way that comports with my morality and with going free, I 100% support those activities. Where they diverge or where their positions or proclamations or activities are different or antithetical, then I reject it totally. So I come together with them in that one way and I diverge in the other way. And I also am hoping for that Mike will join me in discouraging this infighting that we and those who have something critical that we've experienced for example, what we've seen in the comments on my channel, which is, well, you're not going to target to destroy capitalism and the international puppy like the NJP, or you must be a puppy then. I would like to discourage these things, and I would like Mike, and I expect he will, help to put an end to that sort of infighting. And that's the same kind of position I had on Mike and the very talented Sven and the work that they've done over there that I've always had. If they serve white well-being in a way that comports with my morality and going free, then 100% endorse those particular actions or those particular statements. But I'm not going to own some other person or own some group's actions by saying, oh, I endorse the whole thing wholeheartedly, and then they're going to go out and do something that I find morally reprehensible, like focus on another group of people and say that because of their immutable characteristic, they're evil. That's what we don't want done to us. We're calling for an end to that to be done to us, right? I mean, that's why the cover of the book looks like this, right? The white baby is born this way for the immutable characteristic of being born white. This is what you look like. This is what your babies look like. This is why we focus on us. I think it's reprehensible to do this to a people. It's being done to us, and it's reprehensible. So absolutely, outside of my morality and going free, I reject anything, or I'm neutral, whatever the individual thing might be. Slot says here, Donald Trump retweeted this by Columbia. Sorry, liberals. How to be anti-white 101 is permanently. No. Are you serious, Slots? When did that happen? Can somebody find that and DM me on Twitter? He retweeted it. All right, we got to keep moving. If somebody can find that and DM me that on Twitter, I appreciate that. That would be earth-shaking. That would be earth. I hope you all. I mean, the earth. If that happened, the earth is moving beneath your feet. How many can feel it? All right, we got to keep moving. And it looks like, make sure we're good over there and we're good over here. And I'm trying to go quickly because I got to get back to work. There's a lot of things going on, in the background for the good of white well-being. This team we have here, we're making it happen. And okay, so it looks like we're good over there. Seika says, from 1 to 10, what would you say T-Rex's chances of winning are right now? 10. The anti-whites that call themselves Democrats, they don't have a chance. They don't have a snowball's chance in hell. And so that's why they want mail-in voting. That's why they want the. Maybe I'll do this. This is just for the narrative of a book that I'll never write. I don't know. Should I do this? Okay. The Democrats want nervous exhaustion in the population. They want things to be anarchic so that they can cripple Trump after his victory. The odds of being able to win are very slim, extremely slim. It's going to have to be a stolen scenario. It's going to be a force, a constitutional crisis type of scenario. And so that would be like if everything went perfect for the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, that would be the kind of outcome they could get. And then how radical the situation becomes after then, it's sort of in the air. What's much more likely is, and what would be much more likely a realistic objective, is that they cripple Trump so that he can't accomplish anything with the next 4 years of presidency, because the legitimacy of it is doubted over the totality of the 4 years. And essentially what they attempted to accomplish and did to a degree that they would like to surpass in the first 4 years. So they're trying to surpass that in the next 4 years. They're going to be writing the history books that he undermined Biden with the investigation. And then they hope in the years to come after Trump that they'll just rewrite the history that it was a stolen election. That's what the purpose is. That's why I told you all, who remembers way back, even before the Democratic convention started, I said, it'll be Biden, period. Stop talking about it. And it was over on PWR. And of course, I gave the reason why. I've given the reason why many times here. And still everybody went back and forth. It's going to be this, it's going to be that. And then, of course, it was Biden, just exactly. And once I gave the reason, for those who are able to see reason, logic, and evidence, they saw, yes, that is the reason why it will be him. And that's the reason it had to be him. So I wonder if I should say this. Okay, this is get ready for the calls, folks. This is a potential story, theme for a book, a narrative outline for a book that I will never write. Maybe I can't even, I got some words here that I can think about using, but well, maybe I'll, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Just think about there being a country that was a rapidly growing economic powerhouse and had a very bright future. And then another country began taking significant real steps to undermine that country's burgeoning wealth, power, economic power, military power, began taking real steps to undermine that. And of course, that first country would want to put an end to that. That first country would like to return to the state that it was in prior to, a state of being, prior to the second country taking these renewed steps. What might that country do when it sees its goal in front of it, its shining goal of being a superpower of the world Nibiru? So these are countries on Nibiru, fictional countries on Nibiru. What might it do to take back that destiny that was being robbed from it? What wouldn't it do? Would it engage in nuclear warfare? Probably not, because Nibiru would be destroyed if it engaged in nuclear warfare. If it engaged in, so that's radiological. If it engaged in chemical warfare, well, that is a signature of itself, and that would unleash a hot war. And that first country might have determined that, well, in a hot war, it wouldn't fare very well at the moment. It needs to continue with its economic might to be able to build up its military might. This, of course, taking place on Nibiru in a story that I will probably never write. So what's left to them then? There's one form of warfare left to them that they can, if they were to inflict it on themselves first, they would have plausible deniability. If this first country on Nibiru would be able to then have plausible deniability if they inflicted the last form of warfare on themselves first, and then either knowing that the other factions in the second country would behave a certain way or potentially conspire with the other faction in the second country to destabilize the government of the second country on Nibiru in this fictional story that I will never write. Then, you know, maybe they would create anarchy in the second country of these, and these would be the Nibiruites or something like this on this world Nibiru, and they would want to create nervous exhaustion in the population of the second country on Nibiru, so that they would be willing to give up, so that they would cry out for an end to the things that were destabilizing their lives. The other warfare, destabilizing their lives, from the other warfare itself to the things that end up happening in that civilization as a consequence to try to resist or forestall what's happening, that other warfare, to, you know, anarchy, getting like a civil war going on Nibiru, which of course we say here that there's, in the real world, there's no civil war, but creating that sort of state of being on Nibiru, you can see how there could be some bedfellows there between the one faction in the second country and the first country. So when it comes to this nervous exhaustion in the population, it's a mechanism by which to control. And so that is the storyline for a book, a fictional book about the planet Nibiru that I will probably never write. But now that I've shared it with you, perhaps some of you will have figured out that it's an interesting story, even though I won't write it. So we will go. Oh, we have Dissident Agnostic coming in with $25. Should whites be encouraged to give up on corporate politics and mentally separate from modern nation state thinking? $25, Dissident Agnostic. Thank you very much for that kind gift to White Wellbeing, my dear friend, and that great question. Voting and violence will not recapture our destiny. So the question then is, what can white people do at present within politics? Well, it depends on what level you're at in politics. If you are, and that depends on, or that, what's the word I'm looking for? The level you're at, the power you have, is going to then serve how well and effective and broad you can spread going free. That's what you should be doing. So when you say give up on corporate politics and mentally separate from modern nation state thinking, absolutely the old nationalism, the antiquated nationalism of this country and no other, has to go the way of the dustbin. We are one nation with many countries, and we are never going again to take a position in one country that harms, in one Western country that harms the white people in another Western country. That nationalism has to go away, because if it doesn't, the anti-whites will use it against us, and they will be right back in power again. So if you're thinking about being in politics and then just achieving power by the usual or typical or old school means, and passing bills, etc., that sort of thing, no, you're going to have no success, because you need a new population. You need a revived population. You need a healed population. So if you are a campaign person in, say, T-Rex, and you go door to door, knocking on doors, can we count on you to vote for T-Rex? You don't have to give that up. Instead, use that to spread going free. Go door to door and say, can we count on you to vote for T-Rex? I'm being paid, we are being paid tonight, or being paid for this job, or whatever it is. But I'm also going to give you something for going free. If you're a politician, if you're a mayor or somewhere, think about if you get healed from going free, how powerful it would be for you then to turn around in your position and to start using the lexicon that we have here, anti-white, anti-whiteism, etc., when you talk to your constituents, when you talk on the floor in your state capitals, at national level, etc. Just think about how you legitimize these positions, the power that you have. So, dissident agnostic, I hope I'm answering the question. If you're of the mindset that you're going to get people elected in office that share similar ideas of, say, conservatism or whatever, nationalism or whatever it might be, the environment, then you're all going to get together and you're going to write bills and you're going to try to pass them into laws. That's a total failure. Forget about it. I mean, you can still do those activities, still write bills, absolutely, but you're going to put the verbiage in of going free. You're going to know that the possibility of getting that bill passed or whatever it might be into law is very slim to none. The real power comes from your ability in that office, which is legitimized, to legitimize going free. And you can do this at all levels. So it's true for, this is an easy way to see it, dissident agnostic. This mindset, this approach is true for all of the positions in politics, just as it is true for all of the positions in the church, just as it is true for all of the positions at Xerox or any corporate environment in which you operate, work, make your living. If you can not get fired and you're the CEO of a company, think about how powerful that would be. If you're the CEO of a company and you say, you know what, I'm putting an end to the anti-white training, and you actually say in your email to the company, we're putting an end to the anti-white training in this company. If Trump retweeted something that said it was anti-white, and then they say then you'll be, the CEO will be able to say anti-white. Think about the power of that. So if you understand, dissident agnostic, that the same activities hold true for whether you're in politics or any of these other environments, then you'll understand, okay, then anything else that could come to my mind about functioning within the modern state political thinking, any of these other things that could come to my mind, that's what is superfluous. That is what we need to shave off from a concern or an activity that could recapture our destiny. So this is all about getting the curative contagion out to as many of our brothers and sisters who already are in these positions, these all over across the United States. Doesn't matter what they are. Everybody has some sort of power. The guy who picks up the garbage, to the CEO, to whatever it might be, to the guy in elected office, they all have some ability to spread this curative contagion as quickly as we can to combat anti-whiteism before it destroys the entirety of the West. Let's get to some of these calls, and then I'll take a look, and I'll open this. We're going to, everybody who has asked to have a conversation tonight, I'm going to ask you to be succinct. As always, you all do a great job. But I do want you to have an opportunity to say what's on your mind or ask the question that's on your mind, and then I'll address it as quickly as I can. So I'm going to go right to the first person on the list is Mr. V tonight. I don't think we had anybody left over from, no, we didn't. So Mr. V, I'm going to call you right now. So get ready. Here comes the call.
Hey, brother.
Hey, brother. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, great to hear from you. I just wanted to quickly get into it because I want other people to call in as quick as possible. I see a lot of our people using white European instead of just saying white or just saying European. And to me, this is kind of dangerous.
It is.
Because at one point, the anti-whites started saying a word American, AFRICAN, or other types of American. And then we started calling ourselves white Americans, which is just a repetition because, as we know, if you're not a Westman, you're not American.
Right.
So where does it end?
Right.
Right. What other kind of European is there?
Right.
Whether so I really wanted to know your thoughts on that, brother.
Well, that's actually very important. And of course, Mr. V would be the one who would be able to identify what's one of the most important things that we have to talk about. Appreciate you bringing that up. We absolutely do not want to weaken who and what we are and muddy the waters. This would be the kind of thing, by the way, that we need to watch out for clever anti-whites doing. Just like they're trying to push this, they're trying to bring back racism by giving it these other terms to qualify it. We need not to do this. So now a non-white person can be an American. They're a paper American. It doesn't mean that their contributions are any less, or that they are or any less of a person or anything like that. And we absolutely celebrate their contributions to the United States. We, though, Western kind, we are the only people who have America inside of us. If we were to go away, there would be no more America. If we were to go away, there would be no more UK. There would be no more any of these Western countries, because it's inside of us. It's the instinct of Western kind projected onto our environments. So we celebrate all of the other peoples who are present and paper Americans or Canadians or whatever. And there's no diminishment of their participation or sacrifice or etc., where they have made the sacrifices and that participation. But we really need to really just clip right at the heel all of these efforts where folks will say things like white European or white American or this sort of thing, because what that does is it seeds the premise that America is this fictional thing that was created for everybody and just pulled out of the air, or like the country fairy or the culture fairy just dropped it in this landmass, instead of it being a people that brought it into existence. It's the same thing holds true for all of our countries across the West, including Europe. Of course, the statement is totally redundant to say white European. It's just like saying white, Westman. It's just redundant and sounds stupid as well. But yes, you're absolutely right. It is pernicious, and we shouldn't allow folks to say this heedlessly. We should let them know, hey, look, that is actually ceding the position to anti-whites that this country is not something that's inside of us. It's just something that just happens to be here, and it was intended for every single person on the planet. And if you've ceded that position, then you've ceded so many other anti-white positions, like ever having a border, for that matter. You know, ever allowing any of these people to irrevocably change the United States to represent anything that they wanted to represent. So you're absolutely right. It's very astute of you to identify that, and I have seen that a couple times.
Yeah, it's because I noticed that you never use that, brother. So I knew that you'd be. I know that you're very precise with your language. You always correct yourself anytime you slip up. You're very careful never to cede any ground and always use white positive language. So when you hear people say a white European, they're just repeating themselves. Yeah, it's like you said, it's saying white. It's implying that there could be any other kind of European. And that's very, very dangerous, because that's how they got us.
Right.
You start calling yourself white European, and then they start saying things like black British. What a nonsensical term. There's no such thing.
Right. And the easiest way when people are confronted, so everybody knows, if you're confronted about whether or not this comes from inside the West, comes from inside of the white race, those people who would object to that position, they would most fervently agree that we can't recreate their culture, or non-white cultures in non-white countries. We can't reproduce their things and sustain their things the way that they can. They would fervently agree with that. You can demonstrate the hypocrisy for them there, but you can also ask, where in all of recorded history did any non-white group create a Western country? Where in all of recorded history did a white group of people create a non-white country? Never. It's never happened. It never will happen, because culture is biosphere projected on environment. And another way to say that is instinct. Just like there are different instincts and different animals, different races of the exact same species, different breeds of the exact same species, you have different instincts in the different races, or different breeds, if you will, of human beings. And if you want a different outcome, you need a different species. This is the way it is. and there's nothing wrong with that. We can make it work whatever way we can make it work. But the reality is, yeah, there is no, and you say it justly and accurately. Another point you just made about Europe, that I was making about the United States, is when you say white European, that's as though some other group of people could create the Renaissance. Some other people of the world could create a Rembrandt. Some other people you could create these glorious civilizations. Well, we find glorious that some other person could do it. Some other group of people could do it. You have ceded the entirety of the conversation and the argument and your right to exist to an anti-white. How much do you want to give an anti-white? Give them the determination of whether or not you should exist or have a right to exist. This is how we end up in these conversations. You see these videos where you have these debating clubs, and the anti-whites, whatever race they are demanding of white kids in the room, tell us why you should exist. Why should you be allowed to exist? And they just sit there dumb. They don't know how to respond. Well, they don't know how to respond because they're in the anti-white narrative, because they're thinking such stupid things. If you've accepted that anybody could create a Germany or anybody could create an Estonia, then you are losing much of the ground right up from underneath of your feet of being able to argue that you have a right to exist. So brilliant. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a great topic.
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial. I've found quite a few of our people using it. And whenever that's said, whenever white European is said or written, even our own people who put, it's bad enough that they're saying white, or European, basically, they're repeating themselves, but they always put white with a lowercase w, just like the anti-whites want them to.
Oh,
just like the anti-whites want them to. And it's always been, what you mentioned, brother, has always been the case. And as a child, I noticed it. I'm sure our brothers and sisters can recall it as well. You were always assumed to be a foreigner in a non-white country. It was always assumed that you could never create these people's culture, as is rightly the case. But when it came to your culture, you were always afraid, or you were always chastised for pointing out that, no, they can't be us. No, they can't create our culture. No, they can't integrate. There is no such thing as integration because you're not one of us. But our people were so afraid to say that this non-white is not German, or this non-white is not French, or this non-white is not Iberian, or Northwest European, or whatever it might be. Our people were always afraid. That was always the case. And as far as these people, and I recall that video that came out with that debate at one of these quote-unquote prestigious anti-white institutions, our people would then proceed, while trapped in the anti-white narrative, to try and justify why they should exist to an anti-white.
Yes.
Which is insane.
Yes. Totally insane. Get out of their narrative, folks. Mr. V knows exactly what he's saying here. As you all know, a lot of wisdom comes out of Mr. V from the very beginning, from his first call. So get out of their narrative. Do not say these things, and chastise others who do. Be gentle at first. Tell them how they're wrong. Tell them what it ends up doing, as we've shared here. And let's put an end to this dangerous, pernicious, and deleterious, harmful verbiage that undermines us and our survival. So anything else you want to share before we let you go today, brother?
Oh, yeah. How you speak is how you think, and vice versa.
Yes.
Your outer voice will always betray your inner voice. So controlling our language is incredibly important. It's one of the most important things. And I know that there's, not to mention any names, because I know everybody listening to this is quite aware, but there are some clowns who are faux leaders, who don't have any of the leadership capabilities that either you, Jared George, Mark Collette, or any of our other great heroes exhibit. And they want to demean the work that people in the white well-being sphere are doing. Things that are now seeds that are going to sprout. They want to point at these little seeds that are about to turn into full-blown trees, and they want to mock them because they're not busy doing anything, or because everything they've done has never gone anywhere, or because their ego won't allow them to shine the spotlight on anyone else. So these clowns go around calling going free, a cult. They, yeah, I know you know what I'm talking about, brother. Yeah, these clowns are going nowhere. These are not leaders. These are pathetic egotists. These are not leaders, and they'll never be leaders. So that's what I wanted to mention about that. And switching to someone who is a leader, Henrik Palmgren, and it was awesome. I didn't even know you were going to be on Red Ice. I've been such a big fan of Red Ice since way before Henrik turned to the fight for white well-being.
Oh, great!
And yeah, what that man is a hero. That man's a hero. Lana's a great woman, and all the clowns who turn on him, content creators, writers, media personalities, who were all okay with Red Ice when Red Ice gave them a spotlight. Red Ice made them bigger than they were. Red Ice gave them a bigger following. Red Ice used to be, and still is, a great platform for anyone who was outside the mainstream. And it was revered. It was the top media for people who were outside the mainstream. Everybody wanted to go on Red Ice. It was a way to get your name out there. Yet when Henrik turned to white well-being and when he started questioning certain historical hate hoaxes, all these bastards turned around and they stabbed him. The very man who made them, helped propel them and helped make them famous and helped put their work out there and did nothing but good to them. They stabbed him in the back. So it was so great to see Henrik turn to white well-being, and he's one of us now. Too bad for all the losers who stabbed him in the back. We're going to be there with him, and we're going to guard him with shields, guard him from any more stabs in the back. And so it was great to see him have you on his show, brother. And if Henrik ever listens, I hope that you'll allow Mr. Köhne to get back on and do a breakdown of Go Free. I think that would be tremendous if you two could go over Go Free using the Kindle edition, kind of breaking it down what it is, because with Henrik's interview skills and his content creation abilities and his media abilities, for you two to do a Go Free breakdown and put it out there would give it such credibility and great visuals, great sound. It would just be awesome.
It really would be. You're absolutely right. He's magnificent, and Lana's magnificent. I can't hope the best more for a couple of people, and we're absolutely going to stand by them. And I underscore everything you just said about the people who turned on them, and also I really like your idea of going free with him. That would probably, we could bring potentially a lot of the cases, mention a lot of the cases of people who have had such tremendous success going free in their lives, and mention those could be really valuable.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great opportunity. It really is. Doing an overview of Go Free, delving into Prometheus Rising. There's so much to Red Ice. If anyone has been a Red Ice member, they'll know this. So much content, so many stuff there in the archives. And Henrik's been over everything. Mythology, the occult, conspiracies, shadowy parts of the government, science, health, everything. And to highlight Lana, not only is she great with the work that she does with Red Ice, for anyone who's gotten clothes from Lana's Llama, those are quality, that's quality clothing. I've bought clothing from there before. Great stuff. It's still with me. It's awesome. Really, really cool. So support our people. Check out Lana's Llama. Of course, she's busy with Red Ice and she's got children to care for. But if you need clothes, don't go buy from these anti-white companies who are going to put white or racial propaganda on everything they do. Buy from our people.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? And I'll let you have the last word on this, and that is that Henrik and Lana were investigating a lot of different things, and their platform was growing, their channel was growing, their work was growing, their wealth was growing, and everyone here knows that if they had stuck with investigating aliens or just all of this sort of stuff, and not paying attention to anything that was real about their society burning down all around them, they would have made a lot more money. They would have, obviously they wouldn't have the kind of pressure that they have now, all of these attacks, etc., that they have to deal with now. They wouldn't have any of those issues. So what does that say about the integrity of those people? That they looked out and they said, oh my God, the city is, and now literally, but figuratively, on fire. We can't just dither with these subjects that are interesting, or but there's possibility of this being real or whatever is super slim. It's just interesting to investigate and to see what people have to say. We can't give 100% of our time to that because if we do, we're not talking about what's really happening, the real threat to our world. And they went the direction of integrity and honor, and that's why they're going to be remembered for all time. And the losers who didn't do that are going to be forgotten. Your final thoughts, brother?
Forgotten, and rightly so, because a lot of these people call themselves truth seekers. They call themselves the truth community. But as soon as Heretics started doing what these people claim to do, which is seek out the truth, search for the truth no matter what, and have integrity in that, they turned around, stabbed him in the back, and then covered his wounds with anti-white slurs. So to hell with these clowns. He will be remembered, and so will his lineage. And we will make sure that that's the case.
We absolutely we will make sure. And we're going to make sure that we remember you as well, Mr. V. Feel free to call in anytime. We will have you.
Thank you, brother, and hail to the first and the last.
Amen to that. Very good. Promethean hails. Bye-bye, brother.
Bye-bye.
Well, you see, that's the wisdom Mr. V is sharing, not only genetically what he's been equipped with, but what he has dug into and found in Prometheus Rising, a place where you can find many layers of information to empower yourself. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the next call, and I think that is John. So, John, get ready for me to call you. But before we do that, I just want to quickly make sure that we are... Oh, we have, let me bring this back over here. We have, it looks like our dear brother and White Wellbeing activist Nathan has helped to facilitate a $75 financial gift. And let's go ahead and get a big round of applause for that. For both Nathan, who has helped to facilitate this $75 financial gift from Sir Raymond Foster. And for Raymond, Raymond says, for building the West. Thank you so very much. That is fantastic, the both of you. And a big salute to these two heroes. And they sort of came, both of them, to my awareness at the same time. And they've been like those rockets at the end of the Independence Day firework display, the biggest rockets at the end, and they streak into the sky, and you see them just these missiles heading up into the night sky, and sparks flying, and just tremendous people. So a big salute to all of you. Thank you so very much, two gentlemen. And now let's turn back to here, and we have John with us.
Hello, brother.
Let me swivel this back around.
Because I've already shown it down south in Tennessee.
Well, they won't be able to see you because we're on Skype, you and me right now. So, but they can hear you okay.
Good. Well, I hope those anti-white maggots do hear me. Because I'm pretty pissed about that university and their anti-white, their systemic anti-white policies.
Yes.
Systemic anti-whiteism.
Well put. Well, we want to salute you while you're here. Let's get a round of applause for John for the work that he did with Yiz and another gentleman distributing these leaflets to help folks go free. And we had, I don't know if you heard, John, but already one individual has reached out who wants to learn more about going free, a student at that university. And so that's fantastic. Who knows what kind of changes that you all made that day and lives that you will have affected as a consequence. So thank you so very much.
Well, I have some points I wrote down on a note card here, so I'll make it real quick for you as usual.
Go for it,
I
brother.
want to mention to everybody listening here, all 20,000 people plus, that what we did was very low-tech activism. We had about 2,000 leaflets, probably cost me about $25. Of course, I had to travel and, you know, gas and hotel. That's part of the deal. Well worth it. About $25, very cheap activism, very low-tech activism. You don't have to have a college education to do this. You don't need any education. You just need to have a heart for white people, for our future, for our children, and want to do something for them. And what we did was, you know, very, like I said, very easily duplicatable. You can do it too. All it takes is 2 or 3 people and some flyers, like 2,000 flyers, and maybe, you know, 2 days of work and lots of walking through parking garages, through the university buildings, and putting flyers under doors, closed doors, and putting them under mats, putting them in books and libraries and stuff like that, going to student, you know, housing and putting them in every car and so forth. And it's a lot of fun. I'm sure I lost weight during the time I walked. My feet are still sore from 2 days ago.
Nice.
So, like I say, it's very cheap. It's very easily duplicatable. You listening in out there in radio land, listening to us, you can do it too. And it must be done, because the kind of response you get from this activism, you just can't believe how they blow up. The anti-whites literally foam at the mouth and howl like wolves at the moon.
I love it.
And
I love that.
You know, the camaraderie you have with people. You go out there and you put out, you know, 100 flyers here and 100 flyers there, and you get back in your car and drive somewhere else, and you're just laughing and having a good time, good time while you're doing it. It's the ultimate camaraderie. It's healthy for you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make an offer. I want somebody out there listening somewhere in the country, it doesn't matter where, who is interested in getting 2 to 3 people together with them to make a small team, and I will send you 2,000 flyers. Now, Jason, you have to vouch for that person and say they're serious.
Okay.
But I will personally mail them 2,000 flyers, and I want to see them go out there, and I want to see a news story quickly generated, because as soon as you do this, they literally blow up on Twitter within a couple of hours. And as you saw, within a day, you'll have TV news reporting on this. And now they have upped patrol cars at this university because they're scared of people putting out flyers on cars that say no white guilt and white well-being. The university is saying, the anti-white administration is saying that these values, that this does not coincide with their values of inclusion.
Yeah. Good.
So, like I said, I'm going to offer 2,000 to any person you vouch for. I will personally mail them there on my own dime.
Well done. Thank you so much, brother. That is magnificent offer. I mean, what a testimony to the success of this doctrine that you would do that. Thank you so very much for that. That is splendid.
It's my pleasure. And I just want to see this happening everywhere, every weekend. Just imagine the kind of momentum we would have. You know, me and Yiz in our third person, we were just talking the whole time. If this could be duplicated every weekend somewhere else in the country, we would deliver white America to our cause within a year.
Yes. Yes, I completely agree.
It's so simple. It's so low tech. It's so duplicatable. It's kind of like when you go to McDonald's, whether it's a McDonald's here where I live or a McDonald's in Saudi Arabia or in Japan or China, it's all the same when you walk in. Nobody has to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
Just take what we did, which is so damn simple, and just duplicate it, and you will get the same response, maybe even more.
I was so impressed when I've been so busy doing other things in the background for White Wellbeing. I turn around and it's like, I liken it to like auto mechanics. Like you peek under the hood, how's everything? And it's like 300 more horsepower appeared under the hood. There's all these leafleting going on everywhere, and just heroes stepping up. And like Yiz was saying, we're on Entropy. I wrote there, make sure you write yourself a good character as a hero in our story. And that's what these folks are doing, ladies and gentlemen. And you could do the same.
And I mean, it gives you such an adrenaline rush when you're doing this. You just can't quit doing it. It's like we're working at 11 o'clock, putting out flyers and cars in front of these gigantic university buildings. It's like, come on, Yiz, I can't quit. I'm too fired up. Let's just do it another hour. John, I'm getting too tired. I can't drive anymore. It just gets you so pumped up, you just can't quit doing it. It comes to a point where, because of the adrenaline and possibly drinking caffeine in your drinks, you just want to keep doing it all night. It is the ultimate healthy, white, positive rush.
Amen. Amen. Better than any drug out there. And indeed.
Exactly. And we are the curative contagion.
We are.
You know, we also, by the way, put out some in a parking garage in a medical center. And this lady says to me, "What are you putting out there?" And I said, "Well, this is a hospital, right? I'm putting out information on well-being."
It's absolutely true. That is splendid.
And I just kept on walking.
Splendid. Well, thank you so much personally, and for everything that you all are doing. It's just so powerful.
The way you people out there listening can thank me is to do it yourself. And trust me, once you do it, you'll just not want to quit. And as a matter of fact, I get to be paid to do this every weekend. It's so much fun. And eventually, if we can get something going with some, Mr. Cutie Pie or Pewdie Pie, whatever the hell his name is, or some donor out there.
Yes.
Me and Yiz would be willing to do this, and also my third person, we'd be willing to travel city to city every weekend to do this.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well,
I mean, the hell with this world of work where you have to have this great profession to feel like you're an important male in your mid-50s.
Right.
The hell with that.
Yeah.
I don't want that crap. I want to do something positive for my children.
Right.
I have white children, and I want a future for them. And I want a future for all white children.
Amen.
So this is more important than me working in some stupid chemical lab or working in a cubicle on a computer. Screw that.
I agree.
Nobody doing that crap is going to have their name in the history books.
Nope, you're absolutely right. They're absolutely not going to be remembered by the rest of us. Those of us who recapture our destiny, they'll all be forgotten, and we'll all be remembered.
All right, brother. Well, I need to let you go so you can get on your next call so you can get back to saving our race in some other fashion.
Amen, brother. Well, thank you so much. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
We'll talk soon. My gosh, what a superhero. All of these folks are. And I'm going to tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we have to rock out to Luke Mason for a minute. Nope, I'll take this. We'll take this call. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we got a few more calls, and I call you when I'm ready to go on to the next call. And so we've got a couple in line, but what I'm going to do is we have to rock out to one song before moving any further. And we'll make it one of the Luke Mason songs, one of the ones that they're all fantastic. But Luke Mason, of course, Imminent Rain is creating an entire album of rock music out of the story of Prometheus Rising, which is so exhilarating. If you haven't heard any of the pieces before, they are fantastic. We're going to play one of the better ones. They're all amazing, but we'll play one of them. And the reason why is I'm trying to. Okay. Yes. Okay. Anglo. Yes, we have you in line. Thank you, brother. And we'll call when we get to you. Thank you for that. We have news here that Sloth's brought to my attention, and I'm trying because it's too late for me to start yelling. It's too late for me to start. The neighbors will all hear this, and it'll be. So I'll be maybe hollering. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to get out in the car and go for a drive and just holler until I'm hoarse, because the earth absolutely has moved. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a Donald Trump retweet. And it does say, indeed, sorry, liberals, how to be anti-white 101 is permanently canceled. Donald Trump, if you remember, ladies and gentlemen, a couple months back now, 2 weeks out, I said something amazing. is going to happen for those who had the eyes to see and ears to hear. 1 week out, 4 days out, and then something totally amazing that nobody could have anticipated, happened. And the world changed when that happened. And now we have this retweet, and everything is different. Everything has changed. This is worthy of the biggest celebration, the biggest party. I'm going to crank. I can't yell. I'm going to turn the music up as loud as I can here. I hope you will do the same. If you don't understand how important it is that Donald Trump retweeted the word anti-white, even the way he did there, if you don't understand how important that is, stick around and you'll learn. Let's listen to Luke Mason. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me wrap that up. What a magnificent song. That is Merchant of Shame by the one and only Luke Mason, Eminent Rain. What a fabulously talented artist doing all of this for us, because the spirit, the story of Prometheus Rising so moved him. The spirit of the West then so moved within him that he felt the need to make this into an entire album telling the story of Prometheus Rising. We expect many more great pieces from him. And I still have this tweet up. I confirmed it on Donald Trump's feed. I just retweeted it. And it is indeed here on his feed, looking right at it. So that I just can't, I don't even know. Oh my God. Tell everyone. Tell everyone. And one of these days we can, one of these days we'll be able to tell more about things behind the scenes. For right now, this is, you should have the biggest party of your life. I would be hollering right now if it weren't for the fact that the neighbors will call the police. This is amazing. We'll be taking a couple more calls. Got to really exercise the brevity because I got to get back to work. I'd like to party. If I was a drinker, I would be downing champagne right now. This is really amazing. So let's move on to, I think I'm just going to leave that up for right now. I don't even know what to do. I know it's just like cutting me out of the middle of the picture here, but maybe I can make it somehow a background or something. I don't know, but I'm going to move on to the next call and we'll see what we can do there. Where is it? Who is next? Let's see. I think next was Anglo America is next. And Anglo, get ready. And I will be calling you in just a couple of seconds. And we're going to try to wrap it up here pretty soon, folks, so that I can get back to work and get back to partying, or get to partying because of this.
Hello, brother.
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I could not be more ecstatic than I am right now. This
no kidding.
Trump retweeting anti-white. It's off the charts. It's really off the charts.
Yeah, exactly.
But what do you have to talk about tonight, brother?
Tonight, I want to talk about, asking you sort of like an advice on how would you get non-whites to go free. Okay, and you had some ideas for them that you'd like to share. Well, I kind of like this. I'm doing a stream tomorrow with a non-white right now to talk about. Okay. Anti-whiteism and whatnot. But I just wanted to know, how would you go about talking to non-whites about going free?
How would I? You're asking me how I would explain it to them and maybe encourage them to support white well-being?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we could do that. And go ahead and give your channel to everybody as well, so that they know where they can find you to watch your stream.
Okay, well, I'm kind of like shadow banned, I feel, so.
Okay.
My name's Anglo America on YouTube. It's Anglo with a hyphen and America. I have an icon that's, you know, George Washington with the Grand Union flag. It's the easiest way to find me. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing a live stream tomorrow with a non-white about anti-whiteism and preserving, you know, Western culture. And she's going to talk about, you know, anti-whiteism that she experienced in her life, you know, witnessed it. And she was actually, she's actually a professor at a college too. And she sees firsthand the indoctrination that they give the students and stuff. So.
Oh, wow. What else do you know about her? So help me answer the question. I mean, I'm going to answer it generally, but if you have anything specific about her that you know that can help with the response. Aside from her just being a professor, and is she, you say she doesn't like anti-whiteism?
Yeah, she's not in favor of it at all. And she sees that like the scholarships and all the stuff non-whites get is kind of like unfair, and the white people are just disadvantaged. She lives in an all-white area too, and she encourages, you know, white people to like start going to school and attending her classes and stuff. But she says like most of the whites are like beaten down and like don't want to pursue anything. They see no point.
Right. Right. Well, of course, what she's objecting to then are the scholarships that are being given out not for success, not for achievement, not for discipline and investing one's time and energies and achieving the whatever it might be, whatever X score might be to warrant the scholarship, but simply being a race, simply being a group of people, and then the discrimination that results as a consequence of selecting someone for a scholarship that hasn't earned it, that is just receiving it because of their race. And therefore, somebody needs to be denied. And there's only one group of people that can legally be denied, and that's white people, legally and morally denied. So that's some white person out there who worked for it and who earned it and who deserves it is not receiving that scholarship because there are only so many seats and there are only so many scholarships. So that white person is being discriminated against so that the non-white person can have that seat unfairly. And that's exactly what it is. So what I would say, and generally when it comes to non-white people in general, really, I mean, you're listening to the conversations that we have here going free. And by having these conversations, speaking from the heart, speaking with love, talking about the subject here, like, for example, the fact that a non-white person, if a non-white person works and achieves and deserves and earns, then they should be able to get a scholarship that is open to everyone, and no one should be discriminated against in favor of that non-white person, and no one would be discriminated against because that non-white person would be earning that scholarship. When non-white people hear that those who are white positive, now of course, generally speaking, because you're going to come across non-white people that are going to be the spectrum. They're going to be great people at one end of the spectrum, and they're going to say, you know what, I'm aware of, or maybe not aware. Maybe they're coming from another country where there are no white people. But they're going to say, well, I look out at the world and I see what's happening here, and this is really unfair to white people. White people are being discriminated against. Some of them will even say that they see what we see, what I was talking about earlier, which is, you know, if I ever run for office, it's going to be on the platform that anti-whiteism is destroying the West. Everyone needs to come together, and this is exactly the kind of thing that you can say to this woman who you're going to be speaking with on your channel. And very interested to see how this turns out, by the way. And we'll have you back, have you call back in to talk about exactly how this came to fruition and how the conversation was concluded. But the reality is that anti-white ideology is a discriminatory ideology that is disadvantaging white people, discriminating, persecuting them, exploiting them, so that non-white people who have not earned Not all non-white people. There's no problem with a non-white person having something that they've earned, but non-white people getting something that they don't deserve simply because they are non-white, and this being done at the expense of the white race. That this ideology is what is destroying the West. And if we don't come together as good people of all races to object to and oppose anti-whiteism, it's going to destroy the very life that these non-white people have come to enjoy, respect, love, whatever it might be in their particular situation. So we want to make sure that these people know, that this woman knows, that this is an ideology that we have. This is a movement, a practice. Going free is a practice. We have many ideologies, many other movements out there that are and have been serving the interests of every single racial group except white people. White people are the ones who are being most grievously injured, bar none. There's nowhere close to this. It's everywhere, and an honest non-white person will admit it. And I have had conversations where they do admit, where they say, my God, I see it in every commercial. I see it on every movie. I see it in every TV show I look at. It's everywhere I look. It is white people are pathetic. White people are dumb. White people are evil. White people have to make amends. White people should feel guilt. White people, which is, by the way, when they hear you say no white guilt, they get so furious. They want you to feel guilt so you'll lower your defenses. Let her know that this is a movement that allows everybody to participate, irrespective of their background, irrespective of what race they are. No immutable characteristic will prevent you from serving white well-being. And it is indeed about bringing an end to the discrimination, the persecution, the exploitation, particularly the exploitation and the harm, the child abuse that's inflicted on white children. An honest and good person of any race, they're going to look out into the world. They're going to see, indeed, these things are true. These things are happening. And then they're going to come to the conclusion that there needs to be a swift end brought to it. That is how I talk with non-white people. That is how I brought non-white people over face-to-face and both on here online, where I haven't spoken to them. They've just seen me speaking, and they can see that I'm honest and that this is really where our position is. There are no long-term plans of any weird outcomes for any different groups of people. We are focused right now on bringing an end to the persecution to our babies primarily, but to the totality of our people, so that we can recapture our destiny, not allowing ourselves to be harmed anymore. And I guarantee you, if she is a good person, and it sounds like she probably is by the things you've already shared with us.
Yeah, she knows about you, Jason, through me. So.
Oh, great. Well, great. Well, then that's great. She'll come right over then, and she'll be a supporter of white well-being as well. Now, the process of going free, and this is something we don't talk about very often. Non-white people, in order to support white well-being, they too benefit by going free, by using the practice. And for them, it's a different experience, because for them, they don't have the guilt. They don't have the white guilt. They don't have the white noir crippling them, but they do have the mean pathogens. They do have all of these beliefs in their head. For example, like everybody's the same, but white people are inherently evil. Everybody's the same, but white people inherently harm non-white people. They have learned all of that with us. And so they benefit too by challenging these mean pathogens inside of them, by challenging the anti-white narrative that they live inside of, and saying, wait a second, I want to take another look at this world. And is this really what these individuals, these anti-white individuals, are claiming that they're doing? Are they really after these pretexts, or is this really just about harming white people? Because every outcome harms white people, and that these anti-white people, they will even argue with verve and passion contradictory positions when both of those positions arrive at anti-white conclusions. And so, yeah, it's a powerful thing for a non-white person to kind of put that together and then begin to benefit by the practice of going free in a very different way from us. They are not being blinded and kept from their potential the way we are from MPs.
Especially in today's world, where they could too, as a non-white person, benefit from a system that wants anti-whiteism.
Right, precisely. Yep. Yeah, for them to step up and say, no, absolutely not, I can imagine that there are plenty of deserving non-white people who are law-abiding, tax-paying, good people down to the marrow of their bone. They've worked hard for whatever they have. Now they've gotten into a whatever position it might be, and maybe the other non-white people at the same level, or maybe even higher up the totem pole than themselves, got there because they were non-white. They were over the summers, they were out partying and not doing the hard work, paying their dues that they had to pay. Whereas this non-white person was paying his or her dues, finally gets into a position, and then they have to wonder, how many of the people out there are wondering about me, whether or not I paid my dues, because I'm surrounded by these idiots that have gotten into these positions simply because that they're non-white. And probably many of these non-white people, they also wonder, they have friends that are white. They're wondering how many of my friends that are white have been discriminated against, haven't gotten into positions that they deserve, so that these yahoos could be given these positions. Now I got to work with these idiots just because of their race. I imagine that hits a lot of these people as well. And I guarantee you that if I do run for office and I talk about this, I guarantee you there are going to be non-white people coming out of the woodwork saying, yeah, we got to put an end to this. And it's going to be the actual, the best of the non-white community will come forward. It's not going to be like these people who are on, maybe some of these people you see on Hannity all the time or something like this. It's just somebody who's making dough in the conservative sphere because they too happen to be non-white and they like freedom of speech. It's going to be non-white people who are actually cognizant of what's being done to Western kind, and they know this is the real threat to the safety of their lives, the safety of their children, their ability to make memories, happy memories with their families in a place where there's law and order and cities aren't on fire and you have first world medicine and etc. So that would be, I mean, I know I said a lot there, but obviously this will be online for you to go back and you can take another look at it and then try to sum it up, compact it for her. And then let's definitely hear back from you. Let's confer again. Let's get back together next week or the week after and let us know how it went.
Yeah. And if you know any non-whites that want to talk about this issue, feel free to send them my way, because I want to dedicate streams to talk to non-whites and how they want to help participate and serve white well-being.
Oh, we'll do that, brother. We'll do that. Thank you so much, and for everything you're doing, and particularly on this issue.
Yeah, and I feel like you have a lot of time. Like, you don't have a lot of time on your hands. So I feel like if I put my energy towards something that you may not always have time to do, this will be a great thing.
It really is, and you absolutely came to the precise conclusion, accurate, my friend, and really looking forward to the success that you have over there on your channel. Folks, make sure you follow, you subscribe to Anglo-America on YouTube, and we'll make sure that we'll increase your sub count, and we'll check out that interview as soon as you finish, brother.
Thank you, brother.
All right, man. We'll talk to you next week or the week after, whenever you come back.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Promethean Hills. Bye-bye. Wow, that was fantastic. Isn't that exciting? Who do we have next? We have Spencer the First is next. And then I think one after that, and we're going to try to bring it together, wrap it up, and so I can get back to work. But I got to tell you, I mean, how can I show the background at the same time? I wonder if I can, if I do this. I don't think it's going to let me do any of these. No, because I'm the only one on the stream, so I can't. I would have to like step out of the stream to show the background. So I'm not going to be able to do that, but maybe I'll just every now and again do that to say, look, the world has just changed, ladies and gentlemen. Everything has just changed. When has a president said anti-white? Never. Wow. Wow. You should be smiling from ear to ear. One of these days we'll be able to talk about the behind the scenes. But right now we just all have to work together, and we got to keep pushing. Let's get out to the next call. Spencer the First, and your phone should be ringing right now.
Hey, how are you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. It's been busy for a little while, but I had the chance to call in tonight, so I thought I would call in, say hi, see what's going on with everybody.
Oh, you couldn't have called on a better night at this point.
Yeah,
hey,
it seems good. Yeah, you got Trump on your side now. Trump's using our vernacular. I was impressed when other streamers were using it, and now we got Trump using it. Holy!
Like I said, we'll be able to tell the story of this someday, but right now it's just let's party on and let's let this absolutely fill the sails of this ship and just move ahead, just move forward, just take this recapturing of our destiny to the next level. And it's happening now. It is happening. I would be hollering right now. I would be hoarse. I'm hollering so much, but the neighbors will call the police because it's too late. But it is beyond exciting. It is beyond thrilling that this is happening. And Philosophica just showed up a big hello to you. And I'll put up on the screen so that she can see the most exciting change in all of our lives, certainly the history of our lives. But Spencer the First, please, sir, the floor is yours.
Well, so I had a question about a immune pathogen I've been encountering lately, and I'm not sure if this is specifically a immune pathogen or if it's a derivative of another one. So maybe you can help answer it. But it's not exactly a good vibes kind of thing, so I'm going to have to kill the vibe for a little second. But okay. I got to get this one answered because I've been encountering it.
Okay.
So with the news we've all been seeing lately of that little 5-year-old boy, Köhne, who was shot in the head, and once again, all the news stories I'm going to cover for YouTube's sake, not real. Yeah, ask Susan, ask CNN, all that. Between that and then the kid who was arrested for self-defense for taking out 3 people attacking him, and so on. And then there was the other story I saw in California that gay puppy, because I heard we use puppies to describe a certain anti-white group nowadays, who put in that bill that essentially made pedophilia a misdemeanor. Not specifically that, but it made sure that pedophiles did not have to go on a bill. The judge has discretion to put them on a watch list. And I'm looking at this and all this stuff going on in this world, and I'm just thinking, like, this is crazy. This is absolutely insane. How did we get to the point where we let this go? And then I encountered someone who explained to me, and to be honest, I didn't really have a good answer for this individual. They said that, well, the reason for this is that we aren't the people we once were, in that Westmen today are not the Westmen of old. And so I presented this a little bit. I kind of felt it out, and other people who were on this particular stream with me were saying, "Oh no, that's offensive. How dare you say that? Just because I can't sail the ocean and settle a continent doesn't mean I'm any less than the people, I'm any less than my ancestors." I'm thinking, well, that kind of does mean that, actually. That kind of does mean that you're not the same as they were. So to me, the question I have for you is to answer that first of all, but secondly, when we use the term Westman, where do we draw the line? Because some of our people have been so poisoned with this anti-whiteism, with this ideology that they hate themselves, and they have lived that life for so long that I don't think they could ever be given the term Westman. I don't think that name would ever be applicable to them. On the other hand, you have great people who have been doing marvelous things for our people, who have been helping out, who have been in some cases risking their very lives to help our people. And to me, it seems that calling those people who have been amazing supports for our people, and those who are just never going to be remembered in the halls of our history for anything other than just how horrendously anti-white they were, the same name of Westmen, or white people even, as some people will use, that seems counterproductive. So where do we draw that line wherein, okay, you're no longer one of us, you're no longer on our side, and we can disavow you? Because genetically speaking, those two people would both be considered white, but I don't think that's descriptive enough. Do you kind of get what I'm asking here, brother?
I think I do, but you don't need to. A person is a Westman or they're not based on it. It doesn't have to do with their opinions. It doesn't have to do with their. It's not a name you're given or a title you're given because of advocacy or something of that nature. It's the appropriate descriptor
for a white person, because we are more than just a color. We are a people, and the Spirit of the West have brought us forth in a great variety, and we love all of the beauty of the variety that the Spirit of the West has given to our people, and we're very lucky that we have that variety. It is something that we love. Now, the decisions that a person makes with their lives, this will determine whether or not this is somebody who is a white positive, a advocate for white well-being, one of the elect, capital E. That's how we see ourselves. We are elected by the Spirit of the West, if you will, to carry forward this people, to really gather from the deracinated masses of Western kind those who will be carried forward through the eye of the needle, who by their action, who and what they are, by their decisions, decide that they want to move forward past this great bottleneck, if you will, this cleaving of off of the perhaps some who are deserving but have been befouled by anti-whiteism, some who are not deserving because of their decisions and who and what they have become by way of their decisions. That kind, you have that category. Then you have the general, the vague that's out there, the white person, Westman, who is just out of it, just living life and hasn't been plugged in somewhere yet. And then, of course, you have the category of anti-white, and that is an acknowledgement of the decisions that a white person makes. If they decide to be anti-white, if they decide to be an enemy, a victimizer of Western kind, we acknowledge that decision, that they've made that decision. And by making that decision, they are what you're looking for, which is they are outside of our people at that point. All anti-whites, irrespective of race, are outside of our people. And that is exactly where you're talking about. Are they still white even if they are anti-white? Well, what matters for us is that they're anti-white at that point. We're acknowledging that decision. It does place them outside of the body of our people because it places them in the camp of our victimizers.
So in that regard, then, does anti-whiteism ever become terminal, truly terminal, or even to the point of, like, we talk about the event horizon for our people, the idea that if this goes on for too long enough, we might be extinguished. In an individual, is the event horizon ever approached by them just being so vehemently anti-white, by them squandering whatever potential that they have been given by the Spirit of the West? At what point do we draw the line to that individual and say, okay, not only are you anti-white, but you're probably never going to be anything other than anti-white. You're something different from us, and we're going to diminish you from our people. Because to me, it seems that an unfortunately large amount of our people are falling into that category day and night. I mean, there are vagues, absolutely. A lot of our people are vagues, but there are some who are just so vehemently anti-white. Like, if, for example, someone's going to support a pedophilia bill and put their vote behind that one, yeah, I'm willing to say, yep, you're gone, not coming back.
Well, that's
goodbye.
Right. They've identified themselves as an anti-white, and so you're asking a question that is there can't be a universal application for, and the reason why is because we're dealing with individuals. So could a person be anti-white at X level and for so many years, and then decide, wow, I've been anti-white, I'm not going to be that anymore, and then be redeemed? Well, it depends on what that level was. It depends on what the acts were over the course of their life. If a person is, let's say, a white person who's anti-white, they're in politics, they have politicked for anti-white outcomes that have harmed our people again and again and again, and this is really egregious things like this bill in California. And again, I'm going to I'll let everybody know, please ask CNN about what's going on there and have them define it for you, and look to progressives, anti-whites who call themselves progressives, ask them for the other side of the story. If a white person in that environment is endorsing a bill that says that, hey, if there is 10 years difference between, and I think that's what I was reading in the one article, 10 years difference, then it's okay for the sex if it's 10 years difference, and it's not a an adult that should be classified as a pedophile and put on the sexual predator list or whatever it is, sexual offender list. This person's doing these sorts of things. Well, yes, clearly at some point they've been anti-white too egregiously for too long, in too many acts, harmed too many white people, too many of our brothers and sisters to ever be redeemed. At no point, it's like in religion, in Christianity, you have these different veins, and in some veins you have, and I'm not gonna speak specifically, say the names of any particular veins here, because it always comes down to these like interpretation battles. So I'll just say in some veins, you can do anything you want, and you just at the final second just say I'm sorry, and you get to go to heaven. There are another vein where you get to do anything you want, and you don't even have to say you're sorry, and you get to go to heaven. And then there are other veins of Christianity where there is like a weighing of scales. Like over time, you will have done too much, too bad, too wrong to ever get into heaven, no matter how sorry you are for it. So, and it has a lot to do with awareness of your acts. So if you were, maybe on an island and you never heard of Christianity, and there was some behavior there that was normal, and you were engaged in it for the totality of your life, well, then God, being God, would deem that it was, you hadn't heard the message, and so therefore you're going to be judged differently. Well, the same can be true for anti-whites, white people who are anti-white. An anti-white politician or an anti-white that gets out in the streets that's white right now and is setting fire to cars and destroying trash cans at Starbucks and the things that they love to do, that individual has demonstrated that they are well aware of what they're doing. They know very well that they are an agent of destruction for Western kind and Western civilization. And here is where we get to the individual basis of this, why we can't have, say, one uniform rule for if you commit this act, then it's unacceptable, that act, then it's acceptable. You could have one, let's say, young lady who was not very political, or she's anti-white, she villainy signaled, but then a really radical anti-white female takes her to one of these rallies or this destruction of the West. She ends up participating in setting a car on fire or something like this. And then she comes away from it and she thinks, God, this is terrible, and I want to get away from this. That would certainly be someone who you would permit to be redeemed. You would say, well, okay, you now see the error of your ways, versus a identical situation, parallel universe. She sets the car on fire and she says, wow, this is really, she comes away from that thinking, I need to set more cars on fire. I need to go into suburbia, and I need to set all the cars there, the people who are working hard and being taxed to death, exploited there as tax cattle. I need to set all their cars on fire because I'm going to take my anti-whiteism up to the next level. Those are the identical people, two parallel universes, and one can be redeemed and the other one has demonstrated that there's no redemption for her. So that's why it's got to be sort of a individual basis of how the decision ends up being made. But yes, if we can definitively say, if we were going to put this on a spectrum, on a scale, say that, well, on one end, if you are a white person who's anti-white and you're responsible for the murder of, let's just, 100 million children or something, there's nothing in the world. There's nothing you could save 200 million children, and it's not going to be good enough to redeem you. It's just you have committed an offense that is so grievous that you are never welcomed back into the body of our people.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's I like that. Okay, so that's one end of the spectrum. If I can just pour a bit more of your time, let's cover the other end of the spectrum. Then let's cover the end of white positive people to the extent we're talking, like, say, what a lot of our ancestors were who settled this world. They were extremely white positive people, and even today we have people who will, some cases, go to jail. In many cases, die for white positivity. Not enough, in my opinion, but hey, there are people out there who are really all in, life in, for this cause.
Right.
What would you refer to? What would you, in the same way that? So I'm gonna borrow your phrase here. So we'll call a person on the far end of the anti-white spectrum an irredeemable anti-white. What would you call someone on the other far end of the white positive spectrum? What would the term be for that? Because I think that would be something for all of us to strive towards, the idea of being 100% lifelong goal in it, every action of every day to support our people and their cause.
Well, there would be no, based on how we prevent anti-whites from undermining the work that we're doing and undermining individuals who are in positions of leadership or power or elected officials or things like this. It's always by the act of the individual. So and the statement of the individual. So whoever that person is, they can be a champion for white well-being because of their most recent actions and words for white well-being. So for example, John and Yiz and this father and his son, they are clearly champions for white well-being because they just did something that is glorious for our people. So like I said, we will refer to ourselves just, for colloquial means as the elect, to kind of distinguish that we are taking the steps to reclaim our destiny for our people. And we'll call ourselves well-being activists or white well-being activists and that sort of thing. But it's all dependent on the most recent acts, what we are doing. Because if we allow ourselves to have a status that is based on simply a history of good deeds for white well-being, and we say, okay, you've achieved this status and therefore you have that title, that is when we get undermined, because that is when forces come in from behind. And this has been my remedy for preventing this from happening in the future. That's when the forces come in from behind. They go to the people who were in a leadership role, or they take people and put them in leadership roles, and they say, well, you have a history of doing X, Y, or Z for this movement. And so now we're going to have you serve our interests a little bit. Here's some money, here are some threats. And then the people who are the followers of the individual or individuals or group, they end up saying to themselves, and this is where we need to put an end to this, well, but he or the group or they have a history of all of these good deeds. So this instance here of harming us for the benefit of some other group behind the scenes, we're going to overlook that. So we can't have that sort of a situation. So ultimately, though, I mean, you are a champion for white well-being if your deeds are constantly and your statements are constantly in the service of white well-being. And whether you want to think of yourself as a member of the elect, remember, this is a story that we are now writing. And so you are going to determine with the things you say and the acts you make, you're going to determine what that pen is saying about you in that story of our people. Is it going to say that you were a champion? Or is it going to read that you were half-assing it, you were perfunctorily involved, and that is ultimately the way I would approach that, rather than say, well, you could have done so many good things for white people that now you have achieved this status. If anything, maybe we could say that those who have passed, those who have lived lives that were dedicated to white well-being, in those instances, because everybody's going to have, it's a human life, it's going to have contradictory moments.
I was literally about to say dead people would be the refutation of that one. So yeah, please continue. That was you read my mind. Right.
So we could then, taking out those elements, it's what is that? I just forgot what it's, the horizontal bar in the engine is that drives the, what is it called? It'll come back.
Drive shaft?
No.
Crankshaft?
What?
Crankshaft?
No. I'll remember in a sec. Anyhow, we pull out the other contradictory acts or moments in their life where maybe there was weakness or whatever, and we can speak to the moments in that individual's life, and they might be very numerous, where they were white positive over the totality of their life, and then accord somebody posthumously some sort of title, it's like a real champion of Western kind or something of that nature. But while somebody is living, it's too risky to hand out a title, because then they'll just, the moment there's an identifier for somebody like that, that's when the anti-whites will sweep in to compromise that individual with threats and money.
Yeah, I understand that, brother. That's a very good way to put it. Thank you for thanks for resolving that one for me, because I was getting a little bit black pilled, as they say nowadays, about the whole state of our people. But that puts it in perspective that there are people who can be redeemed, and there are people who are irredeemable, and there are white positive people, and there are champions, and it's always on a spectrum. So I will pass my call off to somebody else. But thank you for taking it. Thank you for taking it as always. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And I look to you for advice when I have issues with these kinds of things, because you seem very astute on these matters. You've been in it longer than I have. Welcome to the as the DHS says, welcome to the dangerous list nowadays.
Right.
I've been on that list for years with my particular brand of Christianity. They put us on with ISIS a long time ago, but nonetheless, it's fun, isn't it? It's a little bit fun to be on the dangerous side of life. And congratulations on getting the president using your rhetoric. That is awesome. That is a huge win for us. And the president using our lexicon is incredible. I got a drink right here. I'll take a little swig for us.
Please do.
And then I will pass it off. Promethean hails, and God bless that to you and everyone in chat.
Promethean hails. Thank you so much, brother, for all you do, and we'll talk soon.
We definitely will. Cheers.
All right. All right. Well, we have, I think, one more call, and we will take that. That was a fantastic call from Spencer the First. Let me just make sure we have nothing in the live chat, and we're going to be wrapping it up then. So we're going to have a short call here in just a moment with what name Trump for, I see your avatar is Trump for, I think it's like Trump for 2020. I can't read it. What name do you want to be called during the stream? And I'll use that name, and I'll call you in just a moment. Your avatar on Skype is Trump for 2020. So if you could write in the box there what name you want me to call you. I don't know if you want me to use the name that's here. Let me take a quick look over here. And yes, it looked like I should have just looked over to what Volkish Warrior had supplied us with a link from Trump's feed on Twitter, showing that indeed it was there before I started looking. So I looked and found it, but it is here. Tall Kevin says over here, I found a Biden campaign sign. Would writing anti-whites above the for Biden, then putting it somewhere else be creative? That would be very creative. In fact, brother, and this is Tall Kevin, ladies and gentlemen, a great hero in service to white well-being, and always glad to see him in participating in the live chat. Maybe that is a sign that needs to get made so that it can be placed in places that it's legal to place it. Anti-whites for Biden and Harris. If you could put that on your property, maybe that would be spectacular. But let's see here. What else do we have? All right. I'm just closing a few screens here. I feel like, I think I might have, a bottle, a gifted bottle of champagne somewhere. I think I might need to, I don't know, go look and see if there is. Maybe pop it open. There might not be, though. But this is definitely worthy of a huge celebration. When was this, by the way? I don't have it up now. Oh, it was yesterday. Oh my God, this is so, it just happened. How absolutely exciting is that? All right, let's get to this final call. Oh, let me check these really quickly and to make sure I haven't missed anybody. Nancy Drew is here. Now, how are you doing? I saw some comments. I think Nancy Drew had one. John the Confederate is here. Great to see you. If you made a comment to me and you tagged me and I didn't get to it, please go ahead and paste it back in the live chat or put it over on Entropy and I will speak to it. I didn't have an opportunity to get to your question or comment earlier and it disappeared. Mrs. Jess Horst is here. Great to see you, dear lady. I mean, history was just made. History was just made. Let me ask you all, Are your feeds blowing up? Or is everybody's feeds blowing? Do these people realize what has happened? Or are they just silent? Are all these so-called leaders in the white positive sphere, are they all silent right now? Because right now there should be fireworks going off. There's if they deserve to be a thought leader or an organizational leader or something of this nature, they should have a fireworks show bigger than New Year's and 4th of July 20 times over. And I would right now if it weren't for having the police called on me. How many people are that excited? That's how excited they need to be. If they can't see what just happened with Trump retweeting that, then they're not worthy of listening to ever again. I mean, talk about stupidity and blindness. Okay, that was JK160 says, congratulations, I'll drink a beer for you. Thank you. Thank you, please. Down a beer for me. Okay, maybe this is, I don't really need, okay. Oh, this is, I see Raymond Foster is saying, Raymond Foster was saying, was not talking to me. I found that he was actually telling someone, look at this guy, all the work that he's doing, turning out songs, everything, just magnificent hero. And he's saying he doesn't need any financial help right now. If you want to give financial help, just give it to NWG. Really salute you, brother. Okay, Yiz has to go to sleep. Well, you're going to have good dreams, aren't you? Okay. Oh, Nancy Drew says here, Trump said he may defund education. Funds to, yes, he did. We talked about that a little earlier. Thank you for that. This, what he retweeted, crushes everything. This is, he crushes everything he could have thought to do. Here it is right here. Retweeted by Donald J. Trump. Sorry, liberals. How to be anti-white 101 is permanently canceled. Crankshaft. John the Confederate. Did Spencer say that? The second thing he said, I couldn't hear. I didn't hear well. So if he said it, then kudos to him as well. Western Crusader is here. All right. Let's go ahead and take the final call of the night. And then I don't know if I have any. God, look at this. This is talk about the Western sunrise, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to stay calm. Talk about the Western sunrise. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, let's go ahead and looks like we're okay over here on entropy blank. Very good. And we have some other links that I might take a look at before we wrap it up tonight. Let me get to this final call. And I'm going to call you Trump for 2020 because you never wrote me back. I don't know if you're still with us. I'll place the call right now.
Good.
Hey, brother.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you familiar with me?
I think we spoke once before, haven't we?
Yeah. You recognize my voice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Just wanted to follow up on, our last conversation, man. I noticed a lot of people, again, man, just living their life filled with resentment, and it's just it's not a good thing, and I honestly believe it's going to destroy Western civilization, and I'm going to say it. I don't like repeating myself, but I'm going to say it once again, man. Like not one time in my life, man, like I ever cared about like me being black. Like I never ever thought that was going to ever hold me back, man. Even in basketball, you're probably not familiar with sports, so I don't know if you are.
Oh yeah, I was an athlete. Yeah.
Like Steve Nash, for example, right? Everybody's giving him shit because, he was given a Brooklyn Nets job and they're making it into a race issue. And honestly, Steve Nash is probably my favorite basketball player of all time, man. It's like, I don't know why people are so fixated on race, in this country. Like, get your head out of your ass, make something out of yourself, and
don't worry about what the next person has, man. Like I come from a Jamaican culture of hard work and discipline. Like we never really cared about, like, you know, what whites had, white privilege. I'm so serious. We just never did, man. We came to America. We just wanted to work hard and just get what we felt what we deserved, man, you know. And that's why I like Donald Trump, because he embraces the American dream. And I think if Joe Biden gets elected, then, you know, that socialist BS is going to come to fruition, and no one is going to want to embrace working hard, man. You know, just victim shaming and just a bunch of excuses, you know.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, well, precisely. That is exactly what's going to happen if Biden were to be elected. They would continue this narrative, and the reason why so many of the people feel anti-white and they engage in these anti-white activities, these social lynching and the rest, is we get this lifetime of anti-white programming. Everyone gets it, and it's like we were talking about a little earlier with Anglo America, and so for you, for example, you're hearing about how white people are so evil, how if you ever fail to accomplish something, it's because some white person started off his morning thinking, how can I just do X, Y, or Z? And of course, it's preposterous. Fortunately for you, and it genuinely, fortunately for you, you didn't succumb to that, so that you can end up going out into the world. You're going to recognize that there are hardships in the world, and you're going to have to overcome hardships, and you're going to have some things go right, some things go wrong. That's how life is. When people function this way, they're going to achieve far more in the world and also be a benefit to their communities and to the country as a whole because of their hard work, because of their approach to developing a successful life, a successful young adulthood, and then adulthood, and then on into our senior years. And as opposed to individuals who say, well, you know, I'm jealous, and this is white and non-white people, jealous of Western kind for any numerous reasons, and now I'm going to cloak that jealousy in these pretexts that justify the infliction of harm on these people that I'm jealous of, and that will, of course, give a benefit, an emotional benefit, a psychological benefit to them by doing so. But then they also get to get things that they didn't earn. And so, and they don't care how they acquire those things. So it might be the job that should have gone to somebody who worked harder. Maybe the person who worked harder would have been you. Who knows? But they can legally discriminate against white people in the United States and in other Western countries. It's moral to do so. They can't legally or morally discriminate against any other group of people, but nonetheless, you could very well have a scenario where you have a non-white person who is not blaming, has not taken this anti-white line or tact of thought, and who works hard, who studies hard, who wants whatever job it might be, and who has earned whatever job it might be, whatever position. And because of this anti-whiteism that's in place, your efforts are really negated by the fact that other non-white people out there are non-white. They don't need to actually engage in study and working hard and foregoing the beach trips and all of these sorts of things. And that person could end up getting the spot that you had earned as well. So this is why I say that if I ever run for office, that the platform is going to be that anti-whiteism is destroying this country.
Absolutely.
Irrespective of what race you are, if we allow it to destroy this country for whatever temporary benefit it might be to some white and non-white people who happen to be anti-white, if we allow it to destroy this country, then everything's lost. All of the law and order, all of the promise of opportunity, all of that is gone. And so that's why good people of all races will be able to come together under such a platform if I ever run. So, and you are an example. You're a Trump supporter, and you're an example of the kind of person who is going to say, look, I want this civilization. I want this law and order. I want this ability to work hard and get somewhere and be able to move to safer environments. And if somebody robs me, I want the law to come and prosecute them for doing so. You want these kinds of things. That's what everybody comes to the United States for. And we want to be able to have that, all of us, And so we have to take on and take down the one thing that threatens it. And the one thing that threatens all of that is not this white people who are heretical, who are not anti-white enough. That's preposterous. The one thing that threatens it is this system that continues to discriminate against and exploit white people. And let me tell you, and you know this, a white guy who doesn't have, white guy at the bottom of the economic ladder, midway or whatever it is, he has no power. He has nothing. He has no connections. He's no better off or more empowered. In fact, he's much worse off because we're the guys that it's okay and it's moral to discriminate against when it comes to hiring and promotion and all of these sorts of things. That is the kind of acid that's going to undermine the West and everything that you would like to be able to benefit from by way of your hard work and industry, etc. So I'll give you the final word, brother.
Well, yeah, Jason. Yeah, like for example, right? Like I work 82 hours a week. I'm 22 years old. I have my own apartment in New York City. I never wanted a handout. Just never. And mind you, all what the Democrats would love to convince me is that all of my neighbors are white and they have brown sums in their trust fund and they've inherited all of this wealth. So I should ask for reparations, right? But when I talk like this and they want to call me Uncle Tom and Uncle Ruckus, right? Because I'm supposed to live my life with resentment because I work 2 jobs and I'm just trying to just be independent, right? Yeah. This is the rhetoric that they love, telling me I'm supposed to be oppressed. I deserve reparations. You shouldn't have to work this hard. As if I'm a bitch that should be taken care of, right? But I'll save that for another day. I'm doing security, right? And there's this non-white guy who wanted to come into the store. I guess he set an appointment. So I said, sir, can I please bring my manager to see you? Just because, I wasn't familiar with his face. My manager came in, the guy looked, star-studded for whatever reason. And long story short, he left. And then my manager wanted to get on my case because now these are the words that came out of his mouth. I'm telling you, this is where the country's going. Oh, this is probably an African-American man who has a lot of money. You shouldn't have to treat him like that. You should have just let him inside of the store and just say, you know what, my manager is just being right. My manager is going to come in because now this guy can accuse us of being racist. Right. But my thing is, how the fuck is he going to accuse us of being racist? I just told the guy, listen, you have to wait. I would do that to anybody, whether you're white, black, Hispanic. If you have to wait for my manager to come speak to you, you have to fucking wait.
Hold on.
He's making it to a race issue.
Right, of course. Let's try not to use that one word there. That's
I keep on forgetting. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. No, I know exactly what you're saying.
But do you understand my frustration?
Yes, of course. That's what we all have to put up with.
You're making this into a race issue, dude, and it's like I will literally, I'll tell that to anybody. It's like, I don't know why you guys so fixated on the race. If you have to wait, you have to wait, man. Like, I don't understand. These Democrats have a weird fetish with just looking at you, seeing that, okay, he's black, so this is what he's about.
Right.
This is the type of music he listens to.
Right.
This is the type of he likes to speak with the bonnets, which isn't true, dude. Even check this out. I remember I was at this workshop. I'm laughing because the Democrats are so fixated on racism, but they are the most racist. It's comedy. Like, I literally laugh at this all the time. I was at a workshop one time, just minding my business and stuff. I had this white Democrat who's so anti-white. She cares about the black community so much. And then she has the nerve to ask me, have I ever been out of the state that I lived in for 22 years?
That's what she said. Yeah, see, this is the thing.
And the thing is, she walks around as if she's this messiah who's saving black people. But you see a black person, right? And you're asking them, have you ever been out of this state? Now, come on, why are they asking something that now?
Oh, they want you to be. Listen, I'm gonna have to. I got to get rolling here, but I thank you for calling in, brother. But yeah, that is a great example. Both of those are a great example of folks being upset with you for not being anti-white enough. And this is a great lesson to everyone who is hearing this, that it doesn't matter what race you are, you have to be anti-white. So this is why conservatives continue to make these errors in understanding anti-whites, understanding individuals who are anti-white, who call themselves Democrats, as you say there, is because they're focused on the pretexts rather than on their hidden motivation. And Trump supporter here just absolutely identified, and with these examples, the real motivation, which is the anti-white motivation behind those noble sounding pretexts of doing for the underdog and all of these other MPs that we're infected with. But I appreciate you calling in, man. And whenever you want to talk, send me a message, and we'll take a call with you, and we'll talk to you again soon. All right, brother?
All right, brother. I'll check you out.
All right, man. Later.
Okay.
That was great examples. And you have here a non-white guy who wants to work for, let me switch over here really quickly so I can turn the AC back on, who wants to work for what he has, who wants to be given what he has earned and no more, and is ending up having a problem with the others in his environment, working 2 jobs, doesn't want to blame all white people for it. And they want to come to him and ask him, even though he's non-white, why aren't you being anti-white enough? Why aren't you just immediately submitting to this narrative that is going to condemn those around you? Don't you understand that you can benefit from this? Why don't you just take advantage of these discriminatory practices against white people? Don't you know that all white people are just multimillionaires? Don't you know that all white people have great health? Don't you know that all white people get everything given to them? Don't you know that all white people just have this easy life? So just go ahead and indulge yourself. Help us to destroy this. Who cares? You know, it's just like money is like air. There's just limitless supplies of it. So if you're going to deny somebody some money, if you're going to deny somebody anything from this civilization, automobiles, whatever it is, it's just like air. It's everywhere. And so it just means you're an evil person if you're not just giving these things or being given these things by the government, because that's how white people get them. Don't you understand? Why would you ever object to this? Well, there are good non-white people all over the United States, good non-white people all over the West. Anglo-America is probably going to be talking to one in the upcoming days that are going to say no for reasons that we have given here, and are objecting to the thievery, who are objecting to the infliction of harm, and many of whom have the intelligence to be able to see that this can't last. Eventually, the system is going to begin crashing. Eventually, everything that I have worked for is going to disappear. Eventually, white people are going to get angry over this and begin to resist this. Let's nip this before it gets bad, and let's get us back onto a course so that we don't have to worry about societal breakdown. We don't have to worry about situations where there is no law and order. We don't have to worry about not being able to get your medications. We don't have to worry about massive inflation. We don't have to worry about all of these things. Let's go ahead and transition as comfortably as possible from this anti-white world into an environment where white people, the majority of them, and the good people of all non-white backgrounds come together, and they say to the rest of this sick anti-white world, enough, this is the end. And from here forward, we're going to put an end to the victimization of Western kind and Western civilization before it's too late. So let me see if there are any comments. I just love this. I love this this tweet. This image is so glorious as we're coming up on 6 hours. Meant to be done a couple hours ago, but this really changed things. JK160 writes, so Trump using the term anti-white makes it an acceptable term for the general public. Next up, our movement will be normalized. Precisely. You understand. You see what's happening here. This lexicon, this verbiage. And let me further pose the question, folks, and this is sort of rhetorical. Where do you think people are going to go when they realize that anti-white is legitimate and anti-whiteism is legitimized all the way up to the President of the United States and more, where do you think they're going to end up going? They're going to go out onto the internet. They're going to go into their chat forums, and we need to be there. We need to capture these people when they go looking for more. All of these Trump people, this book Crucible coming together, that as soon as I hang up here, I'm going to get me something to eat, hang up, you know, in the show, in the stream. I'm going to get me something to eat, and then I'm going to get right back to work on Crucible and the preparations for launching it and getting it out to as many of these folks who now are seeing. Capture this image, ladies and gentlemen. Capture this image. Sorry, liberals. How to be anti-white 101 is permanently canceled. Capture that image, because this is what we're going to be able to do, is we're going to be able to go to these folks. They're going to see this as legitimized, as JK160 was pointing out, and then we're going to say, listen, we've got more for you here. We've got more for you to learn. This changes everything. And one of these days, everything that's going on, you all, and everything that we're doing here in the foreground, where everybody can see it, all of this is going to be in the history books, and everything going on in the background will be in the history books as well. And Sakis is asking, is there still going to be an artist edition of Prometheus Rising? You better believe it. You better believe it. We're taking care of these other things that we're going to do first. And then we're going to be, we're going to move into that. That's going to be one of the greatest. I'm really excited about that. We have many of the artwork, pieces of art already finished and ready to go into that book. And I can't wait to make that available for everybody, because again, we talk about supporting the artists and really promulgating a new art, a white positive art. And so that will be one of the works that'll be right at the helm of doing that. Let's see. Bogus Warrior says, dance for us to celebrate. I don't think so. But I might be dancing afterward. I'm going to have to, I don't know, as I say, I might get into the car and hoot and holler in the car and sing to music in the car. I don't know. Maybe lay some rubber down in the streets. This is world changing. And as I said, I want everybody to go and look out in the white positive sphere and see what folks are saying, see what they're doing. Are they mentioning this? Are they saying that this changes everything? Because if those thought leaders out there, organizational leaders and the like, if they're not saying that this has just flipped the world on its head, then they don't deserve you. They don't deserve you, and they don't deserve you listening to what they have to say. They are too dim-witted. They're midget wits. They're too dim-witted to know that this just changed everything. I can't hardly take my eyes off it. What a glorious day this has been. What in a magnificent way to begin the week for White Wellbeing, learning about all of this work that everybody has been doing, passing out, distributing leaflets, and let's see, what is this? Okay, that's it. We're good over here. Distributing leaflets, and now we find out that the world has just been flipped on its head. I can't even tell you. I'm going to be celebrating. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do a stream in the middle of the night if I can't. I don't know. This is so exciting, but it's been magnificent, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to serve White Wellbeing with you tonight, finding us out, Slots bringing us to our attention right in the middle of the show. My God, let's go out there and change the world, ladies and gentlemen. Now's the time to do it. Now's the time to make a difference. Every one of your efforts. Remember what I was saying just a couple weeks ago. What did I say as the augur for this coming up? What did I say? I said eventually or soon you're going to see that it's not going to take bravery. Now, what has just changed? How many times do predictions have to come true here? I mean, how many did it take for Moses or any of the others before people finally said, wow, this is actually it? How many predictions have to come true? I said just weeks back that in very short order, it's not, and please somebody find that and make that into a clip and then put it together and share that so everybody can see. I said that in very short order, it's not going to take as much bravery to advocate for white well-being as it does today. Right now, it takes a lot of bravery to go out into the world and say anti-white. And now it takes a lot less bravery to be able to go out into the world and say anti-white. So was that another prediction that came true? How many predictions do you need? Do I need to be a trust fund baby? Do I need to ride in on a mule? What do I need to do to get the rest of the good people out there to come over and serve white well-being and go free with the rest of us, shoulder to shoulder? Nobody here is an egoist. Nobody here stands above the others. This is, as the one individual says on the name of his Twitter account, this leaderless movement. We are all leaders. That's the reality of it. We are all champions for white well-being. Going back to what the conversation was with Spencer the First, we are all making this happen. We are all the elect. And now you had Yiz saying, isn't this anti-white? And it took whatever amount of bravery that took for her, for you, for anybody else to do it, for Raymond Foster to do it, for Sean to do it in all these different places, for so many others to do it. And now it takes a lot less bravery, exactly as I said, in very short order. My God. My God. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you all. Things are really starting to fire up. And we're going to make these next 4 years more meaningful than you could ever imagine. Let's go free.